cross-strait issues. Well, in the region, security-related environment is getting severer. Unilateral attempt to change the status quo by force, like Russia's aggression against Ukraine this time, should never be tolerated in Indo-Pacific, above all in East Asia. It's indispensable to further strengthen Japan-U.S. alliance. Based on this shared awareness, I have said that fundamentally reinforce Japan's defense capability, and I stated my determination to fundamentally reinforce Japan's defense capabilities and secure substantial increase of its defense budget needed to effect it, and President Biden strongly supported my determination. And also from myself, I have said that inclusive of what is called enemy-based strike capability, all the options will be there, not to exclude any one of them, and this is what I said to President. In Indo-Pacific region, as well as to ensure the peace and prosperity of the international community, the basis is the cornerstone of which is Japan-U.S. alliance, and toward the further strengthening of the alliance, we like to remain in close coordination between Japan and the United States. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for Prime Minister Kishida as well. Mr. President, I wanted to ask you about the economy. During your trip here to Asia, you've promoted the investments by Samsung and Hyundai, but back home in the United States, Americans are dealing with record high inflation. The Fed has raised interest rates to try to address those issues, and they're also just enormously high gas prices. Given the cross currents of the economy right now, the war in Ukraine, the China lockdowns that we've seen, should Americans be prepared for a recession? In your view, is a recession in the United States inevitable?
No.
Why not?
Look, you're talking about the significant progress we've made in making sure we don't have supply chain backups, about the 8,000 jobs that Hyundai is going to be bringing to Georgia, 3,000 jobs to Texas from Samsung, $17 billion investment, Toyota, 1,700 jobs in North Carolina on battery technology, the situation where we're at we've created over 8 million new jobs where unemployment is down to 3.6% and so on and so forth, as if they're a problem. Imagine where we'd be with Putin's tax and the war in Ukraine had we not made that enormous progress. Our GDP is going to grow faster than China's for the first time in 40 years. Now, does that mean we don't have problems? We do. We have problems that the rest of the world has, but less consequential than the rest of the world has them because of our internal growth and strength. Here's the situation. And when it comes to the gas prices, we're going through an incredible transition that is taking place that, God willing, when it's over, will be stronger and the world will be stronger and less reliant on fossil fuels when this is over. You see what Europe is doing relative to the importation of Russian gas. You see what, anyway, I won't go through it all, but and what I've been able to do to keep it from getting even worse, and it's bad. The price of gas at the pump is something that I told you, heard me say before, would be a matter of great discussion at my kitchen table when I was a kid growing up. It's affecting a lot of families. But we have released over 57,000 million barrels of oil, I should say, us and the rest of the world we're convinced to get involved. It's helped, but it's not been enough. We also find ourselves in a situation where we have food shortages. Food shortages because of Ukraine. There are literally millions of bushels of of grain being held up in Ukraine that would fundamentally impact positively on the market in terms of bringing down food prices across the board. So we're finding ourselves in a position where We're working very hard with American farmers and American agricultural products to provide more fertilizer and a whole range of things. This is going to be a haul. This is going to take some time. But in the meantime, it seems to me the best thing I can do, in addition to try to get the Middle Eastern countries, including OPEC, to raise their production of oil and move along that route, is to see to it that we continue to grow our economy, create jobs. And the other thing is, there's a second way. I know you don't want to talk about, people don't want to talk about it right now, and I won't take up the time, but there's a second way to impact on inflation in terms of people's daily cost. If you're able to have child care at 7% of your income, if you're able to be in a position where we were able to provide for a tax cut for middle-class people and working-class people, et cetera, all those things would be very helpful. But when we have a 50-50 Senate, it means we have 50 presidents. And I'm having a little trouble getting some of these things passed. But we're not going to give up. We're going to keep pushing.
Could I just follow you on one point? Secretary Yellen said recently that some of the tariffs on Chinese imports impose more harm on consumers and businesses and aren't very strategic. Do you share that view, and are you considering taking down some of those tariffs?
I'm talking with the Secretary when we get home. I am considering it. We did not impose any of those tariffs. They were imposed by the last administration, and they're under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Prime Minister Kishida, if I may, sir, we're going to be hearing more about this Indo-Pacific Economic Forum today. What message do you hope that it sends to China in the global market? And do you see this as a potential precursor to some type of trade pact, given the political situation in the United States dealing with TPP?
Well, thank you for the IPEF. Your question. Well, United States in the Indo-Pacific region is making economic interest known and highly interested. And very posture shown by the United States is something we highly value in Japan.
Regarding the TPP, we are truly hoping for return of the United States. But even with the TPP, it's important that we proceed with discussions on IPEF, and that attitude of the United States is wholeheartedly welcomed by the Japanese government, and we would like to support the U.S. initiative. China, right now in the Indo-Pacific region, is demonstrating significant economic presence. That's true. But look into the substance of their presence. Are they abiding by international rules? What about development finance? Are they caring about sustainable initiatives? They have to do that because they are a major power. They have significant responsibility, even in the economic field. They have to live up to that responsibility. So Japan will cooperate with the United States and vis-a-vis China, persuade them to live up to their responsibilities to abide by international rules. And we think that such attitude is very important. Thank you.
So once again, we receive a question from the Japanese reporter. Please raise your hand. Asahi, Ikizumi-san. Ikejiri from Asahi newspaper. Prime Minister Kishida, President Biden, nice to meet you. I have a question once again about IPEF. It is said that IPEF is different from the framework of TPP, and some ASEAN members are saying that there is less merit there, benefit. Would the IPEF will be effective framework, or in order to ensure the effectiveness for IPEF, what is the role that Japan will be playing, Prime Minister Kishida? And also, there was expectations expressed for United States to come back to TPP. What was the response you received?
First of all, on IPEF, under the leadership of President Biden, shortly after this press conference, there will be official launch of IPEF. That's the plan. Such ceremony is slated to take place. I said this before.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are listening back into remarks made by President Joe Biden after a meeting he held with Japan's Prime Minister Kishida Fumio. This all happened at a palace in Tokyo just a couple of hours ago. We're going to come back to these remarks in just a moment, but we here on Live Now from Fox, we prioritize anything that is happening live, raw, and unfiltered, and we do want to bring you out to another live event coming into our newsroom. This one involves President Volodymyr Zelensky addressing and I do want to get this for you, the World Economic Forum. This is actually happening in Switzerland. So let's listen to this live event.
Because you would truly support the protection of freedom. Our representatives here in Davos can inform all of you on the details of the prospects that Ukraine opens for your businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, we offer the world to set a precedent for rebuilding the country after the war, which will show everyone who dreams of destroying the life of a neighbor that the war is not working. I invite you to take part in this rebuilding. The amount of work is enormous. We have more than $500 billion in losses. Tens of thousands of facilities were destroyed. We need to rebuild entire cities and industries. And we offer a special, historically significant model of rebuilding when each of the partner countries or partner cities or even partner companies will have the opportunity to take patronage over a particular region of Ukraine. It could be a city or community or even an industry. Britain, Denmark, the European Union and other leading international entities have already chosen a specific area for patronage in rebuilding. And thanks to this model of relations, the post-war rebuilding could be fast, could be efficient, and could be of high quality. And this would not only allow to attract the best specialists, architects, engineers, builders, developers, managers, and others, but it will also be the largest in Europe since the World War II. It will become the largest opportunity for an economic way forward, and I hope that at the beginning of the international conference in Lugano that was mentioned by the President Cassis, it will be held in July this year, dedicated to the post-war reconstruction of Ukraine. All of our partner countries and most of the leading companies of the world will come up with their own packages of proposals. And taking this opportunity, I would like to extend words of gratitude to Switzerland for organizing this conference and supporting our efforts. I would like to note the efforts of Ursula von der Leyen, particularly her proposal to assets which are scattered in different jurisdictions must be found. It has to be seized or frozen, and then they should be allocated to a special fund that would be used to help all those affected by the war. Of course, this is not easy, but after that, there will be definitely no motivation of every aggressor to do what Russia has done and what it continues to do. If the aggressor loses everything, then it definitely deprives him of any motivation to start the war. Let's move on. Any response to the mass famine is too late by its definition. The famine should be stopped only preventively, when it's not yet started. But now the world simply has no tool like that, and we propose to establish the Organization for Responsible and Democratic States, exporters of food products who can act with respect for human rights and global trade rules. The motivation for us is very simple. Whatever the turning points they are in history, the humanity should have a tool to protect itself against the hunger, and Ukraine is ready to provide a platform for the activities of this new organization, which is definitely an important one. And one more aspect, this war of Russia against Ukraine convinces everyone that support to the country under attack is the more valuable the sooner it is provided. Weapons, funding, political support, and sanctions against Russia. If we would have received them by 100% of our needs at once, back in February, the result would be tens of thousands of lives saved. This is why Ukraine needs all the weapons that we ask, not just the ones that we've been provided. That is why Ukraine needs funding. That's at least $5 billion per month. And all the funds that we need for rebuilding our country. This is why we have established a fund for rebuilding Ukraine called United 24. And we call upon everyone to join this platform. For each and every donor, we will have a specific proposal how to help and where to allocate those funds, where are those priorities. The targeted nature of our work is the absolute priority. And then, under this brand, United 24, we propose to establish a global structure that can, within 24 hours, can provide sufficient support to any country that has suffered or faced a military attack, a natural disaster, or a pandemic. So we offer a new format for security guarantees based on what we have faced, what we have went through. And there must be something that sets a precedent for a timely assistance to everyone who needs it, to save lives, to save social stability, all the necessary elements for a normal economy. For example, something like a 911 service. There has to be similar service that is called United 24, which would guarantee the security on a global scale. Ladies and gentlemen, a man whose name is still well remembered, George Marshall, said the following back in 1947. He said, our policy is not against a country or a doctrine, but against hunger, poverty, despair, and chaos. Its goal is to revive a functioning economy in the world, to allow the emergence of political and social conditions in which free institutions can exist. These words are relevant even today. My proposals are all the same. They are designed to counter the hunger, poverty, despair, and chaos. And of course the war, which is unleashed by the Russia, and which brings nothing else but hunger, poverty, despair, and chaos to many in the world, not only to us, to Ukraine, because guaranteeing peace and stability and security requires all of us acting quickly and preventively. We should not be afraid to set new precedents, and this is what the world should learn at various turning points to which it paid a high price. This was the price for the fact that the world would only respond but not to act preventively. So now we can do it differently, finally, in the correct way. Thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine.
And those were the latest words from President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine, and he does get a standing ovation here from the World Economic Forum. His address coming on day 89 of the war in Ukraine. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll reset you on those remarks from President Joe Biden and the Prime Minister of Japan. We have about 10 minutes left in that press conference. We'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories that we we are monitoring, and then also bring you the latest remarks from President Joe Biden later on this morning, where he actually spoke after signing a new Indo-Pacific trade deal with 12 Indo-Pacific nations. So a lot of news this morning. We are live wide and worldwide, and we are going to bring you up to speed on the latest headlines, not only stateside, but continue to monitor all of the live events as President Joe Biden continues his tour in Asia. So more news on the other side of this break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to monitor all of the biggest stories around the globe on this Monday, May 23rd, 2022. President Joe Biden continues his tour in Asia. This morning, he is in Tokyo, actually meeting with Japan's Prime Minister. We began to show you and bring you these remarks in full that happened just a couple of hours ago, earlier this morning, where President Joe Biden is addressing issues from Taiwan all the way to the economy here in the United States. So we do want to have you listen back in here, raw and unfiltered, to these remarks from earlier this morning. Let's listen in.
And through IPEF, it's important to realize sustainable and inclusive economic growth in the Indo-Pacific. In your question, you asked about the concern of some countries who may think that there is very little merit or advantage to them. But we're going to discuss various matters not only with the United States, but regional partners, including the ASEAN countries, in order to jointly deliver concrete results. So this is a venue to engage in positive discussion for cooperation. And through such initiatives, we want to deliver concrete and specific results, and that will serve as specific and actual advantage or merit for those countries. You asked the question on TPP. From the strategic perspective of U.S. engagement in the international order of the Indo-Pacific, we want United States to be engaged from the economic perspective as well. So our position remains unchanged. We think it's desirable for the United States to return to the TPP. So Japan hopes to see to see U.S. come back to the TPP, and during the meeting, I directly communicated our hopes as such to the President. I will not make any further detailed comments since it pertains to diplomatic exchanges. Finally, I invite questions from the U.S. press.
Tight quarters. Thank you so much. I have a question for the Prime Minister, but first to you, Mr. President. We're already dealing with one global pandemic, and you said yesterday that monkeypox is something that everyone should be concerned about. There are a few confirmed cases in the U.S., and some countries are imposing 21-day quarantines for people who are infected or even in some cases just exposed. Should Americans expect something similar?
No, I don't think so. Look, we've had this monkeypox in the larger numbers in the past, number one. Number two, we have vaccines to take care of it. Number three, there is, thus far, there doesn't seem to be a need for any kind of extra effort beyond what's going on. And so I just don't think it rises to the level of the kind of concern that existed with COVID-19 and the smallpox vaccine works for it. So, but I think people should be careful.
Do you think that the U.S. has enough smallpox vaccine stockpiled?
I think we do have enough to deal with the likelihood of the problem.
And Mr. Prime Minister, can you tell us how Japan would respond if China were to invade or try to take over Taiwan? And how do you hope that the U.S. would respond if that were to happen? And Mr. President, if you could tell us how the U.S. is prepared to respond, we would appreciate it.
Thank you. On Taiwan, in the summit meeting, it was brought up in our discussions. The situation in the Taiwan Straits, the fundamental position of Japan and the United States was reaffirmed. There is no change. And we asserted the importance of peace and stability of the Taiwan Straits, which is fundamental to international order, and peaceful resolution of the Straits issue should be pursued. We reconfirmed that position. Now, in Asia, we are against any unilateral attempt to change status quo by force in Asia, all the more so because of such position regarding the situation in Ukraine. We think that unilateral attempt to change status quo is impermissible. That's why we're cooperating with the international cooperation, and we decided to participate in the strong sanctions, and we are providing humanitarian assistance. And in Asia as well, peace and stability must be upheld and defended. And in order to defend peace and stability in Asia, we will drastically upgrade and strengthen our defense capability. And the United States is the only ally for Japan. And Japan-U.S. alliance is thus very, very important. We have to strengthen this alliance to defend peace and stability of the region. That's our belief. And in so doing, extended deterrence and response by the United States must be reliable. We have full confidence in response by the United States, including extended deterrence and strengthening of Japan-U.S. alliance is very important, and we truly hope that as many members of the general public will have even deeper confidence on this alliance, so that in turn will lead to regional peace and stability. And I look forward to cooperating with President Biden to that end.
Our policy toward Taiwan has not changed at all. We remain committed to supporting the peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits and ensuring that there is no unilateral change of the status quo. I would add that one of the reasons why it's so important that Putin pay a dear price for his barbarism in Ukraine. The idea that on your station today and every other station in America, they're showing bombings of every school, no military purpose, schools, hospitals, daycare centers, all the things, museums, blowing up all the museums. I believe what Putin is attempting to do is eliminate the identity of Ukraine. The identity. He can't occupy it, but he can try to destroy its identity. And the reason I bother to mention that is he has to pay, and Russia has to pay a long-term price for that in terms of the sanctions that have been imposed. And the reason I bother to say this, not just about Ukraine, if in fact after all he's done, there's a rapprochement met between between the Ukrainians and Russia, and these sanctions are not continued to be sustained in many ways, then what signal does that send to China about the cost of attempting to take Taiwan by force? They're already flirting with danger right now by flying so close and all the maneuvers that are undertaken. But the United States is committed. We've made a commitment. We support the one China policy. We support all that we've done in the past. But that does not mean that China has the ability, the jurisdiction to go in and use force to take over Taiwan. So we stand firmly with Japan and with other nations not to let that happen. And my expectation is it will not happen. It will not be attempted. My expectation is a lot of it depends upon just how strongly the world makes clear that that kind of action is going to result in long-term disapprobation by the rest of the community.
Very quickly, you didn't want to get involved in the Ukraine conflict militarily for obvious reasons. Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
You are?
That's the commitment we made. That's the commitment we made. We are not, look, here's the situation. We agree with a one China policy. We've signed on to it, and all the attendant agreements made from there. But the idea that it can be taken by force, just taken by force, is just not appropriate. It will dislocate the entire region and be another action similar to what happened in Ukraine. And so it's a burden that is even stronger. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much. This will be the end of the joint press conference by Prime Minister Kishida and President Biden.
And there you have it, the headline that is making its way around the world today. President Joe Biden just a couple of minutes ago saying that the U.S. would intervene militarily to defend Taiwan if China were to invade. That is a remark that is going to be seen in newspaper headlines, in online articles, right here on our show and across the networks today, as President Joe Biden confirming that the United States would support Taiwan militarily. That was one of the big standout moments of this press conference alongside Japan's Prime Minister. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, it'll be the top of the 6 o'clock hour, and we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring on this Monday, May 23rd, 2022. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are taking a Live Now look at a camera that is coming into our newsroom of President Biden currently in Japan. We just heard remarks, he alongside the Japanese Prime Minister holding a joint press conference, and this is a raw feed coming into our newsroom outside of where President Joe Biden currently is, I believe. It is worth noting to all of you that, of course, while it is 6 a.m. here on the East Coast, so good morning for those of you just joining us. It is actually 7 p.m. over in Tokyo, Japan, which is why this feed is dark and coming into our newsroom. President Joe Biden met earlier this morning, like I said, with Japanese Prime Minister in Tokyo. We can report that the big remarks that he made is not only that President Biden is in Japan launching a new Indo-Pacific trade deal, a joint deal alongside 12 Indo-Pacific nations, but President Joe Biden also confirming that the United States would intervene militarily to defend Taiwan if China were to invade that nation. So these are just some of the headlines that are currently making its way around the world as President Joe Biden is on day 3 of 4. So today is the penultimate day of his tour in Asia. All of this comes on a day where we are also monitoring quite a few stories stateside. There are suspected cases of monkeypox in both New York and Florida. We'll get you up to speed on all of those details coming into our newsroom. And also good news for those parents that are tuning into our show on this Monday morning. 78,000 pounds of baby formula have been delivered to the United States from Europe in Operation Fly Formula. So we'll get you up to speed on all of these top stories, but we do, of course, want to begin with President Joe Biden. His first trip to Asia as president, says he's not concerned about possible North Korean nuclear tests, which would be the first in nearly 5 years. The president is now in Tokyo, as we are showing you this live feed of reporters staked outside of this area. The second leg of his diplomatic tour, we did just tell you it's day 3 of 4, so this trip is coming to a close tomorrow. But our Fox News White House correspondent, Peter Ducey, he has the latest on the president's trip, so let's take a listen.
Talk to Kim Jong-un doesn't mean he'd have much to say.
Do you have a message for Kim Jong-un while you're here?
The U.S. has been cleaning up some classified intel about North Korea's plans and going public about the possibility they could soon launch a missile test or nuclear test or both while the president is in Asia.
We are prepared for anything North Korea does. We've thought through how we respond to whatever they do. And so I'm not concerned.
North Korea, not really supposed to be the intended focus of this trip. That's China. And the president is hoping they don't get any ideas about invading Taiwan when they see the way the world has been reacting to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But back home, there's skepticism.
I think it's coming about 16 months too late because China is the #1 threat we face. I wish President Biden had gone there early in his tenure, not spent so much time in Europe, not made his very first big glitzy international summit with Vladimir Putin last summer.
The president thinks he can counter China's unfair economic practices by teaming up with the so-called Quad: Japan, Australia, India, and the U.S. All countries trying to rebound from the last pandemic with eyes on a possible problem ahead in monkeypox.
Well, they haven't told me the level of exposure yet, but it is something that everybody should be concerned about. We're working on it hard to figure out what we do and what vaccine, if any, may be available for it. But it is a concern in the sense that if it were to spread, it's consequential. That's all they've told me.
COVID origins have not come up on this trip, even though the president himself said the world deserves answers, and I will not rest until we get them. Last summer, traveling with the president in Tokyo, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
And thank you to Peter for that report. We're going to continue to monitor the very latest, not only when it comes to President Joe Biden's trip to Asia, but also the latest out of the war in Ukraine. 3 months into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, neither side is showing signs of backing down. Russia continues hammering the eastern Donbas region, but strong Ukrainian resistance is preventing Vladimir Putin's forces from advancing. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst, he has the latest from Kyiv, Ukraine. Let's take a listen.
Russian forces continue to target cities across eastern Ukraine as the death toll here mounts. In Bakhmut, a town in the Donbas region, a Russian airstrike destroyed a university building. In recent days, Russia has launched strikes, often killing or injuring civilians. One elderly man recalls the strike this weekend.
I don't know. There was an explosion. Here it landed. There. That is where the crater is. It blew all of this out. The wall was gone. I cannot close the doors anymore.
Here in the Kharkiv region, Russian troops are shelling the northern part of the city. Incoming and outgoing fire is heard throughout the day. Russian troops have been pushed back slightly from Kharkiv, and we did get a look at some of those Russian positions destroyed by Ukrainian forces. As Russian forces advanced on Kharkiv, they set up different positions in tree lines outside of the city. Though Ukrainian artillery units targeted these tanks and military vehicles, in the distance you can still hear fierce battles raging on, the Ukrainians trying to defend their second largest city. As the conflict continues, Russian officials have banned hundreds of Americans from entering their country. Among the list included in these new sanctions, U.S. President Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, Hunter Biden, Hillary Clinton, and Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg. The move was in response to heavy Western sanctions that are disrupting the Russian economy in the wake of the invasion into Ukraine. Tonight, fierce battles are raging on the outskirts of Ukraine's second largest city, with both incoming and outgoing artillery fire. In Kharkiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And thank you to Trey for that update. We do want to bring you the latest imagery coming into our newsroom. Ukraine say that just 3 days ago, its forces destroyed a large number of Russian military vehicles in the Kharkiv region that we just heard Trey Yingst reference there. Footage released by the Ukrainian armed forces shows an explosion and fires burning at this site here that you are seeing on your screens. The armed forces said the attack destroyed 12 tanks, 8 armored vehicles, and about 36 cars. Despite some signs that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is not faring as well as Moscow had hoped, the cost on the ground has been catastrophic for some cities, including one small town near the capital of Kyiv. Our Fox News correspondent Greg Palcott, he has more on this.
Fighting is raging in the east while Russia claims a big victory. It looks like that heroic 3-month siege of Ukrainian defenders at that Mariupol steel mill is over. Russia saying 2,500 fighters have surrendered and it's conquered the city using brutal warfare. We saw an example of that not far from here. Take a look. It's called the most destroyed town in the Kyiv region. Civilian residences in Borodanka hit indiscriminately by bombs dropped from Russian planes. Sadly, it could be a preview of what more Ukrainian towns face. Most of the wreckage done came from low-flying Russian fighter jets. The ruins still evident. 90% of buildings in the center damaged or destroyed. Whole chunks of apartment blocks gouged away. It was mostly bloodthirsty carnage, according to an advisor to the town's mayor. There was no reason for this town to be bombed, he said. There were no strategic targets, no military here. Dead and injured in the hundreds. Only a third of the residents have returned. It was frightening, this man tells us. And this woman says, fighting back tears, it was very bad. They were commanding us. It was not like life. With Russia's plans in tatters, the pros say this is Moscow's playbook from now on. Total destruction, as Ukraine struggles to defend.
Right now, yes. In east and southeast of Ukraine, a lot of towns and cities are destroyed completely.
Ukraine also expressed appreciation for President Biden signing into law on the road that $40 billion Ukraine aid package. Much needed. In Kyiv, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
And thank you to Greg for that update. We'll continue to monitor the very latest as we do enter day 89 of the war in Ukraine. We also are monitoring the very latest when it comes to the baby shortage formula shortage, I should say, that has been rocking the nation and leaving many parents panicked each and every time they go to a grocery store and see empty shelves. Well, that soon could change. An Air Force cargo plane filled with baby formula from overseas did land in the United States over the weekend. It's the Biden administration's latest effort to address the ongoing shortage that has parents of newborns worried. So if you are a newborn parent tuning in, or if you know one, our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, he has the very latest.
Shipments arriving Sunday in Indiana from Operation Fly Formula, part of the White House's plan to address the dwindling supply of baby formula across the country. Last week, the president invoked a Cold War-era law to get the military involved in addressing the crisis. Agricultural Secretary Tom Vilsack was on hand, as 39 tons of specialty formula brought in from overseas were offloaded from an Air Force C-17 cargo plane. It's enough to fill 500,000 bottles for hungry newborns.
It would take approximately 2 weeks for the normal commercial process to work. As a result of the United States military's involvement, we're going to get this here in a matter of days. And a matter of days means a lot to the moms and dads who are worried.
The current shortage brought on after the nation's largest formula manufacturing plant was forced to shut down in February, citing safety concerns. It's set to be back up and running this week, but it could take up to 2 months for that product to hit the store shelves. Just 3 companies produce around 90% of all formula in the United States. The president's chief economic advisor says that's a problem.
We need more competition in this market. We need more companies providing their services, and we need to make sure that we never put ourselves in a situation where private sector supply chains can create such risk for American families.
Congress is scheduled to hold hearings on the crisis this week. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And thank you to Lucas for that update. We continue to monitor the latest stories making headlines here stateside. And suspected monkeypox cases have been detected in New York and Florida. Health officials around the world say the pandemic is nowhere near through. And all of this is happening now as there is new alarm over these monkeypox cases. Our Fox News' Sal Giangrasso has the latest on the new COVID spike and also why doctors are hopeful the spread of monkeypox may be more controllable than it may appear. Let's take a listen.
Everyone's tired of COVID.
More than 2 years into the pandemic, and healthcare professionals say the virus still has a firm grasp on the world. In the U.S., new positive cases are back on the rise, with the average number of daily cases now hovering at more than 105,000. But there could be far more.
There's a significant undercount. There's not nearly as much testing.
Internationally, the World Health Organization reports more than 1 billion people across low-income nations are still unvaccinated. A worrisome number, as officials say this can create more opportunities for the virus to further mutate.
We lower our guard at our peril.
Meantime, monkeypox is putting communities on high alert.
It is something that everybody should be concerned about.
The WHO this weekend confirming at least 92 cases and 28 suspected cases in a dozen countries, including the U.S., UK, and Canada. The rare disease is related to smallpox, with cases primarily seen across pockets of Central and Western Africa. Symptoms range from fevers to chills and rash-like bumps on the skin.
Monkeypox outbreaks are not unprecedented. What's different is that this is transmitting between person to person without travel history, but it's the same principles of finding cases, isolating them, using the smallpox vaccine strategically to stop these cases from spreading.
And while monkeypox kills about 1 in 10 people it infects, doctors here in the state say the spread can be contained, adding COVID-19 has helped increase hospitals' abilities to respond to infectious diseases on such a large scale. Sal Giangrasso, Fox News.
And thank you to Sal for that update. As soon as we have more details on the suspected cases detected in both New York and Florida, we will be sure to bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to also get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. We have been live inside of this courtroom each and every day in Fairfax, Virginia, and we will head there back today as actor Johnny Depp is expected to return to the stand today, and his drama-filled defamation trial is coming to a close. We are expecting closing arguments this Friday. Our Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman, she's in Los Angeles with more.
Johnny Depp will be the third witness that Amber Heard's legal team calls to the stand tomorrow. Depp is suing Heard over a 2018 op-ed she wrote in the Washington Post, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Even though Depp's name is not mentioned in the article, he says it damaged his career. Heard's legal team is trying to undermine Depp's defamation case by portraying him as abusive and out of control. They played taped testimony from Depp's former agent, who said that the actor's behavior hurt his own career.
Initially, crews loved him because he was always so great with the crew, but crews don't love sitting around for hours and hours and hours waiting for the star of the movie to show up.
Depp denies abusing Heard. He says he was the victim of physical and emotional abuse in their troubled relationship. His attorney questioned Amber Heard about this during cross-examination.
We just heard you speak to him in a really horrible way. You called him a sellout,
I just
right, Ms.
disagree.
Heard? You called him a sellout, right, Ms. Heard?
I called him a lot of ugly things.
And a joke.
I called him a lot of ugly things.
You called him a joke on that recording. You called him a washed-up piece of
I think we both called each other that on that occasion, yes.
Also, Amber Heard is countersuing Johnny Depp for $100 million, accusing him of conspiring to defame her. Reporting in Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
And thank you, Christina, for that update. As I said, we will be live inside of this courtroom when that trial does resume later on this morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on Live Now from Fox. We want to get you up to speed on the very latest when it comes to Title 42 as well. A federal judge has blocked the Biden administration from ending Title 42, that border policy, a public health measure aimed at stopping the flow of migrants arriving at the southern border due to fears of coronavirus. Our Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively, she has more on this from Washington.
A federal judge has blocked the CDC from ending Title 42, the pandemic policy that immediately deports migrants at the southern border without a chance to seek asylum.
I think everyone's probably breathing a sigh of relief, because what we know is that Title 42 is really the only thing that's keeping that border in any kind of check, right?
The Trump administration put the policy in place in March of 2020 on the grounds of preventing the spread of COVID. President Biden was set to lift the restriction on Monday, but 24 states challenged him in court. Friday night, a judge in Louisiana ruled the policy will stay in place while litigation continues. Border Patrol agents apprehended more than 234,000 migrants at the southern border last month, the most ever recorded.
And you ask any Border Patrol agent, they will tell you they need a resounding policy to stop the flow of illegals coming across the border.
The White House said in a statement it would follow the judge's ruling, but added the authority to set public health policy nationally should rest with the Centers for Disease Control, not with a single district court. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus called the ruling outrageous.
Utilizing this very mean-spirited policy to turn away women and children that are seeking help from our country is absolutely inhumane and wrong.
Department of Justice officials plan to appeal the ruling. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And thank you to Caroline for that update. We are live in the nation's capital this morning, and we will continue to bring you all of the updates when it comes to this Title 42 border policy battle. The Biden administration wanting to end it, to ultimately lift this border policy, but a federal judge blocking the Biden administration from doing so. Speaking of the Biden administration, we have been following each and every step President Joe Biden makes in his trip to Asia. This was a 4-day trip, and today is the penultimate day. He is in Tokyo, Japan. He just met earlier this morning with Japan's Prime Minister, and he did also make an important announcement about a new trade deal that he has now put in place. It is called the Indo-Pacific trade deal involving 12 Indo-Pacific nations. We do have his remarks in full to play for you guys here on Live Now from Fox. So we'll step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, we'll get you up to speed on the latest remarks from the President of the United States overseas over the weekend. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us, we have been following this story of a Russian soldier who was standing trial in Kyiv, Ukraine, in the Ukrainian capital for war crimes. A Ukrainian court has officially sentenced this man, a 21-year-old Russian soldier, to life in prison for killing a Ukrainian civilian in the first war crimes trial since Russia's invasion began 89 days ago. This man is accused of shooting a Ukrainian civilian in the head in a village in the northeastern Sumy region in the early days of this war. He pleaded guilty and testified that he shot the man after being ordered to do so. He told the court that an officer insisted that the Ukrainian man who was speaking on his cell phone could pinpoint their location to Ukrainian forces. During the trial, this man asked the widow of the victim to forgive him. We can, of course, report to you all today that court has handed down his sentence, and this 21-year-old Russian soldier has been sentenced to life in prison. We will continue to get you the latest details from Kyiv, Ukraine, as we have been reporting all morning long that this war in Ukraine has officially entered day 89. We do want to bring you the latest images coming into our newsroom this morning also of the President of the United States, his meeting earlier this morning with the Prime Minister of Japan. Here is video that came into our newsroom just a couple of hours ago, and I do want to bring this up for you here on Live Now from Fox. And this is the latest on President Joe Biden's 4-day trip to Asia. We can actually skim through this video, and you will see President Joe Biden there meeting and taking photos with the Prime Minister of Japan. I do want to lower that volume because they did start the band and play some ceremonial music for this meeting. This is actually President Joe Biden's first trip to Asia as President of the United States. And he did, after sharing some brief remarks here with the Prime Minister of Japan. He did also make an announcement about an Indo-Pacific trade deal. He also touches on inflation, warning the U.S. audience and the Americans that were tuning in that inflation is going to be a haul. That was a direct quote. He said this is going to take some time. One of the many topics that President Joe Biden addressed during this visit. So as promised, we here on Live Now from Fox, we play out live events that happened in their entirety so that you were able to make your own assumptions, to make your own conclusions, and we bring you all of the facts. So we do want to play out these remarks for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you all for joining today for the launch of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity. Prime Minister Kishida, thank you for your leadership and partnership as we prepare for this announcement. We're launching today with countries from across the Indo-Pacific, Australia, Brunei, India, and by the way, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for being here as well. The Republic of Korea, Malaysia, New Zealand, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. We're here today for one simple purpose. The future of the 21st century economy is going to be largely written in Indo-Pacific, in our region. The Indo-Pacific covers half the population of the world and more than 60% of the global GDP. And the nations represented here today, and those who will join this framework in the future, are signing up to work toward an economic vision that will deliver for all people, all our people. The vision for an Indo-Pacific that is free and open and secure as well as resilient, where economic growth is sustainable and is inclusive. We're writing the new rules for the 21st century economy that are going to help all of our countries' economies grow faster and fair. We'll do that by taking on some of the most acute challenges that drag down growth and by maximizing the potential of our strongest growth engines. Let's start with new rules governing trade and digital goods and services, so companies don't have to hand over the proprietary technology to do business in a country. Let's create a first-of-its-kind supply chain commitments to eliminate bottlenecks in critical supply chains and develop early warning systems so we can identify problems before they occur. And let's pursue other first-of-its-kind commitments to clean energy and decarbonization. The climate crisis is an existential threat that is costing us trillions in economic damage, but there's also incredible potential and opportunity to solve problems and create good jobs by transitioning to a clean energy economy. Let's choke off the loopholes that get at the corruption that steals our public resources. It's estimated that corruption saps between 2 to 5% of global GDP. It exacerbates inequality. It hollows out a country's ability to deliver for its citizens. And tax and trade belongs in the same framework because if companies aren't paying their fair share, it's harder for governments to pay for trade adjustment assistance or to fund education or health services or a range of public investments that make it so hard for families that feel like they can't raise their children and give them a better life. That's ultimately my economic policy and foreign and domestic, what our foreign and domestic policy is about. And that's what this framework is about as well. So starting today with 13 economies, economies that represent diverse sets of perspectives as we work on pursuing our common goals. That's critical because a key to our success will be the framework's emphasis on high standards and inclusivity. This framework should drive a race to the top among the nations in the Indo-Pacific region. And I want to be clear that the framework will be open to others who wish to join in the future if they sign up and meet the goals and work to achieve those goals. I'm glad to have seen so many of you in person the past 2 weeks. At the U.S.-ASEAN Summit, I saw many of you in Washington, and during my travels to Asia, and I'm eager to hear from each of you today. I thank you for taking the time to be part of this framework launch, and let me close by saying the United States is deeply invested in the Indo-Pacific. We're committed for the long haul, ready to champion our vision for a positive future for the region, together with friends and partners, including the nations in this room and on the screen. It's a priority in our agenda, and we're going to keep working to make progress with all of you every day so that we can deliver real, concrete benefits for all our people. That's how I believe we'll win the competition of the 21st century together. So thank all of you again for joining today, and I'll invite Prime Minister Kishida to say a few words now. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Joe.
ジョーさんありがとうございます。President Biden of the United States of America and distinguished leaders, I sincerely welcome and strongly support the launch of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, IPEF, proposed by President Biden today in Japan. As President Biden mentioned just now, the Indo-Pacific region is home to half of the world's population and approximately 60% of the world's GDP, and it truly is the engine of global growth and vitality. Aiming to realize a free and open Indo-Pacific, Japan has been contributing to the stable prosperity of the region in cooperation with the United States and regional partners, focusing on three pillars, namely entrenching and strengthening fundamental values and principles, pursuing economic prosperity, and ensuring peace and stability. And tonight, the fact that President Biden is visiting Japan and announcing the launch of IPEF here is a clear demonstration of the United States' strong commitment to the region. I commend wholeheartedly President Biden for his strong leadership. Japan will join IPEF and work closely with the United States, ASEAN countries, and other regional partners to help create a new framework. In order for IPEF to be a meaningful framework for the regional economic order, it is important to address what we can among areas that are critical in participating countries and to have concrete outcomes. IPEF's focus on supply chain resilience, decarbonization, and clean energy, as well as the digital economy, is timely in the current international context. It is important to work with the private sector in these areas of cooperation. This includes digital trade, creating common regional rules and standards, improving transparency and predictability, developing talent and technical assistance. Let us work together to create a framework that finds a good balance between cooperation and rules, and we look forward to working with you on that. I believe it is important for ASEAN, the source of dynamism in this region, to play a central role in IPEF. Japan respects the unity and centrality of ASEAN and will actively participate in the discussions in cooperation with the United States and other partners who are here today. We look forward to working together to build a more prosperous Indo-Pacific region by bringing together the initiatives and wisdoms of countries in the region, including the U.S.'s Indo-Pacific strategy, Japan's free and open Indo-Pacific, the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific, and India's Act East policy. IPEF is an inclusive and open framework that will remain open to the participation of new partners following its inception to date. We welcome more partner countries to join IPEF discussions in the future. Through IPEF, we will work together to create an economic order that will ensure sustainable growth, peace, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region in the years ahead. I look forward to the opportunity to work with our many partners in the region. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Prime Minister Kishida, thank you very, very much. And to everyone, we'd like to give everyone participating an opportunity to speak to this initiative, starting with Prime Minister Modi. Mr. Prime Minister.
Rashtrapati Biden, President Biden, and Prime Minister Kishida, and all the leaders who are with us today online. Excellencies, I am very pleased to be with all of you at this important event. The Indo-Pacific Framework is the announcement of our collective desire to make this region the engine of global economic growth. I thank President Biden for taking the initiative to organize this important event. The Indo-Pacific region is the center for manufacturing, economic activities, global trade, and investment. History bears witness to the fact that India has for centuries been a very important center for trade flows in this region. It is therefore significant that the most ancient commercial port is located in my home state in Gujarat, in Lothal, and therefore it is necessary that we find shared solutions to the economic challenges of the region and that we make creative arrangements. Excellencies, India will work with all of you to build an inclusive and resilient Indo-Pacific economic framework. I believe that the three key pillars for resilient supply chains between us are trust, transparency, and timelines. I am sure that this framework will be helpful in strengthening these three pillars and will encourage development, peace, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. It's a pleasure now to call on the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Prime Minister Ardern.
Kia ora koutou katoa na mihi nui kia koutou, and my warmest greetings to you all. As my fellow leaders gather for today's announcement, I'm en route to the United States for my first visit since the pandemic, but my third as Prime Minister. I'm very much looking forward to my visit to the US and supporting the businesses travelling with me as we reconnect with the world after a long period of disruption. New Zealand warmly welcomes the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework as a strong signal of US investment in the economic future of our wider home region.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are listening to remarks from President Joe Biden, who is in Japan. This is an official press conference where he is launching a new Indo-Pacific trade deal with 12 Indo-Pacific nations aimed at strengthening their economies. As he warned, Americans obviously worried about high inflation. It's going to be a long road until this is going to ultimately be resolved. He said, quote, "This is going to be a haul." He is going to say that eventually in this press conference. But the nations that are joining this Indo-Pacific economic framework are as follows: Australia, India, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, New Zealand, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam, along with the United States. They all represent 40% of the world GDP. So obviously a huge economic trade deal that is in the works. And we are listening to a series of questions and answers from reporters on this situation. So let's listen back in.
He aspires for the Indo-Pacific region to become freer and more open. As the region emerges from the pandemic, we hope it will be both. Together we can ensure a future Indo-Pacific region that is more economically prosperous and more secure for all. That's why today I'm very pleased to join with my fellow leaders from the region to add New Zealand's support to the launch of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Kia ora and thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. I'd like now to call upon the President of the Republic of Korea, President Yoon.
Your Excellencies, leaders of the IPEF partners, distinguished delegates, it is a pleasure to meet you. It is wonderful to join you on this meaningful occasion that seeks to promote sustainable growth of the Indo-Pacific. I extend my deepest gratitude to President Biden for his outstanding leadership that has led to the launch of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity. Having spent the last 3 days together in Korea, Mr. President Biden, I am delighted to see you again. Right after I won the election, Prime Minister Kishida and Prime Minister Modi personally congratulated me on the phone. It is great to see you virtually. Today's launch of the IPEF is joined by many leaders. This in and of itself imparts stronger conviction in the successful future of the IPEF. All of you here have sent their best wishes for my new administration, and I look forward to meeting you in person in the near future. Fellow leaders and distinguished delegates, today, the world as a whole is confronted with a pandemic, supply chain disruptions, climate change, food and energy insecurity, and other numerous complex crises. No single country alone can tackle these tough challenges. As such, solidarity and cooperation among countries across the globe are called for more so than ever. Given these difficult circumstances, the launch of the IPEF for shared prosperity of the regional countries is immensely important indeed. Fellow leaders and delegates, the Republic of Korea, on the foundation of liberal democracy and market economy, was able to attain rapid growth and development. Across a full spectrum of the IPEF pillars, Korea stands ready to share its experiences and work together. From supply chain resilience, digital transformation, clean energy to decarbonization in particular, let me share how we plan to contribute.
First, for an effective response to the global supply chain crisis, it is imperative that we have a global coordination mechanism in place in semiconductors, batteries, future mobility, and other leading-edge industries where we possess core competencies. We commit to work with regional partners to build supply chains that deliver mutual benefits. Second, the entire world is undergoing disruptive changes brought on by the transition to digital economy. Korea is the world's first country to have commercialized 5G based on its excellence in telecommunication technologies. From AI, data to 6G, Korea will drive innovation in emerging technologies and contribute to building digital infrastructure and bridging the digital divide. Lastly, in clean energy and decarbonization, Korea also stands ready to actively collaborate. In nuclear power, hydrogen, renewable energy, and other clean energy sectors, Korea will harness its technological prowess and make bold investments to establish low-carbon infrastructure and contribute to building stronger technology capacity. Fellow leaders and delegates, today's launch of the IPEF amid this rapidly changing economic environment is a testament to the regional countries' commitment to solidarity and cooperation in what I view as a meaningful first step forward. I expect that the IPEF will move forward under the principles of openness, inclusiveness, and transparency. To open an era of shared prosperity in the Indo-Pacific, let us join our strengths. Building on strong solidarity, Korea, for its part, commits to fulfill its responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The floor is now to the Prime Minister of Singapore, Prime Minister Lee.
다음은 싱가포르 리센론 총리님께 발언 부탁드리겠습니다. 바이든 대통령님, 기빈 여러분, 바이든 대통령께 싱가포르의 이 IPEF 출범식에 참여하도록 초대해 주셔서 감사합니다. 싱가포르는 IPEF를 환영합니다. 저희는 항상 열린 그리고 포용적인 규칙 기반의 질서를 추구해 왔습니다. 그리고 안정과 번영을 추구해 왔습니다. IPEF는
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Prime Minister. We're not getting the interpretation into English or other languages. Can we just check the interpretation, please?
Would you like me to start again?
So, with apologies, perhaps. Let's see if this is working. Would you mind, Mr. Prime Minister?
Are you ready?
Please, we'll give it a try.
President Biden, Excellencies. I'd like to thank President Biden for inviting Singapore to participate in the launch of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, or the IPEF. Singapore welcomes the IPEF. We've always upheld an open, inclusive, and rules-based order that is stable, secure, and prosperous. The IPEF is of both strategic and economic significance. It can be a valuable platform for the U.S. to exercise economic diplomacy in the region. And it clearly signals the U.S.'s continued commitment to engage with its partners in Asia and deepen ties across the Pacific. I'm happy that the IPEF contains a forward-looking and positive agenda on economic cooperation. The 4 pillars include issues that will resonate strongly in the region. In particular, they'll also cover cooperation in the digital economy and the green economy, which show promise of growth. It's important that the IPEF remains open, inclusive, and flexible, enabling members to continue working with many other partners in overlapping circles of cooperation, and leaving membership open to others to join later on, as and when they are ready to do so. We look forward to working closely with the United States and other partners to flesh out the IPEF, and we hope that in due course it will lead on to even greater and more ambitious economic engagement between the United States and the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. It sounded even better the second time. Thank you. The floor now is to the Prime Minister of Thailand, Prime Minister Prayut, excuse me.
President Biden, Prime Minister Kishida, Excellencies. I wish to express my thanks to President Biden and Prime Minister Kishida for hosting the launch of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, or IPEF, today. I'd also like to commend and congratulate President Biden for the initiative, which reflects the determination of the United States to play a constructive role in the Indo-Pacific, especially in promoting economic prosperity in the region, which has been well received among ASEAN member states. IPEF comprises a conceptual framework and a set of loose principles that will serve to promote economic cooperation, trade, and investment. It will lead to 4 pillars of cooperation that will advance development in various areas, be it in terms of policy, laws, industries, and the environment. This will enhance access to sources of finance and technology in order to progress our national development and promote supply chain resilience. Currently, it is still a work in progress, with detailed consultations planned in the near future. For Thailand's part, we have long been proponents of open trade to foster economic resilience throughout our history. With approximately 60% of our GDP coming from the export of goods and services, we highly value the promotion of regional cooperation to expand trade and investment opportunities to their fullest potential. At the same time, we attach utmost importance in steering our country and people towards a future that is secure, prosperous, and sustainable. We are determined to foster an economic growth that is balanced and environmentally friendly through the Bio-Circular Green or BCG economy model. This encompasses efforts to accelerate our energy transition towards clean energy, reduce carbon emissions, promote the digital economy, and create added value through the application of science, technology, and innovation. We currently face a myriad of emerging challenges in today's world. No country can ever confront such challenges alone. I am, therefore, pleased that IPEF emphasizes the inclusive participation of countries across the region to promote prosperity, sustainability, and inclusivity together. Lastly, I wish to reiterate that world history, and that of Thailand, has illustrated to us that economic growth and the expansion of trade and investment will only be most beneficial for all of us if it is constructive, not politicized, and gears towards solidarity. Thailand upholds the principles of free trade, as demonstrated in our ongoing open trade with various countries. We are strongly committed to pursuing close and constructive trade cooperation with our partner countries. I am confident that an inclusive economic cooperation within the region will lead to economic growth and prosperity for all of us and reap the most tangible benefits for our peoples. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Prayut. The floor is now to the Prime Minister of Vietnam, Prime Minister Ching.
Your Excellency, President Joseph Biden, President of the United States of America, Your Excellency Kishida Fumio, Prime Minister of Japan, Your Excellency Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India. Ladies and gentlemen, I also like to congratulate the President of the ROK, and I thank you, President Biden, for inviting me to the launch of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, an important initiative of your making. Excellencies, the current landscape calls for an adjustment of our growth model and economic linkages towards greater sustainability and resilience. We need to fully harness internal power, optimize external resources, minding that internal resources are fundamental, strategic, and long-term determinants, and external resources are a constant, important game changer. Multilateralism and international solidarity must be advanced, grounded in sincerity, trust, responsibility. Today's launch will kickstart a serious discussion and exchange of ideas towards addressing critical regional and global issues together, which no one can address on their own. Such issues of global scope, such as supply chains diversification and resilience, technological innovation, digital transformation, e-commerce promotion, climate change response, net zero emission by 2050, green growth, taxation issues, and anti-corruption, among many others. These are major issues. Ladies and gentlemen, Vietnam pursues a consistent policy for and is making all efforts on an independent, self-reliant economy hand in hand with extensive and substantive international integration. Vietnam also participates in various initiatives for international connectivity. It is an active contributor to the joint efforts to accelerate economic recovery and sustainable development in the region and the world. With respect to IPF, we expect that the discussion and brainstorming will bring about a cooperation framework that is truly beneficial to our people. After all, the people are the center, the object, the purpose, and the driver for development in all time. rise of cooperation within international integration process today. This should be an open, inclusive, and flexible process. There's also balance pursuant to international law that serves the lawful and legitimate interests of parties concerned and ensuring us neutrality. IPEF will be best harnessed when it complements existing economic connectivity initiatives as a resource multiplier and spread of benefits. Vietnam pledges to work with the ASEAN member states, US, and its partners to continue discussion to clarify what IPEF cooperation pillars would entail and bring about an economic agenda that is conducive for the region and for each country for peace, stability, cooperation, and development in the region and the world, and prosperity for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I'd like to call next on the Minister of Finance of Brunei, Dato Amin.
President Biden, Prime Minister Kishida, Excellencies, good afternoon. First of all, His Majesty Sultan Haji Hassan Al Bolkiah of Brunei Darussalam sends his regrets that he is unable to attend today's launching event due to prior commitments. His Majesties extend his best wishes and would also like to express his sincere appreciation to President Biden for the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework Initiative. This initiative reflects the United States' commitment to re-engage and enhance the economic cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region. Recent global events had presented us with challenging circumstances. At the same time, they have provided us with opportunities and, more importantly, valuable lessons on how to better prepare for future crises and in building economic resilience. COVID-19 pandemic has also taught us that only through collective efforts and strong cooperation can we overcome the crisis and recover stronger together. It is on this note that we welcome the launch of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which touches on modern and emerging issues such as digitalization, supply chain resilience, and environmental protection. We believe the framework can be a platform for us to realize our vision of advancing resilience, sustainability, inclusiveness, economic growth, fairness, and competitiveness in an interconnected and prosperous region. In closing, we look forward to further our in-depth discussions on IPEF with participating and other potential members going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Can we turn next to the Minister of Trade of Indonesia? Mr. Minister.
Thank you. President Biden, Kishida Soridajin, Prime Minister Modi of India, Honorable Prime Minister, leaders, fellow ministers, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to attend this launching on behalf of President Joko Widodo of Indonesia. As we approach mid-2022, the world has gotten better in mitigating the pandemic. This opened up opportunities for recovery and a stronger economic growth in the Indo-Pacific region. Clearly, the road is not easy and full of challenges, including global supply chain disruptions, as well as inflations due to the war in Ukraine and a trend of tightening monetary policy. The vast potential of Indo-Pacific as an engine of global economic growth cannot be realized alone. Therefore, we welcome the intentions of many countries, including the US, to strengthen economic relations and cooperations in the Indo-Pacific. Today's launching of Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, or IPEF, is proof of such intention. There are, however, a few principles that we must highlight. First, IPEF must deliver concrete and mutually beneficial cooperations. Only then will benefit of IPEF be enjoyed by our peoples. Second, IPEF must be inclusive and open to all countries in the region. The Indo-Pacific region is too large for the benefit of certain countries only. Inclusive economic cooperations will have a positive impact in the long run. We do not wish to see IPEF merely be an instrument to contain other countries. Third, IPEF should not create new development challenges for countries in the region. Implementations of norms and standards in economic operations must be supported by capacity building programs to ensure that all countries in the region can be fully participate. Last, we must encourage synergy between IPEF and other regional frameworks, especially the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Excellencies, it is our hope that IPEF can contribute toward peace and stability and prosperity in the region. For this, Indonesia stands ready to engage in dialogue and provide constructive input for the success of IPEF cooperations. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister Lutfi. Can we turn now to the Senior Minister for International Trade and Industry of Malaysia? Mr. Minister.
President Biden, Prime Minister Kishida, honorable leaders. At the outset, let me convey my Prime Minister's apologies for being unable to participate in this auspicious launch, as he is on his way to Japan even as we speak. He sends his best regards. It is my pleasure to be present at this launch of the process to establish the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, or IPEF. I believe that this framework will chart a new chapter for enhanced dialogue and consultation to advance the economic relations between the region and the United States. Malaysia welcomes President Biden's initiative to foster greater collaborative efforts in this region through this framework and the assurance that the United States is committed to the long haul to deliver real concrete benefits to all. Towards this end, Malaysia believes the framework should be an all-inclusive platform. Therefore, it is imperative to continue engaging all the ASEAN member states in this initiative to articulate the enduring relations enjoyed on all dimensions of cooperation between the United States and the region. I'm hopeful that the framework will open up new opportunities to explore and enhance cooperation in areas of mutual interest, such as strengthening supply chain resilience, digital economy, and clean energy. Befittingly, the IPEF could act as a broad structure for collaborative resolution of issues through cooperation, capacity building, and technical assistance. In turn, it serves as an impetus to enhance competitiveness, economic resilience, and post-pandemic recovery for sustainable and inclusive growth of the region. It is most encouraging that the United States is committed to the principle of ASEAN centrality and inclusivity. We must therefore proceed in earnest to deliberate and translate the framework into an actionable plan guided by our shared purposes and values. By giving special focus on the trade and investment agenda, we stand to benefit through a more purposeful approach towards achieving the common objective of making the Indo-Pacific an open, connected, prosperous, resilient, and secure region. Malaysia is fully committed towards the success of the framework as we begin the collective discussions towards future negotiations of the pillars. Thank you, Secretary Blinken.
Mr. Minister, thank you very, very much. We turn now to the Philippines and the Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry, Secretary Lopez.
President Biden, Excellencies, allow me to deliver the statement of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. The IPEF complements our individual and collective efforts towards inclusive recovery. The broad themes of the IPEF are generally aligned with the Philippines' economic and development priorities. Advancing resilience, sustainability, inclusiveness, and competitiveness are consistent with the Philippines' interests and development objectives. We affirm the importance of promoting emerging areas in trade, technology, and digital economy. The IPEF's pillars on supply chain resiliency, clean energy, decarbonization, and infrastructure are consistent with the joint vision statements for a 21st century United States-Philippines partnership. The vision of IPEF is also in line with the 2020 ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, the ASEAN Outlook for the Indo-Pacific, and the ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint 2025. The Philippines looks forward to seeing greater participation from other countries, particularly in the ASEAN region. We welcome the United States' assurance of support for ASEAN member states in pursuing IPEF initiatives. Today's launch is only the beginning of this conversation. Let us then continue to collaborate and move together towards our shared goals for the region. The Philippines congratulates the United States for successfully spearheading this initiative and Japan for hosting this virtual launch. Thank you. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And finally, we turn to Australia. I know that Prime Minister Albanese is on his way here as we speak. So we have the Associate Secretary in the Department of Foreign Affairs. Over to you.
Good afternoon, and thank you to President Biden for the opportunity for Australia to join the launch of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Thank you also to Prime Minister Kishida for hosting the launch in Tokyo. And as you've just heard, Australia held its federal election over the weekend, which means our Prime Minister, the Honourable Anthony Albanese, who has been newly sworn in today, is unable to join us here in person. He is in fact on a plane to Tokyo as we speak. But it is a pleasure for me to be representing the Australian government at this important occasion. The government is committed to promoting Australia's economic prosperity through building and maintaining a strong economy, and to do this alongside sustainable growth, resilient supply chains, and the skills, technology, infrastructure, and industries that underpin them. So Australia is delighted to be a founding member of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, a framework that will bring countries in the region together to work towards these shared goals. This region, the Indo-Pacific region, is our home. It's where Australia's closest and most consequential partnerships are found. It's where our future lies. Australia has long valued closer economic engagement and integration in the Indo-Pacific. That is why Australia was the driving force behind the creation of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Grouping more than 30 years ago. And from today, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework presents another opportunity to continue that proud tradition. We welcome today's launch as a signal of our collective commitment to advance a free, open, prosperous and resilient Indo-Pacific region at a crucial time. The framework brings together some of our region's largest and most dynamic economies. Together, we can leverage our strengths to grow our economies, boost trade and investment flows, and deliver tangible benefits to our people. We can also leverage these same strengths to address some of the most pressing economic challenges of our time. We welcome the framework's focus on shared regional priorities, including digital trade, supply chains, infrastructure, and the green economy. And we welcome its broad membership. We are joined by many of our close partners from across the region, including in Southeast Asia, Northeast Asia, India, New Zealand, and the United States. And we look forward to working with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. President, the floor is yours for closing remarks.
Well, I'll be brief. First of all, let me say thank you for everyone for joining today. And thank you very much for hosting us, Mr. Prime Minister. We launched this new framework. I appreciate hearing from all of you and for your contributions. And it's clear there'll be a lot of hard work ahead of us to forge consensus on each of the framework pillars. But in our discussions today, it's clear that we all recognize the fundamental direction we need to move in. We share the same goal of ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific that will deliver greater prosperity and greater opportunity for all of our children. So let take all the tasks that we have together, work together, coming out of this launch, and to speed our progress toward that goal and work rapidly to develop the first commitments. So thank you again, Prime Minister Kishida, for your strong leadership in this launch and for welcoming us here in Tokyo. I'm looking forward to continuing to work with all of you and to strengthen the economic cooperation to deliver inclusive growth and shared prosperity. You're all probably tired of seeing me after all this time, for the last couple months. But thank you again. I really appreciate the work you're all doing, and I think we can make some real progress. Thank you.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just past 7 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and here's a look at some of the big stories that we are following today here on Live Now from Fox. We, of course, do have President Joe Biden. There is the correct video in Tokyo today. It's part of his trip to Asia, and during that trip in Tokyo, Biden says that the U.S. would intervene militarily if China does, in fact, invade Taiwan. So definitely a story we will continue to keep track on, again, as President Biden is now on his second leg of his trip in Asia. Also, health officials are investigating potential cases of monkeypox in both New York and Florida. Coming up in about 30 minutes, we are going to have a live report from our Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie about that potential case in Florida. And for those of you who are looking for baby formula, Operation Fly Formula, the first leg of that has been completed. 78,000 pounds of baby formula has landed in the U.S. from Europe amid that ongoing shortage. So definitely some good news for parents and families who have been really running out of solutions and options to feed their newborn children. And it is day 89 of Russia's war in Ukraine. We have learned that that 21-year-old Russian soldier who pleaded guilty to killing a civilian has been sentenced by a Ukrainian court to spend the rest of his life in prison. Also, currently right now, we do have the mayor of Kyiv currently talking in Switzerland. So again, a live feed coming into our desk where we do have Vitaly Klitschko, who again is the mayor of Kyiv, Ukraine, which is the capital city of the country, currently talking with his brother in Switzerland about how the Russian invasion of Ukraine has affected both of them, Kyiv and their country. So let's go ahead and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered, here on Live Now from Vox.
We're going to save lives with that, and eventually also future for our next generations. I think it is important to do it now and not just silently observe it and being scared of whatever is going on right now in Ukraine.
Some say, Vitaly, that Ukraine at this point has already won because it's resisted and it's caused casualties in Russia. But obviously, the war has not been won by Ukraine. In your assessment of what a win looks like, give us a sense of what needs to be achieved before you can say Ukraine has won the war.
First of all, many times ask me the biggest wish. Myself, I guess every one of 50 million Ukrainians right now have exactly the same peace back to Ukraine. And Russians talk right now, let's talking about solution, compromise. I don't know what they talk about. Which compromise? Give up the part of territory? It's compromise. It's not some compromise. We don't ready to talk about that. Our main priority right now, stop the war. The last soldier have to leave Ukraine, our territory, and our territorial independence and territorial integrity is main priority for us. And after that, the best, what we have to do it, give these services to all Ukrainians to bring the investment to develop the country. Actually, my dream before the war, I told to make my hometown, capital of Ukraine, great example to another cities and villages, and everyone have to say, we want to take exactly the same services as in Kyiv, to great infrastructure, to great life. And right now we don't talking about that. Right now it's total different priority. Right now, stop the war, peace back to Ukraine. When this happens, we don't know. Vladimir talk about that right now. Actually, everything depends from the somebody who's starting this war and can this person can stop in this war any second. But to be realistic and objective, he doesn't have another choice. We have to fight and defend our future. And we need help. We need support from our friends, and that's why thank you very much for everyone who supports Ukraine.
It is a humanitarian catastrophe. Critical infrastructure has been destroyed, schools, homes. We know that talks are already underway with the IMF and the World Bank to talk about reconstruction even before the war ends. It's perhaps too early, but in your view, how should that be looked at? How do you look at reconstructing Ukraine, Kyiv, and everything that's been destroyed?
Actually, from beginning of the war, it's destroyed more than 300 buildings, more than 200 apartments buildings, killed more than 120 civilians, 4 children killed, 16 children was injured and was in hospitals. But much more worse situation in Chernihiv, Bucha, Gostomel, Irpin, these small cities totally destroyed around Kyiv. They protect the city, protect Kyiv. If not, this city is exactly the same. Horrible images will be from our hometown. It's horrible. Thanks God we have international journalists in our city. They immediately make world report what was going on. But we doesn't have international journalists in Mariupol, in Kharkiv, in Slavyansk, Rubizhne, small cities, and there is really catastrophe. People need education, food. They homeless right now. They doesn't have a job. They have to survive, and it's the next challenge for us. We help a lot, and thank you very much for everyone who sent humanitarian help to Ukraine. We need that in other city. Kyiv is in safe. Kyiv, we control whole situation. Everything's fine, but small cities they need that.
On a personal basis, I know that both of you have gone through huge challenges in life, Chernobyl, the Iron Curtain. How would you describe your experience now fighting the war against Russia compared to what you've gone through before?
I believe it's not just us. I believe, well, in a certain degree, there are Ukrainians that are on the front line. They've been injured, and they've seen their friends or family members being killed, and we hear these horrible stories with horrible images. Now it's public information, and investigation from international court is still going on and will continue on all the horror of the war. And it's not to compare, just think about those people who have experienced that, what they will think alike and feel like. Generally speaking, this war is changing us. It's not over yet. We cannot talk about the war as in the past. It's still going. It's going to change not just the mayor of the city, of the capital that was almost in Russian army's hands, almost circled. And life is coming back in the city, but you know what? If you're in Ukraine, you are in a danger zone, as we have experienced that Russian rockets landed in the city just 3 weeks ago, killing a journalist, and those rockets landed in a residential area of the city, so it's in the center. Can that happen again? The answer is yes. Will that? We don't know, but you must be ready for it. Sirens are daily, hourly going on, and you should run actually in underground for safety, and if you ignore, you might be dead. I just think that if we really will understand that here in Switzerland, and it doesn't matter where you're coming from, if you will just connect yourself with what's going on in Ukraine on different stages, supportive, just being loud, on the financial side, on medical side, humanitarian side, military side, whatever it is, whatever the field you can support, it will change you too. It will change the world. It did change us. We're never going to be the same with perception of life, perception of the world as we were. And I'm more than sure, I'm speaking now for you here, I'm more than sure that you never forget those images that we've seen in Bucha. It's not just the images, but it's in the connection with senses, smell of death. And death is silent. And all those bodies that have been all around the place in satellite cities of the capital, you will never forget those images. And who knows what we're going to experience in upcoming days when we're going to return to Ukraine. Nobody knows what the world is going to experience, but we know for sure horrifying images will coming up in light. And we must do anything to stop it, because the world is not going to be the same. We are not going to be the same. We will feel it very soon, I believe this year. By the end of the year, we will feel this war on the economical side. We produce on agricultural side grains and delivering it to Africa and Asia. So the people will starving because they're not going to have enough food that in this supply chain Ukraine was providing for ever. We will feel it because we are in one ecosystem. And if you break this chain and a part of this chain, it's going to collapse eventually. We will feel it. If not now, later. So my answer is, it did change us. It's changing you right now, and it's going to change even more. And I hope for good. I hope that we will learn this lesson. I hope we will solve this challenge. I really believe in this free world. I really believe in us, without exceptions. We will do it. We will make it. Because the good is always conquers the evil.
I'd like to open the discussion to the floor. If you have any questions for our speakers, if you could raise your hand, we'll direct the microphone to you and you can ask your question.
Thank you. I'm Nick Bilogorski. I'm from San Francisco. I work with the Nova Ukraine charity. My question is, what can we...
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are taking you live to Switzerland, to the World Economic Forum, where we do have the mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, who is currently discussing the ongoing war in Ukraine, how it has affected not only him and his brother, Vladimir Klitschko, but also Kyiv and their entire country. The war there now going on day 89. They just finished up their part of this session. They are now taking some questions from reporters. We are going to dip away from this for just a minute, and we do want to take you live out to New York City, where we are discussing the ongoing baby formula shortage. If you didn't know, the United States has just received about 78,000 pounds of baby formula delivered to the U.S. from Europe. An Air Force cargo plane filled with that formula, again, arrived in the U.S. last night. It is the first of several flights to help relieve this nationwide shortage, of course, impacting parents across the country. And as always, we do want to check in with our Fox 5 New York team. We have Fox 5's Reagan Medji, who is live from Sunnyside, Queens, New York this morning. Reagan, good morning to you. What can you tell us about baby formula in New York City?
Well, it definitely is a shortage here in New York City and throughout the greater New York metro area. And, you know, you talk about that first flight coming from Europe yesterday, landing in Indianapolis, aiming at reducing that shortage that so many parents are dealing with trying to feed their babies.
Baby formula nationwide being felt by many parents with infants, including Secretary of State Pete Buttigieg.
Like millions of Americans, we've been rooting around stores, checking online, getting in touch with relatives in other places where they don't have the same shortages to see what they can send over.
Buttigieg appearing on Face the Nation.
We are here because a company was not able to guarantee that its plant was safe, and that plant has shut down. The most important thing to do right now, of course, is to get that plant in Michigan up and running safely. And that's the work that's going on between the company and the FDA.
Abbott Nutrition closed its plant in Michigan in February due to a recall over contamination concerns, putting more strain on a supply chain already snarled because of COVID-19. Now, the Biden administration is taking a series of actions, including working with other formula manufacturers to increase production and allowing more flexibility for low-income families to get available formula. About half the infant formula in the U.S. is purchased by those using federal WIC benefits. More than 1 million infants are enrolled in the WIC program, and WIC enrollees get the product free of charge. But there are normally restrictions on the brands they can choose. Abbott Nutrition is the exclusive provider for about half of the infants in WIC. Former FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb on Face the Nation says the FDA didn't exert all the oversight they could have of that facility.
There were known problems with that facility going back many years. There were findings on previous inspections. The agency had a 34-page whistleblower report in hand, making pretty serious allegations that there was data falsification and information withheld from inspectors. So these should have prompted more aggressive action earlier.
Congress is taking up the issue later this week, likely putting the FDA commissioner in the hot seat, asking about the timeline when Abbott Nutrition will restart its production. In East Elmhurst, Queens, Reagan Medji, Fox 5 News. Chris, back to you. And lawmakers say as for the shipment that arrived yesterday, you could soon see those baby formula bottles in stores as early as this week. As for Abbott Nutrition in Michigan, the plant that was shut down, it's expected to restart production this week as well. However, whatever's produced out of that plant in Michigan will likely not hit stores until 2 months later. Mackenzie?
And Reagan, I did want to ask you, what have you seen in the stores yourself? Are their shelves completely empty? Are you seeing any formula there?
Well, I can speak specifically about the store behind me. It's called Key Food, and we're here in Queens. And when I went inside, I asked about baby formula, and they took me to a little corner of the store in the back. And on the shelves, it says you're only allowed 2 per customer, just kind of underscoring the immense need and the demand and supply here in the city. In addition, Mayor Eric Adams of the city says that he has issued an emergency order in place, basically preventing any price gouging of baby formula that will soon head into the stores. Mackenzie?
All right, Fox 5 New York's Reagan Medji live for us in Queens, New York this morning. As always, thank you for that report. All right, everybody, we do want to take you back out to that beautiful skyline of New York City. It is 7:31 in the morning here on the East Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just past 7:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. And as always, here's a look at some of the stories that we are covering today from around the world. Right before the break, we were, of course, talking about that baby formula shortage. We do now know that at least 78,000 pounds of baby formula has landed in the United States from Europe. That happened late last night. It is, of course, part of Operation Fly Formula. That is what President Biden is calling it. He says that a second transport flight will be taking place in the coming days. And this, of course, comes as welcome news for parents, many of whom have run out of solutions to feed their children. Also, health officials in New York and Florida are investigating possible cases of monkeypox. So definitely something we are keeping an eye on. President Joe Biden is in Asia. We have learned that when he was speaking in Tokyo today, the president announced a trade deal with 12 Indo-Pacific countries. That includes countries like Australia, India, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam, along with a few others. And along with the United States, they represent about 40% of the world gross domestic product. So this trade deal expected to be pretty huge in terms of that. In a joint statement, those 12 countries stated that the trade and deal will help them collectively prepare our economies for the future following disruptions caused by the pandemic, inflation, and Russia's war in Ukraine. Which we do want to take you out to Switzerland. We have the World Economic Forum happening there, and also Kyiv Mayor Vitaly Klitschko discussing the war in Ukraine, which is now going on day 89.
Human development. So I wonder, first of all, how do you see the psychological development of people in Ukraine going forward, right? Because it's a very traumatic event. But second of all, psychological development of everyone here, right? And everyone else in the world, because I feel like, we need to grow as people to move past this and to learn this lesson, as you say.
Let's take the last question first.
Speaking of colleagues from Russia that on the medical side trying to help save lives, and that's what doctors do. That's their job. Doesn't matter nationality, doesn't matter, so doctors do their job. I had this experience with people from Russia, Russian people, my friends that have been known for a long time. All of a sudden, they just don't name the war. They say a conflict. In other words, so just name as it is. It's a war, and you can say you're against it. Just say it. Don't be afraid. We were even in the group, so group like WhatsApp group, and I couldn't find those Russian friends anymore in those groups. And that's how Russian state, and I will probably connect those two questions. Russian state and dictatorship of Putin is Mr., he's not Miss, so I have to call him Mr., all right? Don't be upset about that. And ambitious of building something that President Putin, he's president, he's not prime minister, you have to call him a president, and he's leading the country, and he's the leader, and he was calling this war. And I remember as millions of Ukrainians glued to TV when he actually declared the war. Putin, as a president, declared the war to Ukraine. Called it a special operation, that it was renamed denazification, that was renamed the fight against NATO, And there's always something new because you must be creative if you provide lies and change your mind, and your intelligence give you wrong information, and you need to find an exit of this situation because it's so obvious this is so wrong. And if the talk helps to stop this war, you're going to do anything to stop it. And then later on, international court, not me, international court must take action, and we must have this as an example for now and the future generations. And that's why just name it the way it is. It's a war crime. What Russia, what Putin, what President Putin has started, it's a war crime. It's against the population. It's against our principles. It's against life in general. Because life is getting destroyed with the infrastructure. And catastrophic things will come up because there's so much we cannot get behind it and fix it, because we're getting over 2,000 rockets being launched from Belarus, not to forget Belarus. From Belarus and Russia, rockets that have been taking our life of the Ukrainians and destroyed infrastructure that is so crucially important. And that's why in this way, I would say that lies, what is it in German? There are probably Germans here too that understand. It's a German saying, das Lügen hat kurze Beine. So the lies having short legs, so you cannot run far and quick. So, but they've been very successful with that. They, meaning Russia in this case, with propaganda, with everything that I saw this morning on TV, and they're still going, but eventually it will have an end. It will have an end. That's what we usually hear in Ukraine. It's not just in the city of Kiev, but in Ukraine in general. And then you hear the explosions, and you're recognizing, is it a launch anti-aircraft strike? So it's an exit, or it's in? You just like recognize like on the sound. Was it landing or it was launching? And then the third question, and I'm sorry, I'm taking all this time. Alexandra Kessler, fantastic lady. We've been working for 4 years, and she's been doing and continue doing a great job on facing the challenges, and that's the methodology that has been taught for the past 7 years here in St. Gallen University, the methodology that I've created. And she's the one who was defending her PhD and very dedicated to this methodology as well, that helps us in Ukraine, our military, our doctors, our teachers, not to forget that. Our kids cannot get education, so it's kind of online. And I've seen those professors on the front line giving images, giving lessons and lectures to the students. So you need to be so agile, and the principles of the Face the Challenge methodology focus agility, coordination, and endurance. All of those principles, as a military man, woman, you need it. In war, in peace, in whatever you want to rebuild after the war, you need those principles, all of them, with endurance, tremendous endurance, and agility. So thank you. We're
There was a question
good in time.
How do you build the psychology of the people?
We're doing, we have not so much time because we have to move, and we plan 30 minutes right now, already 1 hour. We explain about whole situation. We're doing everything in Ukraine. You in Swiss never heard the Syrian. It's mean in any second the rocket or bomb can launching in your building. It's not so far. It's not so far from here. It's very close. It's very close, and everyone from you have to understand it. We do everything to stop this senseless war, to stop the people. In this minute, if we talk, I don't know, I'm more than sure in this minute, I talk to the people in the east of Ukraine, in this minute killed in this hour, maybe 10 people. Killed, young people who have plans in their life. You don't want to die. But we, please, don't forget defending every one of you against this war. And we very appreciate, please, be proactive, do it everything what is possible to stop this war. By the way, right now the Swiss TV asked what have to do with Swiss, stop the Russian propaganda. The main weapon right now, not the rockets, not the planes and tanks, main weapons is the media. 70% in Russian Federation, 70% population support the war against Ukraine. Can you imagine? The people is armed from media. Just one TV channel, Russian TV channel, Russia Today, have more budget than capital of Ukraine, more than $2 billion. Brainwashing is worked so hard, and that's why we have to stop that. It's the main weapons. It's the war starting already. If you have Russian TV channels already here, some the people, and by the way, we do everything from depend from us to defend our country, to defend democracy, to defend our future, and defend every one of you. But we need your support. Thank you very much for everyone who stay with Ukraine. The unity around Ukraine is the key for peace. Slava Ukraini!
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we were just listening in to Kyiv Mayor Vitaly Klitschko discussing the ongoing war in Ukraine in Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum. The war there now going on day 89. It is 7:46 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Everybody, you're taking a live look at beautiful Florida, where we are learning that monkeypox has been detected in not only New York, but also here in the Sunshine State as well. The first presumptive case was found yesterday in Broward County, which is just around the Miami area. And we're told that the patient is in isolation, but it has many people wondering what the disease is and how do you know if you even have it. Our Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie is live in Orlando, Florida this morning. Amanda, this isn't the first time monkeypox has appeared in the U.S., but health officials here still want to remain cautious.
That's right. So it was actually last summer when we had a reported case in Texas from a person who had just traveled here from Nigeria. But right now we have a confirmed case in Massachusetts, a possible case in New York, and now a presumptive case in Broward County, Florida. Now, monkeypox is a virus that begins as a rash and then turns to blisters. The sickness can last from 2 to 4 weeks with flu-like symptoms, including fever, chills, fatigue, aches and pains. It's like a weaker version of smallpox. It is rarely seen outside of Africa. Experts say it originates in wild animals like rodents and primates and occasionally jumps to people. It's different from COVID. Experts say it is harder to transmit. It generally requires close physical contact or bodily fluids. Right now, there is no treatment for monkeypox, but experts say that if there is an outbreak, the smallpox vaccine could be used to help lessen the spread. Reporting live in Orlando, I'm Amanda McKenzie. Back to you.
All right, again, our Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie reporting on that monkeypox virus, something we, of course, will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. And as always, a huge thank you to our Fox 35 team for that reporting. In the meantime, we do want to take you out live to an event that we are following that we do want to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. This is the World Economic Forum. It is currently underway in Switzerland at this very moment. They, of course, are discussing the ongoing war in Ukraine. As we know, this war now entering day 89. So again, we're going to take you live out to Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum and what happens next as we now move on day 89 of this war in Ukraine.
That what should we be discussing about the pandemic response, recovery, in economy? No, we should be talking about the weaponization of supply chains, the weaponization of the financial supply chains. You know, everything that we were told was a given is no longer true. And many countries in the world are worried when they depend on dollars and when they depend on certain kind of Western institutions for their survival. So yes, the food is a very important question, and we are all going to have to find a way to manage it.
So what I'm hearing is that, you know, you just don't like big power unilateralism.
Correct.
Yeah, which is manifests in different ways. Please.
But because it's a business audience here as well. I mean, the way in which I want to think about things is that we've now had this sort of 30-year age of relative peace, right? But we think in geopolitics in old terms. We think it's sort of military and tanks and arms and things like that. But if we live in this world of, or age of unpeace, I think Mark Leonard's called it, where everything can be weaponized, that's when business comes in. Because the things that were supposed to bring us together, right? Trade, information, technology, the internet, they're actually tearing us apart at the moment, and in a very effective way. So because you can use sanctions as a weapon, you can certainly use currency as a weapon, you can use energy as a weapon, you can use human beings in terms of migratory flows as a weapon, you can use information as a weapon. And then we get into this sort of Hobbesian world a little bit where, you know, you can really play the power game beyond. And that's why I keep on saying that all of these people who are trying to create some kind of a construct of a new world order where you have these poles and superpower, I don't believe in that. We live in a transnational world which is actually quite messy. And I'm quite comfortable with that, actually. You know, I don't want to be dominated by anyone. But that's the reality that I think we live in. Politics is getting less and less important. and actually business is getting more and more important
Can I
in its own way.
I'm going to push back on politics being less and less important, but not today, not right now. I won't. Karen, go ahead, jump in. But then the questions have to be quick because I want to get 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, just briefly on the business point. I mean, don't forget, a lot of big businesses are voluntarily pulling out of Russia too, right? So they're playing that exact same card too.
Yeah, so
we've never seen it at that level before.
It was famously said that the most powerful generals America had in the 20th century were General Ford, General Motors, General Atomics, General Electric. And now you have the 4 big tech companies cancel a whole continent or a whole country. Now, that should worry a lot of countries around the world. That based on a political decision by a set of actors, you have cancelled the communication capabilities of a country. I would be worried if I was the communication minister in my country.
So in another panel, we're going to ask Samir if American government or American corporations are the larger evil, but not right now. We have a question right here, please.
Hi, I'm Jay Galla. I'm chairman of the Amaraja Group in India, also a member of the Indian Parliament. I've been listening to all of you talk about the impact on the expansion of NATO that this crisis has brought about. But nobody's speaking about non-proliferation and what's going to be the impact on non-proliferation because of this crisis. I'm sure the Ukrainians are regretting the day that they gave up their nukes.
Who wants to take that? Karen?
I mean, we've already seen a number of other countries in East Asia, Japan and Korea, talking about getting nuclear weapons. A lot of nuclear energy is being, lots of conversations about reinvesting in nuclear energy. So yeah, if you're an anti-nuclear energy or a nuclear weapons person, certainly this isn't a good sign and certainly a good lesson. Just like Libya did the same thing. They gave up their nuclear weapons and then that was the end of it. So yeah.
I'm going to try to get to 2. John, you're first.
2 points.
John Shipman, ISS.
John Shipman, ISS.
Yeah.
My view, Putin is hypersensitive to perceived provocation, but also hyper-responsive to perceived license. And the mistake that many in the West made in the first 30 or 40 days in the war is that we said what we would not do and left too ambiguous what we could and would do. We lost all of our NATO muscle memory of flexible response, intra-war deterrence, strategic ambiguity, and gave him too much license. I would test Samir's second proposition. His second proposition was that Russia would not accept the requirement for a full withdrawal. If the Ukrainians are willing to fight for it and we're able to enable it, that's a proposition that should be tested. If we cannot assure a free and open Black Sea, how can we talk in Europe and in North America about a free and open Indo-Pacific? My argument would be that the Western Indo-Pacific tilt is dependent on some success in maintaining the European security order. On communication and messages, I would say to the Chinese and to Asians, the European security order is a core interest of the West. We only invite you to respect that.
I kind of want Samir to answer that because I think it'll be interesting.
No, I like that Europe has core interests. I like that. But their behavior in the last 10 years hasn't reflected that. And we were told that you're empire of norms. I think that was a term that was used for EU, not empire that would have military and security interests. But I'm glad there is a military and security muscle emerging. And I hope, and by the way, we will be cheering for you if your core interests are protected, especially against the insidious and sometimes creeping onslaught from the Chinese. And that is the test. Bullying a $1.5 trillion economy with sanctions is not bravery. But taking on a $15 trillion economy and bringing them to keel, it would be defending core interests. And I don't think I'm seeing that sitting in Asia.
Alex, jump in.
Yeah, just quickly on Europe used to be called a regulatory superpower. But I actually think it's become an actor in the past 10 to 12 years, whether you like it or not. Because if we live in this new world of geopolitics, actually a lot of the instruments that the European has, competition policy on big tech or trade sanctions, for instance, they are the exclusive competence of the European Union. I think the European Union was an actor in the euro crisis. You might have liked it or not. Correct. It was an actor in the migration crisis. It certainly was an actor in COVID. And now it's an actor in the war in Ukraine, which is kind of interesting because we always belittle what the European Union does. So you should look at it as, like Samir said, as both an actor and a regulator. It's never going to be, you know, a big state or anything like that, but it certainly has a role which is different from what it used to be.
A good argument for why politics matters more, as we just suggested. Yes, please.
Cor van Zadelhoff from Holland. What is true about the serious rumors that Mr. Putin is seriously ill? And what will be the immediate consequence, what the forum thinks about when he will hopefully peacefully pass away. Hopefully it doesn't take too long that he hurts his health too much. What is the immediate consequence you expect from this fact?
Well, Alex, you're geographically closest to him, so clearly you have the most insight into this.
I can see you from your house.
First observation is I never liked this sort of psychoanalysis that a lot of Western media was doing about, you know, the state of the mind of Putin and the size of his tables and COVID isolation. I think it's a rather irrelevant argument. I met him quite a few times, and I think, and Bill probably as well, I mean, he's very intelligent, he's well prepared, he's shrewd, he's cold, he's calculative. Now we're getting into sort of this physical analysis of is he eating cortisone and, it's not the point. You have to understand that in Russia, ever since the 1600s, it's not the point. You have to understand that in Russia, ever since the 1600s, there has been a stable, strong leader. With the Romanovs that came in after the age of unrest, there's only been one period where the leader hasn't reigned supreme, and that was Yeltsin from 1991 to 2000. Everyone else, there's a clear hierarchy and a full dependency on both the oligarch side and the governance side and the princes. So there can always be a rather easy transition to a new leader within the Russian system, but it's always exactly the same. So in that sense, it's almost irrelevant whether Putin is leading the show or not. What happened in 1991, after the sort of pushing away of Gorbachev, there was a junta that came in, which was much more hardcore. Until then, Yeltsin stood up on the tank. We just simply don't know. But I think in the West, we need to stop this, medical analysis of Putin. It doesn't get us anywhere, whether it's psychological or physical.
I think the second part of your question is very important. What does the world look like after Putin is gone, and what should we all be doing, whether, planning in the boardrooms or planning in governments, to try to mitigate the negative impact if we do end up with another like-minded or a Navalny type. We just don't know, but certainly there are things we can be thinking about now, and it's important to be thinking about that now. I don't think we're talking about it enough.
Samir, go ahead.
I think I just want to pick up on Alex's point and something that you mentioned, Ian. Listen, I think we all have to realize, and especially those who believe in largely free, open societies and fair business arrangements, that the EU, the Indo-Pacific, the US interests, Indian interests are not independent of each other. And in some sense, I think the big project we all need to look forward towards is making the multilateral world, multilateralism, work with the multipolar world. Good. I think, like Alex mentioned, it was shaped by two big powers. And the winner or the winners shaped many of the ethics to their preferences. We're in a very different world. And I think the multilateralism is not fit for purpose anymore. Mm-hmm. It's not serving any of us. By the way, on John's point, I think you're absolutely right. I think the Indo-Pacific and European security are linked, are joined at the hips in some sense. And it is impossible for the continental play to not be shaped in a certain way unless Europe stands up. And Europe is standing up. And like I said, I applaud that. Many of us are going to be cheering for a strong European security presence in many of the debates of the future. Perhaps it could moderate some of the idiosyncrasies of the US, by the way, who's beginning to also realign many of their recent positions. So I think we need to work together, and I'm hopeful that we'll.
I promised you lively, informative, and on time. Would you please join me in thanking
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we were just listening in to the World Economic Forum, where we had experts from around the world, including the Netherlands and also several other countries in Europe as well, talking about the ongoing war in Ukraine, how Russia has become increasingly political and economically isolated in response to that situation. Of course, that war now going on day 89. We are going to take you live out to this beautiful shot of Capitol Hill. It is just past 8 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. I'll be with you for the next hour or so, of course, bringing you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. If you take a look at your screen, you can see just that. Again, some of the top stories we are following here today. It is day 89 of Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine and happening right now virtually. We do have the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, currently delivering opening remarks at a virtual Ukraine Defense Contract Group meeting happening in Washington, D.C. We're going to get to that in a minute. But another story we are following, suspected cases of monkeypox in New York and Florida. We do now know, again, that there are suspected cases in both New York and Florida as well. So only a few known cases in the United States at this point, but that number could rise. That is something that the U.S. government, of course, is keeping an eye on. Also, President Joe Biden is in Asia. While he was speaking in Tokyo today, the president announced a trade deal with 12 Indo-Pacific countries. That includes countries like Australia, India, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, and others. And along with the U.S., those countries represent about 40% of the world gross domestic product. In a joint statement today, those 12 countries stated that the trade pact and deal that they reached together will help them collectively prepare our economies for the future, following the inflation that us Americans, of course, are continuing to deal with, and other disruptions caused by the pandemic and Russia's war in Ukraine. Also, some other news that we just heard about today. Today is a Supreme Court Opinion Day. We are expected to find out some of the rulings released in about 2 hours. So 10 a.m. Eastern time is when we will learn a little bit more about some of those Supreme Court rulings on Opinion Day. Now, the court does not give advance notice of which rulings will be released on Opinion Days. The big one, though, that we are continuing to watch is the one pertaining to Roe v. Wade. We first broke this news to you earlier in the month about that leaked Supreme Court opinion draft about overturning Roe v. Wade. That draft report did show that a majority of those Supreme Court justices do believe that because abortion is not listed in the Constitution, that they believe Roe v. Wade should be overturned and should be left up to individual states to decide. So again, we are expecting those rulings today at 10 a.m. Whether that Roe versus Wade 1 will be released is to be determined, but we of course will let you know as soon as we find out. Some other news pertaining to the pandemic. Pfizer says 3 doses of its COVID-19 vaccine provides strong protection for children under 5 years old. That news just coming into our desk within the past hour. But we do want to get back to that virtual meeting about the ongoing war in Ukraine, where U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin is delivering those remarks about Ukraine's military requirements, again, as they enter day 89 of this war with Russia.
Missiles and a new short-range air defense system. And many more countries have pushed hard to stand up important new training missions. And we've watched these efforts make a real difference in real time. Now, as Ukraine's fight continues, our efforts must intensify and we must all plan for the challenges ahead. The Ukrainian armed forces will need our sustained support. The United States is committed to standing with Ukraine over the long term, and that's why President Biden recently signed a $40 billion funding bill to help Ukraine. The additional defense resources in the bill will help us to send Ukraine even more artillery and armored vehicles and ammunition. Since the start of President Biden's administration, we have committed some $4.6 billion in security assistance to Ukraine, including some $3.9 billion since Russia's unjust invasion began. And President Biden announced last Thursday that he has authorized another presidential drawdown of security assistance for Ukraine, valued up to an additional $100 million. And that will help ensure that U.S. assistance to Ukraine continues to flow without interruption. This latest package will help Ukraine meet critical needs for today's fight, including 18 more howitzers, 18 tactical vehicles to tow them, counter-artillery radars, field equipment, and urgently needed spare parts. So the United States will continue to do our part, and I'd welcome the opportunity to hear from you today on your current contributions of security assistance and pledges to do even more. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to do together. And that's just how we'll move forward, together. So here's our agenda today. As you've heard Secretary Cooper mention earlier, we'll sharpen our collective understanding of the battlefield conditions and Ukraine's priority requirements. We'll increase transparency and coordination in all directions by sharing information on Ukraine's needs and your donations. We'll deepen accountability for security assistance provided to Ukraine, and we'll discuss how we can strengthen and modernize the Ukrainian armed forces for the long haul to help ensure that they can deter aggression in the future. I look forward to doing even more together to help Ukraine defend itself and to reinforce an international order rooted in the rule of law. And thank you for all that you're doing. I'm honored to be here with all of you, and I look forward to getting real results at this moment of crisis. Again, thanks to everyone. And we'll pause just a minute while we allow the media to exit.
All right, everybody, if you were just now joining us, that was U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, currently speaking virtually from Washington, D.C. He did just deliver those opening remarks about the ongoing war in Ukraine, saying that the United States has provided, obviously, a lot of support for Ukraine. But this meeting today, which again is happening virtually, is really to discuss what more the United States and the rest of Europe can do to help Ukraine in their military efforts in fighting this war with Ukraine. We do want to bring you back out live as we wait for that event to continue, live to Capitol Hill today. Some news that we did just learn about moments ago. We do now know that happening today at 10 a.m., the Supreme Court could possibly rule on the Roe v. Wade decision as the Biden administration is possibly bracing for some violence after that decision. Now, we do want to be clear, though, today, again, is a day where the Supreme Court will be announcing some of those opinions that they do rule on. So that is, again, happening in about an hour and 45 minutes. However, the Supreme Court does not give us any advance notice of which rulings will be released on opinion days. Unfortunately, it does look like this shot is cutting out here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to take you out to beautiful Florida. But again, we are waiting to hear about those Supreme Court rulings, which could possibly impact Roe v. Wade. We will find out more at 10 o'clock in the morning. In the meantime, we are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break as we work to get these feeds working for you. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. It is just past 8:15 in the morning here on the East Coast. A story that we have been continuing to follow from the get-go, that ongoing baby formula shortage. Many parents are using social media to find desperately needed formula. The first of several shipments from Europe did already arrive in the U.S., but it will take time for the product to actually hit store shelves. And for this story, we do want to head out live to our Fox 4's Shannon Murray, who is live in Dallas with how a North Texas mom is working to do her part. Shannon, thank you so much for joining us. Tell us about that mom.
Right, Mackenzie. So we know that this formula could take weeks until it's available on store shelves for those parents. So this mother here in North Texas is really trying to connect parents via a Facebook group that she started to really get people in touch so they can get that formula they so desperately need and fill that gap for parents across the country, not just here locally in DFW. Well, nearly half of all baby formula is out of stock in the U.S., and that's due to supply chain issues and contamination recalls that forced Abbott Nutrition to close the nation's largest manufacturing plant. Heather Figueroa here in North Texas is running low on her 6-month-old's special formula, so she created the Facebook group called Formula Train, where nearly 1,000 parents can check to see if the formula they need is available in a different city. Figueroa says she and other parents in the group are paying for that formula and shipping out of pocket, as she's sent cans to 25 different states. Mackenzie, this is something we're seeing so many people doing across the country, really parents helping parents to fill that need.
And Shannon, I did want to ask you, can you tell me a little bit more about that shipment that arrived yesterday? We know it was about 78,000 pounds of much needed formula.
Yeah, yesterday a military plane carrying all of that specialty medical grade formula arrived in Indianapolis. It's enough to feed 27,000 children with allergies for 1 week. And so after a quality check, after they check those pallets and inspect those, it will all go to hospitals, doctors' offices, and pharmacies first. A second shipment is also set to arrive this week. And we also know, Mackenzie, that Abbott Nutrition is set to open that plant again next week once they get everything back up and running. However, it will still take weeks before that product reaches the store shelves. So we know that those Facebook groups and these online efforts will still be needed in the meantime.
All right, Fox 4 Dallas's Shannon Murray live from Dallas, Texas this morning, of course, talking to us about that very important infant formula shortage that we, of course, will continue to follow. So, Shannon, as always, thank you so much. In the meantime, everybody, we do want to take you live out to Switzerland, where we have been bringing you this live feed of the World Economic Forum. Earlier today, we did hear from Kyiv's Mayor Vitaly Klitschko talking about the war, which is now going on day 89. So definitely a lot of important figures and people happening, currently attending this important World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. Let's go ahead and listen in.
As I said, we work very closely together with our allies to counter terrorism. Also, our duty, we are blessed with the resources. We need to also work in parallel to give the youth in our region hope by good education and create jobs, because this is very important to prevent terror, prevent any, let's say, extremism or terrorism. China, we have a very good relationship with China. We have a very strong economic relationship with China. And we supply China with gas. Also, how we see the world is we don't want to see the world as polarized between two big superpowers. This is not the interest of all of us, including many countries in the West as well. Being a peace facilitator for many decades, we believe the only way to solve all those conflicts is through dialogue. We understand there are conflicts and there are differences, but we should never give up hope, and I think the only way is for them to sit together and try and solve all those disputes.
Your Highness, I will come back to this question later, but I would like to take up what you said about Qatar as a major, I think, second largest exporter of gas. Just to take the figure, 77 million metric tons per year. Now, you have received quite a number of, you are helping the world to, in its energy transformation and reaching energy independence. You have received particularly visitors from Europe. And my question would be, to what extent actually do you feel that the gas created by your country can fill the gap which is arising in Europe?
Yeah, that's the topic now that everyone is speaking about. We have to understand that this energy crisis
wasn't due to the war in Europe. It was way before that. But of course, the war in Europe maybe made it more difficult. We took the risk years ago to invest in the LNG expansion, understanding that this LNG is needed for the transition period. We are exploring markets. We understand that there's a need and demand for gas. Qatar is a reliable partner. We work, we make sure as well that we do a lot in LNG, and we do also a lot in environment, which is very important in our vision. So yeah, I mean, with all those expansion, we make sure that we have the state-of-the-art technology to make sure that, this progress in LNG will also reduce any issues concerning the environment. The technologies actually, are very, very fascinating and interesting, the way how things happen. I mean, it's a very technical issue. As much as our Minister of Energy tries to explain to me, it's just so complicated. But it's very interesting how now the flame reduction is working now. We've been spending a lot of investment in that. It's just how, the flame, instead of going out, we try to reduce the flame, reduce the pressure. Because of the pressure, you need to release the flame. So we're having technologies in reducing the flame, even with the new technologies on the ships as well that we have, the new ships. Instead of going out with the flame, we make sure that the gas comes back in the ship, and also helps fuel the energy for the ships. So all those are new technologies, and as much as we do with the gas expansion, we make sure that it's sustainable and we protect the environment.
And your important role, Your Highness, in the creation of hydrogen, which is a major subject of discussion also during this meeting.
Yes, it is. I know that.
Your Highness, you referred to the mediation role you have taken on, and to my mind comes particularly also how you facilitated the talks between the US and the Taliban. You mentioned yourself some of your engagements. You just visited last week, if I'm not mistaken, Iran, and you are acting as an important intermediary between actually the parties to revive the 2015 nuclear accord. Could you say some words about it? And could you also say, if you look at the global landscape and where mediation is needed, what could be your priorities at this moment?
Yeah, as I mentioned, our geostrategic role in our region is for peace facilitation, and also to supply an energy security as well. So we've been playing this role for decades now, and we understood that the best way and the only way to solve dispute and conflict is through sitting on a table and negotiation. You mentioned about Afghanistan. Yes, we've been working closely with our allies in negotiation in Afghanistan, and it paid off. It paid off. Well, we're still very far away. We still have issues and problems, we understand. But maintaining this dialogue is very, very important. Iran, as I said, we're not playing an official role to mediate between the West and Iran, but Iran is our next door neighbor. We have a good understanding and a good relationship with Iran. And our role as well is to try to help and to encourage all parties to come back to this agreement. So that was, my message to our Iranians, that, we encourage them to come back to this agreement.
Your Highness, we need so much bridge building in the world that also the World Economic Forum is trying to be a bridge builder in our conflictual world. Now, can you share with me the secret to be successful in bridge building?
Well, there's no secret and there's no magic, but We're grateful that people, when they come and ask us, they trust us. We have a track record of being honest and bringing people together. And this is our role. We should never give up. Believe me, many negotiations were so difficult, and at some point, you feel that we're not going to go, forward. But we should never give up. We are a small country, and we play this role, and we continue playing this role. And as I said, any contribution for peace and stability in the region and any part of the world, we will not hesitate when we're asked to do so.
So it means trust, openness, that's it.
Yeah, trust
and persistence.
Persistence. Never give up. Never give up. Sometimes it's very difficult. You just want to run away from it, but no, you should never give up. Keep on going. Keep on, because this line of communication is very important.
To conclude our session, Your Highness, on behalf of all the participants, I want to thank you, and I want to wish you to continue with your important task. I wish you courage, persistence, and success. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If you were just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, that we were just listening in to the World Economic Forum happening in Switzerland at this very moment. The event did end just a few moments ago. So we do want to switch gears and bring you some news pertaining to President Joe Biden and his visit to Asia, where he was in Tokyo today. And while he was there, the president said that the United States would intervene militarily if China were to invade Taiwan. He went on to say that the burden to protect Taiwan is, quote, even stronger after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Let's listen in.
The level of exposure yet, but it is something that everybody should be concerned about. We're working on it hard to figure out what we do and what vaccine, if any, may be available for it. But it is a concern in the sense that if it were to spread.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
You are?
That's the commitment we made. And the reason I bothered to say this, not just about Ukraine. If in fact, after all he's done, there's a rapprochement met between between the Ukrainians and Russia, and these sanctions are not continued to be sustained in many ways, then what signal does that send to China about the cost of attempting to take Taiwan by force? We support the one China policy. We support all that we've done in the past, but that does not mean that China has the ability, the jurisdiction to go in and use force to take over Taiwan. So we stand firmly with Japan and with other nations not to let that happen. And my expectation is it will not happen. It will not be attempted. And my expectation is a lot of it depends upon just how strongly the world makes clear that that kind of action is going to result in long-term disapprobation by the rest of the community.
All right, everybody. And again, that was President Joe Biden talking about his support for Taiwan if China were to invade. And when it comes to North Korea, President Biden, on his first trip to Asia, as we mentioned, says that he is, quote, not concerned about possible North Korean nuclear tests, which would be the first in nearly 5 years. The president, again, now in Tokyo, which is the second leg of his diplomatic tour. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey has the latest on the president's trip.
Just because President Biden says he would talk to Kim Jong-un doesn't mean he'd have much to say. The U.S. has been cleaning up some classified intel about North Korea's plans and going public about the possibility they could soon launch a missile test or nuclear test or both while the president is in Asia. North Korea, not really supposed to be the intended focus of this trip. That's China, and the president is hoping they don't get any ideas about invading Taiwan when they see the way the world has been reacting to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But back home, there's skepticism. The president thinks he can counter China's unfair economic practices by teaming up with the so-called Quad: Japan, Australia, India, and the U.S. All countries trying to rebound from the last pandemic with eyes on a possible problem ahead in monkeypox.
All right, and as always, a big thanks to our Peter Ducey for that report, as you heard him talking about President Joe Biden's visit to Asia and about monkeypox. And as if COVID wasn't enough, as you heard from Peter, now we are dealing with a potential outbreak of that virus. There are only 2 known cases here in the United States at this point, but that number could rise. Fox's correspondent Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning with more.
The good news here is that there are treatments and vaccine protections available, but still, even the limited spread we're seeing has surprised doctors. This is what monkeypox looks like under the microscope. The cases in this country are very limited at this point, but it's enough to get the president's attention while traveling in Asia. The top White House coronavirus official says monkeypox isn't as contagious as COVID. There are effective vaccines and treatments, and most infected people recover in 2 to 4 weeks without requiring hospitalization. Still, the spread is puzzling. And Fox's Dr. Mark Siegel says there is no reason to panic. Now, Belgium, for instance, has instituted a 3-week quarantine for anyone who contracts the disease. President Biden says that is not necessary here in the U.S. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report, as always. We do want to talk about Title 42. It's a story, another story we have really been bringing you from the get-go, a major loss for the Biden administration. A judge has blocked the White House's plans to lift Title 42, which is a public health measure aimed at stopping the flow of migrants arriving at the southern border due to fears of COVID. It's a Trump-era order that prevented migrants, again, from seeking asylum here in the United States. It was actually set to expire today, but border states sued, fearing that the removal would result in an influx of migrants. Now, because of the judge's ruling, it will remain in effect. Here's more from our Fox News correspondent, Caroline Shively.
A federal judge has blocked the CDC from ending Title 42, the pandemic policy that immediately deports migrants at the southern border without a chance to seek asylum. The Trump administration put the policy in place in March of 2020 on the grounds of preventing the spread of COVID. President Biden was set to lift the restriction on Monday, but 24 states challenged him in court. Friday night, a judge in Louisiana ruled the policy will stay in place while litigation continues. Border Patrol agents apprehended more than 234,000 migrants at the southern border last month, the most ever recorded.
They will tell you they need a resounding policy to stop the flow of illegals coming across the border.
The White House said in a statement it would follow the judge's ruling, but added the authority to set public health policy nationally should rest with the Centers for Disease Control, not with a single district court. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus called the ruling outrageous.
utilizing this very mean-spirited policy to turn away women and children that are seeking help from our country is absolutely inhumane and wrong.
Department of Justice officials plan to appeal the ruling. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you for that report. A photo finish in the Pennsylvania GOP primary could soon be heading to a recount, with frontrunners Dr. Oz and David McCormick currently neck and neck for the lead. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff explains what comes next.
The margin between Dr. Oz and David McCormick is just under 1,100 votes. That's the size of your average high school. That's a 0.1% difference, with Oz holding on to a tiny advantage. If through provisional or disputed mail-in ballots one candidate is not able to achieve a 0.5 percentage lead, Pennsylvania law requires an automatic recount. So here's the timeline. On Tuesday, the unofficial election results are due. The next day, the trailing candidate could waive a recount. Neither Oz nor McCormick plan to do that. So on the 26th, the Secretary of State would order a statewide recount, which would begin on the 1st. That has to be complete by the 7th, and it would take another day to get those results. But another dynamic is suddenly at play. On Friday, a Pennsylvania appeals court ruled in a different case that mail-in ballots without a date on the envelope can still be counted. The McCormick campaign reached out to counties informing them of this ruling, while the Oz campaign says this is a breach of standing Pennsylvania law. RNC chairwoman Rona McDaniel said this on Fox News Sunday.
This influx of mail-in voting is clearly showing that systems are not ready for that, and Pennsylvania is a case of that right now. And I think a lot of this lies at the feet of Governor Wolf.
So far, David McCormick has been slightly favored when it comes to mail-in ballots. In Pittsburgh, I'm Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Alexandria, thank you for that report. A new investigative report is shining a scathing light on top of Southern Baptists and their treatment of survivors of clergy sexual abuse. According to the 288-page report, the Southern Baptist Convention stonewalled survivors of clergy sex abuse over almost 2 decades. The report also says survivors and others involved in cases were repeatedly met with resistance when sharing allegations with the convention's executive committee. The Southern Baptist Convention is the United States' largest Protestant denomination. And we do now want to turn to some news coming out of Ukraine, specifically Kyiv, Ukraine, where the war is now going on day 89. We have learned that a Ukrainian court has just sentenced a 21-year-old Russian soldier to life in prison for killing a Ukrainian civilian. This seals the first guilty conviction for war crimes since Moscow's invasion 3 months ago. Sergeant Vadim Shisharman was accused of shooting a Ukrainian civilian in the head in a village in the northeastern Sumy region in the early days of the war. He pleaded guilty and testified that he shot the man after being ordered to do so. Our partners at the AP say that he told the court that an officer insisted that the Ukrainian man who was speaking on his cell phone could pinpoint their location to the Ukrainian forces. During the trial, that soldier asked the widow of the victim to forgive him. And some other news coming out of Russia, we do want to get you here on Live Now from Fox. On Sunday, yesterday, the Russian Defense Ministry released video. It says shows its K-52 attack helicopters firing on Ukrainian positions. A statement from the Defense Ministry said that the strike destroyed Ukrainian military equipment and camouflaged military positions. No location was specified, but the ministry also said that the positions were taken out with the use of what's called uncontrolled missile armaments. The Associated Press was unable to independently verify the date, location, and conditions under which the footage was shot. And 3 months into the invasion of Ukraine, neither side is showing any signs of backing down. Russia continues hammering the eastern Donbas region, but strong Ukrainian resistance is preventing Putin's forces from advancing. Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst has the latest from Kyiv.
Russian forces continue to target cities across eastern Ukraine as the death toll here mounts. In Bakhmut, a town in the Donbas region, a Russian airstrike destroyed a university building. In recent days, Russia has launched strikes, often killing or injuring civilians. One elderly man recalls the strike this weekend.
I don't know. There was an explosion. Here it landed. There. That is where the crater is. It blew all of this out. The wall was gone. I cannot close the doors anymore.
Here in the Kharkiv region, Russian troops are shelling the northern part of the city. Incoming and outgoing fire is heard throughout the day. Russian troops have been pushed back slightly from Kharkiv, and we did get a look at some of those Russian positions destroyed by Ukrainian forces. As Russian forces advanced on Kharkiv, they set up different positions in tree lines outside of the city. Though Ukrainian artillery units targeted these tanks and military vehicles, in the distance you can still hear fierce battles raging on, the Ukrainians trying to defend their second largest city. As the conflict continues, Russian officials have banned hundreds of Americans from entering their country. Among the list included in these new sanctions, U.S. President Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, Hunter Biden, Hillary Clinton, and Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg. The move was in response to heavy Western sanctions that are disrupting the Russian economy in the wake of the invasion into Ukraine. Tonight, fierce battles are raging on the outskirts of Ukraine's second largest city, with both incoming and outgoing artillery fire. In Kharkiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you for that report. The latest development from Russia, the country has now permanently banned President Joe Biden and nearly 1,000 other Americans from entering Russia. The travel ban list is a symbolic move by the country in response to sanctions imposed by Western countries over the invasion of Ukraine. Vice President Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton, and even actor Morgan Freeman are all on the ban list. And despite some signs that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is not faring as well as Moscow hoped, the cost on the ground has been catastrophic for some cities, including one small town near the capital of Kyiv that has been nearly wiped out by relentless Russian airstrikes. Fox News correspondent Greg Palkot has more.
Fighting is raging in the east while Russia claims a big victory. It looks like that heroic three-month siege of Ukrainian defenders at that Mariupol steel mill is over. Russia saying 2,500 fighters have surrendered and it's conquered the city using brutal warfare. We saw an example of that not far from here. Take a look. It's called the most destroyed town in the Kyiv region. Civilian residences in Borodyanka hit indiscriminately by bombs dropped from Russian planes. Sadly, it could be a preview of what more Ukrainian towns face. Most of the wreckage done came from low-flying Russian fighter jets. The ruins still evident. 90% of buildings in the center damaged or destroyed. Whole chunks of apartment blocks gouged away. It was mostly bloodthirsty carnage, according to an advisor to the town's mayor. There was no reason for this town to be bombed, he said. There were no strategic targets, no military here. Dead and injured in the hundreds. Only a third of the residents have returned. It was frightening, this man tells us. And this woman says, fighting back tears, it was very bad. They were commanding us. It was not like life. With Russia's plans in tatters, the pros say this is Moscow's playbook from now on. Total destruction, as Ukraine struggles to defend.
Right now, yes. In east and southeast of Ukraine, a lot of towns and cities are destroyed completely.
Ukraine also expressed appreciation for President Biden signing into law on the road that $40 billion Ukraine aid package. Much needed. In Kyiv, Greg Palkot, Fox News.
Greg, thank you for that report. We do now know that Johnny Depp is expected to testify at the ongoing defamation trial happening in Fairfax, Virginia. We're going to step away for a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to have a live report from our Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard, who is outside of the courtroom where you can see all of these fans lining up to get inside. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. As promised, we are showing you some video, some taped video from earlier today where we have quite a few fans who have lined up. As we do now know, Johnny Depp is expected to take the stand again today in this $50 million defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife, Amber Heard. And as always, we have been checking in with our Fox 5 DC team, specifically Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard, who has really been covering this story for quite a while. Bob, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. I know you're outside of the courtroom. A lot of people there today, more than what you've seen in the past.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mackenzie, we're on the back side of the courthouse, and what you see across the street are all these folks waiting for Johnny Depp to arrive. You've got, mostly women, some little kids, but, probably 150 or so. These are not the people that we normally visit with on the other side of the courthouse who are in line waiting to go inside to be in the courtroom for that day's session of the trial. These are folks who just want to see Johnny Depp in his SUV arriving at the courthouse, which he should be doing any moment now. You see Fairfax County Sheriff's deputies are here kind of trying to keep people from running out into the street. What has happened in the past is Johnny in a Cadillac Escalade is sitting in the right passenger seat, the second seat back, and it usually has his window open and will acknowledge these folks. So we've come across the street just so we can show you them, the people who are here. Johnny will be kind of probably, if it happens while we're chatting with you, and he is expected any moment, he'll be on the other side of the car, so you won't be able to see him. But we wanted to come here to see the fans reacting to him. And again, he is expected to take the stand today. This is the part of the trial which is the Amber Heard defense to the defamation lawsuit that was filed by Johnny Depp in 2019. It's now in court, and it's here in Fairfax because this is where the Washington Post is printed, and this results from a 2018 op-ed that Amber Heard wrote with the ACLU describing her life as a victim of domestic violence without actually naming Johnny Depp, but he claims it hurt his career, so that's why he sued her for $50 million. And this is the last week of this 6-week trial. There are 2 other witnesses expected to take the stand before Johnny, an expert in domestic violence, an expert in anatomy for some reason, and then Johnny Depp is third on the list. He is coming as a witness for the defense for Amber Heard, but there are a lot of people who support Johnny who are eager to see him back on the witness stand, even those who go into the courtroom and are in his presence and line up for 24 hours waiting for that opportunity just to be in the same airspace as Johnny Depp. Those people are excited that he'll be taking the stand again, and these again are just folks who want to see Johnny Depp arrive here at the courthouse. So I think this will be it here. I'm just going to be quiet and kind of let you watch how this happens. That's Johnny Depp waving. And that's why people have been out here for a while. We'll probably see him walk in, but that's a court TV camera across the way that every day is putting out his arrival. But Johnny will step out and kind of wave to his fans, and you see all the people over here with their cameras, and I'll just let you listen. There he is waving to him. Touches his heart, bows, and these folks just get so excited about that. And he goes, come take a look right behind us on the left here. There's all these folks across the street here, even with their cameras, waiting to get in. And if Mackenzie, you don't mind, look at the smile. It's just to see. Can I say hello? How are you?
Good, how are you?
Was that worth it?
Yeah, it was. This was my first time, and my cousin is here, so it was a good time.
Where do you live?
I live right here in Fairfax.
So close by. And what do you make of this spectacle of all these people like yourself wanting to see him?
I loved it. I think it's great that people are getting to know what the real truth was, and we are deciding it, and it's out there, so it's really good to see.
Right.
And it's great to see the support.
Thank you very much. So again, Mackenzie, that's kind of what's going on today. Johnny is arriving not just as a plaintiff in this civil lawsuit, but as a witness today, taking the stand. And again, it's just been, another spectacle as folks are out here, just that, for waiting for the chance to wave to Johnny, to see him wave back, even though these are serious matters that are being debated in the courtroom, domestic violence and this toxic marriage that they had. But just to kind of show you one last person, there's a lady over there dressed in gold paint with a sign, and it just kind of shows you to the level that this thing has become.
Wow, Bob, a spectacle indeed. Again, you can see that sign as you showed us, and that woman dressed in gold with her sign saying Lady Justice stands by Johnny Depp. And Bob, as we've been touching base with you as this trial has continued, you've said previously that you've really mostly seen a lot of Depp fans compared to Amber Heard fans, despite, you know, the circumstances and the severity of these allegations.
That's right, and it just remains to be that way. And, you know, she was on the stand for 4 days in her own defense, had her sister there, other witnesses who described, you know, not only the toxic nature of her marriage and relationship to and with Johnny Depp, but also the violent nature of that relationship. They testified to when Johnny would drink or be on drugs, and yet the fans of his, and the majority of these people, as you see here, you know, they're thinning out, but the majority of the people here are Johnny Depp fans. They all say they've been watching the case closely, watching the trial, and despite all the testimony presented by Amber Heard, they are still seemingly 100% behind him.
And Bob, I know you got to go, but last question. Are any fans allowed inside of the courtroom? I know a standard court procedure, it really just sort of depends on which court it is, the county rules. Who has been allowed inside of this courtroom?
Well, very unusually for this area, a camera has been allowed in the courtroom. So that's why people have been able to watch this online, on social media, the trial itself being live streamed, which does not happen here in Virginia, in D.C., which is, we're right next to Washington, D.C., or in Maryland. So if you live in this area, you never see a camera in the courtroom. They make rare exceptions. This is one of them. But on the other side of the courthouse, where we've been on other mornings with you guys, that is where people have been lining up since, some of them, yesterday afternoon, for the opportunity to actually be in the courtroom. So every day for this trial, 100 spectators have been allowed inside the courtroom, and then another 50 in an adjacent courtroom where they have a closed-circuit TV, where people can sit and listen to and watch the trial in the courtroom right next to them. So 150 people who were lining up, you know, up until about 7:30 this morning, up until about an hour ago, on the other side of the courthouse. Those folks will actually get inside and be witness to today's testimony in the trial.
All right, Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard bringing us live coverage outside of the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia. Bob, as always, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed and giving us really some context at what is happening outside of the courtroom.
Our pleasure. Thank you, Mackenzie.
All right, everybody, and as you saw, we did see Johnny Depp during Bob's live report pull up in a black Escalade and enter the courtroom. We are waiting for him to take a seat right there in between his two attorneys. We also saw Amber Heard enter the courtroom as well. But really, the big news of the day when it comes to this trial, Depp will again be taking the stand today. He'll be returning to the stand as this drama-filled defamation trial with his ex-wife, Amber Heard, continues to unfold. And for a full recap of what we saw last week inside of court, we want to head to a report from our Fox News correspondent, Christina Coleman.
Johnny Depp will be the third witness that Amber Heard's legal team calls to the stand tomorrow. Depp is suing Heard over a 2018 op-ed she wrote in the Washington Post, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Even though Depp's name is not mentioned in the article, he says it damaged his career. Heard's legal team is trying to undermine Depp's defamation case by portraying him as abusive and out of control. They played taped testimony from Depp's former agent, who said that the actor's behavior hurt his own career.
Initially, crews loved him because he was always so great with the crew, but crews don't love sitting around for hours and hours and hours waiting for the star of the movie to show up.
Depp denies abusing Heard. He says he was the victim of physical and emotional abuse in their troubled relationship. His attorney questioned Amber Heard about this during cross-examination.
We just heard you speak to him in a really horrible way. You called him a sellout,
I just
right, Ms.
disagree.
Heard? You called him a sellout, right, Ms. Heard?
I called him a lot of ugly things.
And a joke.
I called him a lot of ugly things.
You called him a joke on that recording. You called him a washed-up piece of
I think we both called each other that on that occasion, yes.
Also, Amber Heard is countersuing Johnny Depp for $100 million, accusing him of conspiring to defame her. Reporting in Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Christina, thank you for that report. And we do, again, want to take you live inside of the courtroom as we wait for the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial to continue in Fairfax, Virginia. You can see Johnny Depp, if you look closely at your screen, and both Amber Heard inside of the courtroom right now. That is expected to resume in just a few minutes. But here's a look at some of the top stories we are following today along with this ongoing trial. We are learning that there have been suspected cases of the monkeypox virus in both New York and here in Florida in the Sunshine State. So again, 2 cases, nothing too severe at the moment, but it is something that U.S. health officials are monitoring closely to make sure there isn't an outbreak. Also, pandemic-related news, Pfizer says 3 doses of its COVID-19 vaccine provides strong protection for children under 5 years old. So we, of course, will have to wait for the FDA on that news. And those of you who have been monitoring the baby formula shortage, Operation Fly Formula, we have learned that 78,000 pounds of formula was offloaded in Indianapolis last night as part of that operation, which President Biden, again, has dubbed Operation Fly Formula. He says that a second transport flight will be taking place in the coming days. And this, of course, does come as welcome news for parents, many of whom have been running out of solutions to feed their children. Also, President Joe Biden is in Asia. We have learned that while he was in Tokyo today, the president announced a trade deal with 12 Indo-Pacific countries. That includes countries like Australia, India, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, Thailand, and Vietnam. Along with the U.S., those countries represent 40% of world gross domestic product. And in a joint statement today, the 12 countries stated that the trade pact and deal that they have reached will help them collectively prepare our economies for the future following the inflation that we here in America have been dealing with, as well as disruptions caused by the pandemic and Russia's war in Ukraine. So on that topic, we do want to head to a full conversation from President Joe Biden.
Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
Do we have any preliminary matters?
We have some exhibits to hand
Oh,
out.
that would be fantastic. That'll make Jamie's day.
All right, everybody, it does look like the judge did enter the courtroom. So we're going to listen in before we head to that press conference with President Joe Biden, just so we don't miss any of this.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Have a seat. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, Amber calls Dr. Richard Moore.
All right, Dr. Moore.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial underway, starting at this very moment. The first witness is now taking the stand, but as we mentioned, Johnny Depp is expected to also take the stand today as the third witness of the day. So let's go ahead and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
For how many years have you been an orthopedic surgeon?
So I completed my fellowship in 1997, so for 25 years.
And I believe that you mentioned this, but tell the jury what area of orthopedic surgery in which you specialize.
So I'm a orthopedic surgeon. I finished medical school, went to a 5-year orthopedic surgery residency. At the completion of my residency, I wanted to specialize in hand surgery. So I did an additional year of training specifically in hand and upper extremity surgery before starting practice in my first year as an attending.
Where are you currently licensed?
North Carolina.
For how long have you been licensed?
Since 1991 or 6. I think it was 1996 when I was licensed in North Carolina.
Beginning with your undergraduate studies, Dr. Moore, could you please tell the jury a bit about your educational background? I know you mentioned a little bit of it just now.
So I attended University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, graduated in 1987 with a BS in biology. I went on to medical school at UNC and graduated in 1991. I then went to the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia and did a 5-year orthopedic surgery residency there. And in 1996, I went to Duke University Medical Center and did a year fellowship in hand, upper extremity, and microvascular surgery. And on completion of my fellowship, I was invited to join the faculty, and my role was hand and trauma. And so I went to Los Angeles for about 6 months for a preceptorship in pelvic trauma, and then went back to Duke and practiced as a director of the orthopedic trauma service and a member of the hand, upper extremity, and microvascular reconstruction team until 2000 when I relocated to North Carolina, to Wilmington.
And you maintained an active clinical practice since 2000?
Yes.
And before that when you were at Duke, correct?
Yes.
Just very briefly, can you tell the jury what is a residency?
Residency is largely an apprenticeship. So when you finish medical school, you have a MD medical degree, but you really can't practice medicine, and you take a tract of internal medicine or pediatrics or OBGYN or orthopedics, and then it's a graduated training program anywhere from 3 to 5 or 6 years.
And what's a fellowship?
And a fellowship is a year beyond training. When I completed my residency, had I chose to, I could have practiced as a general orthopedic surgeon, but I wanted to subspecialize, and therefore that required an additional year of training.
And I believe you mentioned this, but your subspecialization was in the hand, is that right?
That's correct.
Why did you choose to specialize in the hand?
Patient population, the types of problems we treat, and the anatomy is really the biggest reason I chose it. I mean, for lack of a better term, it's really pretty beautiful anatomy.
And let's talk about that anatomy. There's bones in the hand, right?
Correct.
And then there's tissue and blood vessels, right?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, you can go ahead and answer that.
Yep, that's correct.
And what is the surgery called where you operate on tissues and blood vessels in the hand?
Well, that would be hand surgery. I mean, there are different components of it. There's trauma where we do repairs of tendons or blood vessels. There's a microvascular element where we repair injured nerves In my practice at Duke, I was on the replant team, and so we would do replantations when digits were cut off. We would try to reattach the bones and tendons and nerves and vessels to reattach the digits, and hopefully I'm survive.
And have you performed surgeries of that nature?
Yes.
When you perform surgeries of that nature, what assessment do you make of the cause of those injuries?
So cause is a big element. It's an important element to appreciate because it can impact management in a lot of those settings. You know, there's a difference between a laceration caused by a razor blade and a laceration caused by, say, a serrated knife. There's a larger zone of injury. So what we anticipate having to manage is based on how the injury was created. There's also other elements, contamination. You know, farmyard injuries are totally different than clean injuries, and kitchen injuries with raw chicken are totally different than some other settings. And so it does play a large role in management.
After your fellowship at Duke University, I believe you mentioned you had another role at Duke for a few years. Is that right? Can you tell the jury about that?
So I did my fellowship, and I joined the faculty as an assistant professor, and so I was in charge of teaching residents and fellows. I was the director of the orthopedic trauma service, and I was on the hand call team in addition.
Have you had academic appointments at any universities other than Duke?
I have a adjunct assistant professor appointment at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, which has affiliated training programs in the center where I practice now.
Have you held any leadership positions in your field?
I've been an officer and the past president of the North Carolina Society of Surgeons of the Hand, the Duke Hand Club or Society now. I'm a member of the American Society of Surgery of the Hand, of the Orthopedic Trauma Association, of the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgery, and of the American Orthopedic Association, the AOA.
Are the majority of your surgeries hand surgeries?
Yes.
How many hand surgeries, ballpark, would you say you've performed in your career?
Over 25 years, thousands.
Have you seen finger injuries similar to the ones sustained by Mr. Depp in Australia?
Yes.
And have you evaluated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you treated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you operated on fingers that looked like that?
Yes.
How many times? Ballpark.
Hundreds, if not more.
What does it mean to be board certified in your field?
So board certification is a process that you pursue after you complete training. So at the time, there have been some changes, but at the time that I finished my training, after residency, we took a written examination, and if you passed the written examination, you had to practice for 2 years. At the end of that 2 years, you submitted a list of cases over 6 months to the board, and they picked 12 cases, and then you gathered up 10 and went to Chicago and had an oral examination based on those cases. And if you passed the oral examination, then you were board certified.
And your board certification is in what?
Orthopedic surgery.
What is a certificate of added qualification?
So in the event that you elect to do a fellowship and subspecialize, hand surgery is one of the specialties that you can apply for a certificate of added qualification. And so once I was board certified, I practiced for an additional year or two, had to resubmit a list of cases and take a written examination to become certified in hand surgery.
Do you teach other surgeons how to do hand surgery?
Occasionally, on occasion, yes.
When was the last time you did so?
Day before yesterday.
Tell the jury about that.
I was, over the weekend, I went to Miami to serve as faculty for a course, a bioskills course we call it, on shoulder and wrist surgery. And surgeons come in and we have case presentations and panels, and then they had cadaver lab, and we were able to allow them to perform the surgery in cadavers to become familiar with the equipment.
Have you published in your field?
I have.
In peer-reviewed literature?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Moore as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, and specifically hand surgery and injuries to the hand.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved. Yes, sir.
Dr. Moore, now we get to talk about this case. At our request, what have you reviewed, just general categories of information have you reviewed at our request in this case?
So a tremendous amount of material. I reviewed the video deposition and trial testimony of Mr. Depp regarding the injury, the medical records from Australia, the photographs of the injury from Australia and Los Angeles, texts and emails, the deposition of Dr. Kipper, and I'm sure there's more.
And when you reviewed the deposition of Mr. Depp, was that just in paper form?
It was a video deposition.
And so what did you review of that deposition?
The section where he describes the injury.
And did you see a video of him describing it?
I did.
And you watched the testimony from this trial of him describing it?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you reviewed some texts as well. What are those?
There were communications amongst Mr. Depp and his physician and others.
And what did you specifically review in those texts relating to the finger injury?
Well, with relation to the finger, there was a text where he had stated he cut his finger off.
Now, Dr. Moore, I'm going to ask you some questions about this case regarding the opinions that you formed relating to Mr. Depp's finger injury. When I ask you those questions, do you agree to answer my questions to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
And do you agree to advise the jury and the court if you are not answering any of them to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
Dr. Moore, based on your analysis, did Mr. Depp's finger injury happen as a result of a vodka bottle being thrown at him?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
No.
And what is the basis for that opinion?
Well, the medical data is inconclusive. It's not consistent with what we see in the described injury pattern or in the clinical photographs. And there are several elements. There's the description was of the hand being flat on a bar and the bottle crushing the finger from the top. But looking at the images, there's really no significant injury to the dorsum of the finger, and to create the type of injury with that type of a crush injury, we would anticipate both injury to the fingernail and other parts of the finger.
Can I stop you there and just break down a few things? You said the hand resting flat on the bar. Can you show the jury what direction the hand was resting based on the documents you've reviewed?
I think that the demonstration was with the hand flat, like this, across and maybe even curled over the edge of the bar like this.
Which side was facing upward? Which side of the hand?
The back of the hand, or we call it the dorsal surface of the hand, was up.
Doctor, if you could get closer to the microphone.
Oh,
just appreciate
sorry.
It. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you referred to the back of the hand as the dorsal side of the hand, is that right?
That's correct.
Sort of like the dorsal fin on a shark?
Correct.
Fair. And what is the other side of the hand called?
The palmar surface.
Palmar? Okay. So what direction was Mr. Depp's hand resting on the bar?
So the dorsal side was up, which with the descripted mechanism of injury or the injury, the bottle would have struck the top of the finger at the fingernail.
Okay. And you also mentioned a term that I'd like you to explain to the jury, crush injury, please.
So with review of the images and the x-rays, I mean, this was a crush injury. That would generate the findings clinically on x-ray that we saw. the fracture is a we call it comminuted, and the tip of the finger is in multiple splinters, so there are multiple fragments, and typically you see that with a crush type injury.
So a comminuted fracture is one where there's multiple fragments of bone? That's correct. And what was the basis, other than what you've read and heard, but from the pictures, what was the basis of your opinion that the hand was resting palmar side down?
Well, that was the way the injury was described and demonstrated in the videos, and so in that position where the bottle to strike the finger the way it was described, it would have struck on the nail, and the nail was really not injured, and so that's not consistent with that pattern of injury.
Michelle, could I get you to pull up exhibit DX369, page 26? Your Honor, this is admitted. Ask for permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Moore, is this one of the images that you reviewed?
Yes.
Tell us, in relation to your expert opinion on the cause of Mr. Depp's injury, tell us what you see in this picture, please.
So this is it looks like an avulsion type injury where tissue's actually pulled or pinched away. I think what's important in this picture is that
All right, everybody, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are back inside of this courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia, as an orthopedic surgeon and hand specialist, Dr. Richard Moore, is on the stand testifying on that claim that Johnny Depp made in a fight way back when with his ex-wife Amber Heard, that she threw a vodka bottle at him and severed part of his finger. So obviously some really gruesome images here. Viewer discretion is advised, and we're going to throw that up there on the screen for you. But again, if you are tuning into this, we have been for the last couple of weeks seeing some gruesome photos from fights over the last couple of years between the two, as Johnny Depp sues his ex-wife Amber Heard for $50 million for that opinion piece posted in the Washington Post back in 2018 that didn't name him, but basically said that Amber Heard was claiming that she was abused by a former partner. He claimed that this basically ruined his career. So again, viewer discretion is advised as we watch this trial. It is in the last week. We are expecting a verdict, hopefully by Memorial Day, but closing statements, closing arguments are going to be on Friday. So again, viewer discretion is advised. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
And explain to the jury again, and I'm sorry for the graphic nature of this photo, but it's important that the jury understands the basis for your opinion that a bottle couldn't have caused this coming in from above.
Yeah, so it's again, the mechanism described would have almost certainly led to severe nail injury. You know, I see no subungual hematoma. Again, it's a palmar tissue loss, and the loss is from distal to proximal, which is from the tip back far below the nail. And so for it to create that tissue loss down there, there would almost certainly have to be injury dorsally with that described mechanism.
So what you're saying is that something coming from the top could not have left the nail intact and yet caused injury from the tip of the finger underneath the nail.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
You can answer.
So I believe that with the mechanism described, that if the bottle struck the nail, there would have certainly been an injury to the nail bed, and in order for the soft tissue injury to be created by that mechanism, there would have almost certainly been tissue loss on the top of the finger as well.
Does Mr. Depp's description of what happened line up with the undisputed photographic evidence that you've reviewed?
No.
Now, we mentioned the term crush injury a few minutes ago. I'd like to show you DX360, please. And Your Honor, this is, we won't publish this at this time. Is this a document that you reviewed in connection with your expert opinion in this case?
Yes.
And Michelle, if you can please go to pages, I believe they're 5 and 6. Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish these as a demonstrative to the jury.
Just page 5 and 6.
Sorry, 09 and 10.
Page
2
09
pages.
and 10. Could you go to 10 also so plaintiff can see it? Okay, any objection to 09?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, 09 or 10 can be published.
Dr. Moore, what are these pictures of?
So these are x-rays of the injured digit.
And what do you observe in these x-rays? Explain to the jury what you see.
So these are two views. So one in the plane looking through the finger in this direction, one in the plane looking through the finger sideways. And you can see that the tuft or the tip of the finger, the last bone in the finger called the distal phalanx, is shattered. You can see there's multiple little spicules of bone. And there's also a transverse fracture at that level, which runs through the bone. So this is what we would describe as a comminuted fracture, and it's commonly associated with crush injury.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen a comminuted fracture like this result from an object thrown in the way that Mr. Depp described?
Well, not with the constellation of findings shown on the x-rays. I mean, I think that could create a fracture, but in this setting, it wouldn't create a fracture with without the associated other injuries that we would anticipate.
And in your decades of practice, when you see a comminuted fracture like this, what are some things that have typically caused it?
So crush mechanisms could be slammed in a drawer, caught between two logs in the fireplace, car door, sliding glass door. Those are all any mechanism that squeezes the finger between two hard opposing surfaces could create this type of injury.
In the statements of Mr. Depp that you reviewed, how did he describe what happened to the alleged bottle when it hit the bar?
I believe he said it exploded, shattered.
If a bottle had exploded near his finger in the way that he alleges, what would you expect to see in the documents that you have reviewed?
Well, I think that the physicians did a good job of documenting the presentation, the appearance of the wound. They did not document the presence of any glass shards, and there were no other associated injuries elsewhere on the hand.
And I just want to step back for 1 minute. Michelle, can you pull up the next page of the x-ray here? Thank you. And Dr. Moore, just before we move on from x-rays, I know that this one is blown up like this, it's a little bit blurry, but can you point out or describe to the jury where the multiple bone fragments are in the finger?
So they're in the very tip. If you see the joint, and then there's what we call the transverse fracture, which is across the middle of the bone in the same plane as the joint, and then the multiple fragments are in the tuft. With a Xerox copy, the quality is not as detailed as a true x-ray.
You can take that down, please, Michelle. Thank you. So back to the glass. In the records that you reviewed, Dr. Moore, did you see any adjacent injuries? In other words, injuries to any other part of Mr. Depp's hand other than the tip of his middle finger?
No.
And is that observation consistent with the explosion of glass type phenomenon that Mr. Depp alleges?
Well, I think in the setting of a glass explosion like that, where there's multiple fragments and the tip of the finger's cut off, you would anticipate that there would be other lacerations.
Did you review the documentation in the medical records from the hospital in Australia?
Yes.
Did any of those providers report retrieving glass from the wound?
No.
What about any glass near the site of the injury?
No.
What about any glass in other parts of the hand?
No.
What about any glass in any of the other fingers?
No.
Is there any reference at all, Dr. Moore, that you've seen to any glass in the records that you've reviewed?
No.
And Dr. Moore, in your decades of practice, have you ever seen an injury associated with a glass explosion that was focused on the end of a single finger in the way Mr. Depp describes?
Well, not consistent with the clinical images and the findings in this case, no.
Have you ever seen an injury associated with an alleged glass explosion where no other glass was found on any part of the patient's body or clothing or anything?
No.
And because there's been talk of a glass explosion, Dr. Moore, there's seems to have been a suggestion that somehow glass may have sliced off the end of Mr. Depp's finger. Is that what's going on here?
No, this wound doesn't really appear to be a sharp glass laceration.
You referred earlier to an avulsion, which is a term I had never heard before. Your opinion in this case. Explain to the jury what that is, please.
So often with crush injuries and we'll see tissue loss that we call an avulsion, or where the tissue's actually pinched or pulled away rather than sliced or cut. And it's not uncommon with crush injuries to see that.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen an avulsion injury with a partial amputation that results from an object thrown from the top of the finger in the way that Mr. Depp describes?
No. Again, I think that the description differs from the clinical appearance on the images.
Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 369 at page 12? This has been admitted, Your Honor.
All right. We publish to the jury.
Dr. Moore, you said you've treated thousands of hand injuries over the course of your career, correct?
Correct.
What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
So we describe that as a...
Objection, calls for speculation.
The picture just changed.
Sorry, page 12, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
So that's a plaster splint.
Overruled the objection.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry. Please tell the jury what that is on Mr. Depp's hand.
So that's a plaster splint. A half a cast is how I sometimes describe it to patients, and it provides stability for comfort and to protect fractures in the course of treatment.
Is that plaster splint hard or soft?
What's plaster Paris? It hardens like a cast does.
Dr. Moore, does Mr. Depp's description of how his finger became injured line up with the facts that you've seen?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Moore.
Good morning.
You said you reviewed Mr. Depp's video deposition, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed Mr. Depp's testimony at this trial, correct?
That's correct.
And was that also a video of his testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that Mr. Depp demonstrated that his hand was flat on a surface, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's not entirely accurate, is it, though?
No. His description was relatively consistent in both, including turning and resting the hand on the edge.
Isn't it true, Dr. Moore, that when Mr. Depp did the demonstration in his deposition, he showed that his fingers were hanging over the bar?
Well, even hanging over the bar, it still leaves the dorsum of the hand or the nail vulnerable.
That's not my question, Dr. Moore. My question is, isn't it true that Mr. Depp said his fingers were not laying flat on a table, they were hanging over the bar?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you knew that when you made that opinion. Isn't that correct?
Well, I believe that as I demonstrated sitting here, that I said that he had said they were slightly curled over, I think was the description that I gave.
your description in this courtroom was that it was laying flat, and I think you've done that now twice. But in your deposition, you testified that his fingers were actually hanging over the bar. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the witness's testimony. He clearly indicated they were curled. Or could have been curled.
Overruled.
So that's a that's a distinction that perhaps I misstated in one of the two descriptions. However, that does not substantially change my opinion of the impact it would have on the mechanism.
Isn't it true that Mr. Depp also testified that the bottle came from an off angle?
Yes.
And you consider that in rendering your opinions today, correct?
Yes, I believe he stated that it came from between 6 and 10 feet. I think it was off to, I think he demonstrated it was off to his right. I can't recall specifically, but it was off angle, yes.
So it didn't come from the top, as you previously testified just a few minutes ago, correct?
Well, no, it would have struck the top of the finger, but it may have been slightly off angle in its approach based on the description.
Mr. Depp described it as off angle, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Moore, just at the outset, your billing rate for providing deposition testimony is $1,000 per hour?
That's correct.
And you were deposed in this action for several hours on March 22nd, 2022?
That's correct.
And your billing rate for providing trial testimony is $5,000 per day?
That's correct.
You were retained in this case by Ms. Heard's legal team, correct?
Correct.
And over the last few years, you've provided expert services for one of Ms. Heard's law firms on at least 2 other cases, right?
That's correct, yes.
Dr. Moore, is it fair to say that you have no personal knowledge as to how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, correct?
No, I have no personal knowledge. My impression is based on his description of the injury and the available medical records for review.
But you weren't in Australia with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, correct?
I was not in Australia, no.
And so therefore you have no personal knowledge as to how that injury was sustained?
Correct.
You also never personally examined Mr. Depp's finger, did you?
Correct.
You didn't examine Mr. Depp's finger at the time it was injured?
I did not.
And you never provided any medical treatment to Mr. Depp in connection with his finger injury, did you?
I did not.
Now, you've testified that you identified Mr. Depp's finger injury as a crush injury, correct?
Correct.
And a crush injury is when a body part is crushed or trapped between 2 opposing firm surfaces, yes?
Yes.
And a crush injury to a finger can occur when a foreign object hits the finger, right?
Yes.
And based on the pictures that you reviewed of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you cannot determine what particular object caused the injury to his finger, yes?
Well, I can't determine exactly what object did it. I think that I can say with confidence that the described mechanism of the bottle hitting and shattering the finger was not consistent with the appearance of the injury.
I understand that.
And
My
I think
question is just very specific. You can't determine the object that caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, it's a little bit more of a non-specific answer. I mean, I can't determine the exact object, but I can determine that it's unlikely that it was sustained in the manner described.
A bottle is a foreign object, isn't it?
Yes.
So you can't rule out that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger was caused by a vodka bottle, correct?
Well, based on the injury pattern, I can say that the described mechanism of injury is inconsistent with medical findings.
Right. But because a vodka bottle is a foreign object, you can't rule out that a vodka bottle is what caused Mr. Depp's injury.
Well, I can't rule out that a vodka bottle caused the injury, but I can rule out that it was caused in the manner described in his testimony.
You can't rule out that the injury was caused by a knife, right?
I think it's unlikely that the injury was caused by a knife.
But you can't rule it out.
Well, a simple knife laceration wouldn't impart the injury to the distal phalanx to result in the comedy fracture. Now, a chopping type, but again, that would likely come from a direction that would create a dorsal injury to create the fracture that was developed.
Do you remember giving testimony in this case, Dr. Moore?
Deposition?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were under oath, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that was on March 22nd, 2022, yes?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Moore, may I please have you go to page 163 of your deposition, specifically line 17. (163). Actually, apologies, 164. Line 4.
Correct.
Question, but you can't rule it out completely, right? Answer, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or, again, as Dr. Gilmer said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object as to the incomplete impeachment. I think if she's going to read his answer, she also needs to read or give Dr. Moore the chance to read the paragraph below. She just picked out half of his answer.
You can redirect.
Yeah,
I'll
as
overrule the
well as the
objection.
paragraph above.
Dr. Moore, there's no question pending. Thank you, though. So you can't rule out that the injury was caused by a car door either. Is that right?
Correct.
But it's your testimony sitting here today that you can rule out that the injury was caused by a vodka bottle. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that I can rule out the injury as caused by the mechanism described by Mr. Depp in his deposition.
But you can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, the definitive injury is a crush injury, again, I can't say. I mean, I think that it's quite likely that the initial mechanism described at the time of presentation of the accordion doors would classically create this injury pattern. You know, the hand up in front. If you picture accordion doors as the edge is closed, if the hand's up, the palm is exposed. If the door's pushed, and the
Dr.
hinge
Moore,
closes about the fingers.
I understand that. But my question is,
I think it's important that they understand that.
this is the time for me to ask you questions. Your counsel will have the ability to rehabilitate you and ask you questions on redirect. Right now, let's try my question.
Okay.
You can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's fingers. Yes or no?
No.
In conducting your analysis of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you did not attempt to reconstruct the incident. Is that right?
Well, I think the incident was reconstructed. You mean did I throw a vodka bottle at something?
No, no, Dr. Moore. I mean, you didn't do any type of accident reconstruction, either computerized or you didn't conduct any type of accident reconstruction of the alleged.
No, that's correct. My opinion is based on the medical records and the clinical images and Mr. Depp's description.
And your analysis is based on an understanding of how Mr. Depp described the exact position of his finger at the time of the injury, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And your analysis is also based on the assumption that Mr. Depp's hand remained completely still in the instance that a vodka bottle was hurled at him, yes?
No, my assessment is on his description of the vodka bottle striking the top of his finger.
But his hand stayed still, according to your analysis, yes?
I guess it was still long enough for the bottle to hit it, but natural reaction would be to try to pull away.
When you perform traumatic finger surgeries, you inquire about the cause of the injuries, correct?
Correct.
And your best information on that is typically just the self-report of the patient, yes?
Correct.
And your assumption is that the patient is trying to get care. Because the patient is trying to get care, that patient is generally telling the truth, right?
You would hope so.
Yeah. You reviewed Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony informing your opinion about Mr. Depp's finger injury, correct?
Correct.
In forming your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment for Mr. Depp...
May we approach?
Okay.
Alrighty, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, May 23rd. We are back inside of this courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia for the final week of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard $50 million defamation trial. As you can see on the stand right now, orthopedic surgeon and hand specialist Dr. Richard Moore called up to testify from Amber Heard's attorneys.
So, informing your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition?
I'm going to lower the volume right there. As you can see, he's being cross-examined by Camille Vasquez, Johnny Depp's lawyer. This is all in reference to that testimony from Johnny Depp that we heard a couple of weeks ago, where the actor described the alleged 2015 fight where his ex-wife Amber Heard allegedly left him with a severed fingertip after throwing a vodka bottle at him during a fight in 2015 in Australia. So we're going to continue listening in here on Live Now from Fox, because there have been a lot of dramatic revelations, a lot of testimony to take note of in these last several weeks. And like I mentioned, this is likely going to be the final week of this trial. We are expecting closing arguments to happen this coming Friday. So be sure to stream our show here on that day, this time. And if you are eager to take a look back at some of the major moments from this trial, head to our Live Now from Fox YouTube page. That is also where you can watch this hearing, this trial, live, raw, and in its entirety on our own separate stream, just in case we get out of the trial on our show here for any major breaking news or other live events that are taking place. We're also monitoring President Biden's first trip to Asia since taking office. We've had some notable moments from some of the press conferences, him meeting with the Japanese Prime Minister earlier today. We are also monitoring the latest from the Supreme Court, and if you are looking to the right-hand side of your screen there to that bottom box, today is actually Supreme Court Opinion Day, with rulings officially released at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, so in about 15 minutes. Now, the court does not give advance notice of which rulings will be released on Opinion Days, but this could be the next opportunity to hand down a decision in the case Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Center, following that leaked document weeks ago published by Politico, saying that basically a majority of the conservative justices are looking to overturn Roe v. Wade, which would fundamentally change abortion rights for women in the United States. You can also see that we are monitoring stocks there for you on the right-hand upper side of your screen. We've seen a lot of wild swings as inflation is continuing to skyrocket. We're also seeing historic gas prices continue to go up. So as you can see, the Dow up this morning to start your week. But we're going to continue listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to the Johnny Depp Amber Heard $50 million defamation trial. Viewer discretion is advised, especially as they specifically talk about this incident, this fight. You can see that they're showing some photos there from the scene. Earlier, they were showing pictures of Johnny Depp's finger, allegedly after it was severed by a vodka bottle in this fight. So pretty gruesome. Again, viewer discretion is advised if you are tuning in to watch the $50 million defamation trial of Dr. Johnny Depp against Amber Heard.
Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, did you?
I did not.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect. Yes, sir.
Can you pull up Exhibit 1817 that was just shown to the witness, please? And can you blow up that what Ms. Vasquez referred to as a broken vodka bottle, Michelle, please? Dr. Moore, what, based on your review of the documents in this case, what did you understand to be the size of the bottle of vodka that Mr. Depp alleged cut off his finger?
The description was that it was a handle, a half-gallon bottle.
And that's bigger than a 750 mil or fifth of liquor, correct?
Yes.
And what size bottle, if to the extent that's even a bottle, what size does that appear to be to you?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Does that appear to be a handle?
It is.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
You can take that down. Dr. Moore, Ms. Vasquez just asked you about Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony, and she said, where she claims that Mr. Depp allegedly told him that the finger was severed from a vodka bottle. Do you remember that question a few minutes ago?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I do remember that question.
Yes, thank you. Is that consistent, that alleged account, is that consistent with the texts you reviewed between Mr. Depp and Dr. Kipper?
No.
And what did those texts say?
As I recall, Mr. Depp indicated that he had cut his finger off.
Now, Ms. Vasquez wouldn't let you finish when you were trying to explain to the jury how Mr. Depp's account of injuring his finger in an accordion door would be perfectly consistent with the photographs you saw. Could you please explain that to the jury?
Well, so again, we tend to try to believe patients. We hope that they come in with an honest history initially, and that's a reasonable mechanism for this to have occurred. And again, if you picture your hand up with either a closure of a hinge or a closure of a door, the palmar surface is exposed. If it's caught in that hinge as it closes, it could be slightly off center. It would pinch that tissue away in a similar fashion, but because it's below the level of the nail bed, it could create this injury with the fracture, the tissue loss, and preserve the nail bed.
Can you look at page 164 of your deposition, the one that Ms. Vasquez just showed you?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on hearsay grounds.
Your Honor, she only...
Oh, overruled.
Thank you. Ms. Vasquez asked you a question, and then she read your answer, trying to impeach you, but she only read half of the answer. So I'm going to read the whole answer to the jury, and I'm going to ask you to tell me if I'm reading your answer right, okay? The question is on page 164, line 4, but you can't rule it out completely, right? And you answered, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door, or again, as Dr. Gilmore said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. And then you go on to say, this is where Ms. Vasquez cut you off and didn't let you finish. I
don't think that's in the transcript. Objection.
I'll sustain that.
The rest of your answer that she didn't read to you, Dr. Moore, is the question I can answer is that the mechanism that was described by Mr. Depp and demonstrated by Mr. Depp is inconsistent with the injury pattern that's found on the images and the description. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And does that remain your opinion today?
Yes.
Has anything that's been presented to you on cross-examination changed any of the opinions that you hold in this case?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Moore, you're free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you. All right, thank you. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Dr. David Spiegel.
Dr. Spiegel. All right, that's fine. Yes, sir.
You're streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, May 23rd. A pretty back and forth testimony there when it comes to kicking off another week, the final week of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard $50 million defamation trial. We were just hearing from a hand specialist / orthopedic surgeon who was testifying regarding looking at x-rays and reading reports related to an alleged 2015 fight between Johnny Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard, which he claims left him with a severed fingertip when she found out that he was drinking during a trip to Australia and threw a vodka bottle at him, severing a part of his finger. The then couple were then on a trip to Australia as Depp was actually filming the 5th installment of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. And he said that they had been arguing when Depp says Heard hurled 2 vodka bottles at him, the second of which caused the injury that actually forced him to get surgery. Photos of Depp's severed finger were really horrifying to spectators just a couple of weeks ago when he was first testifying about the incident, and then we just saw them a few minutes ago as this is brought up again with now a doctor involved. So again, viewer discretion is advised if you are joining our stream to watch this trial live, raw, and unfiltered. That is who we are and what we do. But definitely some gruesome photos that were seen of his finger when this incident first happened. And you saw Johnny Depp's lawyer, Camille Vasquez, who has actually really taken a president's role in this courtroom. You've seen her on the internet. She has really been rebuttaling and defending her client as she has been hired to. But also important to mention that while we are hearing some witness testimony from doctors and specialists, we are expected to hear from Johnny Depp himself once again. He's expected to undergo a cross-examination as a rebuttal witness by his ex-wife Amber Heard's team of lawyers. There are multiple reports saying that he's going to be the third witness taking the stand today, following this first doctor and then possibly an intimate partner violence expert. Now, Amber Heard herself took to the stand last week to be cross-examined by Depp's lawyer, Camille Vasquez, who, like I said, she stole the show with very tough questioning of Heard. Now, he's likely to face questioning on a slew of allegations that Heard made during her testimony last week, including that he allegedly sexually assaulted her with a liquor bottle in March of 2015 while in Australia as well. So, like I've mentioned several times, a lot of drama, a lot of explosive revelations when it comes to their relationship, their, past, their history together. So again, if at any given moment we do get out of this trial and move on to other news, because as you can see with many elements on your screen here, we're following a lot of top stories here this morning. Be sure to head to our Live Now from Fox YouTube page. That is where we've got an entirely separate stream dedicated to full coverage of this trial. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we'll get you all up to speed on everything that we are following here this morning. As you can see to the right-hand side of your screen, we'll take you outside of the Supreme Court of the United States, where we are expecting opinion rulings on cases that we don't know. They give no insight as to what opinion rulings are issued on these given scheduled days. And then we're also monitoring stocks as we continue to see soaring prices in America for basically everything you want and need to go about your daily lives. We've seen a lot of wild swings with this market within the last couple of weeks. And then we'll also bring you up to speed on everything regarding President Biden's first trip to Asia since taking office. Stay with us.
90% of my day is clinical between the two components.
And what is involved in a comprehensive evaluation?
So in a comprehensive evaluation, in addition to reviewing the historical information that you receive from collateral other sources from the patient, you get whether it's the history of current illness, the past psychiatric history, family history, social history, legal, substance history. Then you do what's called a mental status exam, which is the psychiatric version of a physical exam where you're actually giving a description of what you see in front of you. Then you can do cognitive testing, which tests the patient memory, attention, concentration, etc. Then you come up with a working and a differential diagnosis, describe any other additional testing you may need or not need, and then you come up with a treatment plan.
How many patients have you treated over the 30 years?
Quite a lot, probably in the tens of thousands.
And how many patients do you regularly see?
So inpatient is generally about 5 to 8, sometimes more. Outpatients probably 5 to 6, sometimes more. I should point out that my inpatient work is divided between consultation, psychiatry, and I believe we're going to talk about that, as well as working on the inpatient service. So I believe we will talk about that.
What, if any, differences are there on how many patients you see on weekends as opposed to weekdays?
So when I'm on call, which is on either a Saturday or a Sunday meeting, I have to be in the hospital and around. That's probably an additional 35 plus patients.
How frequently do you treat patients who abuse drugs and alcohol?
Unfortunately, drugs and alcohol are part of psychiatric practice. And so probably 3/4 of my patients have substance abuse problems.
Okay. Does this include both legal and illegal drugs?
Yes. Put them both together, probably 75%.
And how frequently do you treat patients who have suffered from someone in their lives who abuses alcohol and drugs?
On a regular basis, like I said, on a daily basis. This is part of what psychiatry is.
Okay. And as part of that treatment of patients who abuse drugs.
Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, May 23rd. It is officially at 10 a.m. here on the East Coast, only 7 a.m. out there out west. But regardless of where you are joining us from, thank you so much for starting off your week with us as we bring you live inside of the courtroom of the final week of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial, the $50 million defamation trial. And we are expected to see Johnny Depp back on the stand once again. This trial is entering its marathon 7th and final week, and the Pirates of the Caribbean star, who actually last took the stand 2 weeks ago, is expected to be called again to undergo cross-examination as a rebuttal witness by his ex-wife Amber Heard's team of lawyers. Now, there are multiple reports saying that he's going to be the third witness to take the stand today, following a doctor that we just saw on the stand. He was an orthopedic surgeon and a finger specialist, weighing in on the alleged case of Johnny Depp's finger partially being severed, allegedly due to Amber Heard throwing 2 vodka bottles at him during a fight in Australia back in 2015. The actor claimed that he needed surgery because of it. So we saw that witness testimony, and now we are hearing from Dr. David Spiegel, who is a clinical psychiatrist in the Virginia area. He is expected to really weigh in on intimate partner violence related to the toxic relationship that has really unfolded. Some really explosive testimony, some really gut-wrenching revelations when it comes to both actors who have taken the stand at this point. Heard herself took to the stand last week to be cross-examined by Depp's lawyer Camille Vasquez, who we already heard from this morning. She stole the show with her tough questioning of Heard last week, and he's likely to face questioning on the allegations that she made during her testimony, including one that really stuck out to fans, basically saying that Johnny Depp sexually assaulted her with a liquor bottle in March of 2015 while in Australia, that same trip where the alleged vodka bottle throwing and severed finger incident also happened. So we are going to listen in to some of his testimony in just a moment here, but I also do want to let you know that any moment now we are expecting some opinion rulings by the Supreme Court of the United States. Now, the court does not give advance notice of which rulings will be released on opinion days, but this could be the next opportunity to hand down a decision in the case called Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Center, following that leaked document weeks ago published by Politico looking to overturn Roe v. Wade. So that is something that we are closely monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. You can also see stocks up to the right-hand side of your screen up to start this week. We have been monitoring the market for quite some time now, especially as our nation is seeing record high inflation, record high gas prices. So definitely quite a time for our nation's economy. So we'll continue to keep an eye on the Dow here for you on Live Now from Fox throughout the day. I also do want to quickly update you on the fact that we are following President Biden's first visit to Asia since taking office. And we did have some notable moments from his visit to Japan. He did land there just yesterday. And today we saw him meet with the Japanese Prime Minister. This is a little glimpse into that welcome ceremony. Now, a big note from this morning was the fact that he announced the launch of a new trade deal with 12 Indo-Pacific nations aimed at strengthening their economies. It's called the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, and it's basically a new trade deal that his administration designed to address the need for stability in commerce right now after we've seen so many disruptions caused by the pandemic and then Russia's war in Ukraine. We also do have world leaders meeting for the Economic Forum in Switzerland. So that is also happening as well. We've taken you out there to some of the addresses we heard from this morning. Also hearing from President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine talking about how the war has impacted their ability to help the world's economy. But basically, the White House said the framework is going to help the United States and Asian economies work more closely on issues including supply chains, digital trade, clean energy, work protections, and anti-corruption efforts. The details still need to be negotiated among some of the member countries, which make it difficult right now for the administration to say how this agreement would fulfill the promise of helping U.S. workers and businesses, but we'll continue to monitor that trade deal. He did speak on it in a press conference first and then in a forum a couple of minutes after that, including those nations that are joining the U.S. in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Those include Australia, India, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, New Zealand, the Philippines, and the list goes on and on. So the countries basically said in a joint statement that the pact will help them collectively prepare our economies for the future. And then going back to our own economy, which is basically what we are keeping a close eye on here, monitoring the Dow, he also addressed the fact that Americans could see high inflation for quite some time. He said, quote, "It's going to be a haul before we could feel any sort of relief here in the United States." He acknowledged the U.S. economy has problems, but said that they were less consequential than the ones that the rest of the world has. So also, talking about our economy. And then also a moment to note there, he also made some remarks on Taiwan. And this is something that we are closely monitoring here on Live Now from Fox. He said that the U.S. would basically intervene militarily if China were to invade Taiwan, saying the burden to protect Taiwan is even stronger after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It was actually one of the most forceful presidential statements in support of self-governing in decades. And we actually do have some of that sound here to play for you. Let's listen in really quick here. We have about a minute of it.
Militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
You are?
That's the commitment we made. And the reason I bother to say this, not just about Ukraine, if in fact after all he's done, there's a rapprochement met between between the Ukrainians and Russia, and these sanctions are not continued to be sustained in many ways, then what signal does that send to China about the cost of attempting to take Taiwan by force? We support the one China policy. We support all that we've done in the past. But that does not mean that China has the ability, the jurisdiction to go in and use force to take over Taiwan. So we stand firmly with Japan and with other nations not to let that happen. And my expectation is it will not happen. It will not be attempted. And my expectation is a lot of it depends upon just how strongly the world makes clear that that kind of action is going to result in long-term disapprobation by the rest of the community.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend?
Meanwhile, back here at home, a military plane carrying enough specialty infant formula for more than 500,000 baby bottles officially arrived in the United States yesterday, specifically in Indianapolis. It was the first of several flights expected from Europe aimed at relieving a shortage that has really sent parents scrambling to find enough formula to feed their children. It's something that we have been covering for weeks now. Now, President Joe Biden officially authorized the use of Air Force planes for the effort, which is being called Operation Fly Formula, because no commercial flights were available. The formula weighed 78,000 pounds, according to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. She told reporters that aboard Air Force One as Biden flew from South Korea to Japan. And actually, Indianapolis was chosen because it is a nestled distribution hub. So the formula will be offloaded into FedEx semi-tractor trailers and taken to a nestled distribution center about a mile away, where the company will do a standard quality control check before distributing the supplies to hospitals, pharmacies, and doctors' offices. So relief on the way. Obviously not coming at the speed of light, but making their way to stores, hopefully by sometime this week. And we do know that more shipments are expected to make their way to the United States internationally over the next several weeks as well. So we are also monitoring one more health-related story here on Live Now from Fox for you, monkeypox, because this is something that has really started to make headlines at the fact that the CDC is monitoring cases in different states here in the United States. So as if COVID infections climbing aren't enough, doctors believe the monkeypox may be more controllable than COVID. Monkeypox has been detected in Florida, and they are suspecting a case out in New York City. The first presumptive case was found in Miami when it comes to the state of Florida. But we're told that the patient is in isolation. It has many wondering if the disease, what it is. How do you know if you have it? So we're working constantly on a day-to-day basis to get you more information on monkeypox. Now, this isn't the first time that monkeypox has actually appeared in the U.S., but health officials still want us to all be cautious. Just last summer, there was actually a reported case in Texas from a person who had just returned from Nigeria. As of now, there is a confirmed case in Massachusetts, a possible case in New York City, and now a presumptive case in Broward County, which is out in the Miami area here in Florida. Now, monkeypox is a virus that begins as a rash and then basically turns into bumps that could become blisters, just like you see here on your screen. And the sickness can last from 2 to 4 weeks with flu-like symptoms. These include fevers, chills, fatigue, aches and pains, almost like a weaker version of smallpox. It is rarely seen outside of Africa. And different from COVID, experts say it is harder to transmit. It generally requires close physical contact or bodily fluids. Right now, there is actually no treatment for it, but experts say if there is an outbreak, the smallpox vaccines may be used to slow any potential outbreak. So this is all of what we are monitoring, the big stories here in a nutshell. I also do want to let you know really quickly that we did just get this feed into our desk as well, coming from the Florida area. But we are learning today that we are getting these feeds in as we monitor jury selection for the trial of Nicholas Cruz. He is the accused gunman who opened fire in a high school. It was the largest mass shooting in U.S. history to date. He did plead guilty to those shootings, but there is still a trial when it comes to his sentencing. as you can see him sitting right there in a courtroom right now. So we're going to monitor this feed for you as well. But speaking of courtrooms, something that we are continuing to bring you live, raw, and unfiltered on a day-to-day basis. The last week of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard $50 million defamation trial. On the stand right now, we have Dr. David Spiegel, a clinical psychiatrist from Virginia. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
As I was saying, because I've done review articles on patients who suffered from trauma. So the answer is, I haven't done any studies like where you give them medication for treatment or try one treatment versus another. I've reviewed the body of literature on intimate partner.
Isn't Raw television great? It looks like some of the feeds that we have got coming to our desk this morning are kind of blanking out a little bit. Here's a look at, we get these feeds coming in from Fox headquarters. So it looks like we are having a little bit of a transmission issue. What I'm going to do right now is send you to a quick 2-minute commercial break. Hopefully we'll be back in action when you return. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, we are back in action here in Fairfax County, Virginia. The final week of the $50 million Johnny Depp versus ex-wife Amber Heard defamation trial. On the stand right now, we have a clinical psychiatrist from the Fairfax area speaking on really abusive relationships is his forte. So let's continue to listen in on Live Now from Fox, raw and unfiltered.
Numbers add up exactly like that.
I'm just using yours.
I don't know if I'm doing, I don't know if those numbers add up like that, because I'm not sure if that's the case. If you say 25%, then maybe 12.5% of my practice. That's being rather specific. So again, a significant number of my patients have suffered from intimate partner violence. I see it on a daily basis, and I'm not sure exactly why I'm getting asked the same question again.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You listed 60 references to articles. I guess you said 80 now, and publications.
And I said around, sorry, I said around 80. I said around 80.
60, 80, whatever it is, right?
No, 60 and 80 is not, if you go to the PubMed, actually, why don't you go to PubMed right now and Google, not Google, put PubMed Spiegel DR, and you'll find that number is 72 with 2 waiting to be impressed. 1 submitted, so that'd be 75. So it's around 80. So again, what's on my CV is not necessarily the most updated version, because I still publish since the CV's been given to you, sir.
Right. And not one of the 72, 80 articles has IPV in the title, right?
Correct. Not one of them has IPV. It does have trauma, but not IPV.
Right. And you've never presented on the topic of IPV specifically?
As a function of trauma and as a function of somatic illness, again, I would say to you that it's part and parcel of these illnesses. So the answer is yes, I have. Okay.
Right.
The answer is yes, I have.
And IPV doesn't appear in your CV at all.
If you say it's not in my CV, I will believe you.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that are not in my CV that I do. So.
And you're not associated with any professional literature on IPV.
I'm sorry, repeat the question, sir?
Is there any professional literature that you've contributed to relative to IPV specifically as opposed to trauma generally?
The answer to the question again, sir, is that you cannot separate this artificial separation you are trying to do between trauma and intimate partner violence. It is part and parcel of trauma. We don't thread it like that.
Your Honor, plaintiff would accept this witness as an expert on general psychiatry, and with respect to the drug usage issues that Ms. Bredehoff referenced, but not with respect to IPV.
All right, over objection, he's in it as an expert, as stated on the record. All right, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Dr. Spiegel, at our request, what have you reviewed in this case? And just go ahead and give me more.
So it's a lengthy review, but court filings, psychological testing that was done on Ms. Heard by both Dr. Hughes and Dr. Curry, other physicians' medical records, other physician note, Dr. Kipper, counselors and therapists that both parties and psychiatrists that they went to, text messages, depositions, snippets of the UK trial, and I'm sure pictures of physical injuries, so I've seen a lot.
What, if anything, have you seen in terms of emails, audios, videos?
Yes, so I've seen videos of Mr. Depp. I think the video was showing already of Mr. Depp destroying, slamming cupboards and breaking glass and yelling at Ms. Heard while having a wine glass in his, with wine in his hands. I've seen videos of destruction of property in the house.
Okay. And what, if any, review have you conducted of the deposition and testimony of Mr. Depp's hired witness, Dr. Curry?
Objection.
Sure.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. It is Monday, May 23rd, and we are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered as a clinical psychiatrist named Dr. David Spiegel, actually from the Fairfax County, Virginia area. He specializes in intimate partner violence, and he's being called on the stand to kind of weigh in on the entire case and really looking back on both testimonies from Johnny Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard, because throughout the last couple of weeks, we've really learned just how toxic their relationship allegedly was. The fights, the alleged verbal abuse, the recordings that we've seen, the pictures that we've seen, the fact that they have gotten allegedly physical with each other. So he's kind of weighing in on the trial as a whole, as this is the final week of testimony. We did know that the jury was hoping to get in a verdict by Memorial Day, which is a week from today. So closing arguments are expected expected to happen on Friday. Be sure to tune in to our show to watch them live, raw and unfiltered. And like I mentioned throughout this entire trial, if for some reason we break out of it to go to other news like I'm actually about to do in just a moment, be sure to head to our Live Now from Fox Facebook page because we do have a separate stream completely dedicated to just airing this trial for you from when it starts to when it finishes. But I do want to break in here to let you know that what we were monitoring when it comes to the Supreme Court of the United States' opinion day, it was one of the scheduled days. Now we want to give you an update that today's opinions didn't include a decision on Roe v. Wade. This is following that bombshell leak of that Supreme Court opinion draft that basically said a number of the conservative justices were looking to overturn Roe v. Wade, which would then fundamentally change abortion rights for women in the United States. We have seen a protest erupt over the entire country since this leak. There was even specifically one day just a couple of weekends ago, about 2 weeks ago, that was dedicated to pro-choice movements and rallies taking place in major cities across the country. But we can confirm that the Supreme Court opinions today didn't include a decision on Roe v. Wade. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
And behaviors that are shown, risk factors that are shown in intimate partner violence, to be consistent with behaviors that Mr. Depp has demonstrated. 2, I've been asked to opine about the acute effects on alcohol and substance use, and I mentioned that including mood, behavior, cognition, functional impairment. 3, talking about the psychological profile, if you would, of, is there a question? I'm sorry. Oh, no. Okay. Of psychological and medical sequelae of patients who have suffered intimate partner violence and perpetrated intimate partner violence, and whether or not Mr. Depp's behavior is consistent with that. And lastly, about alcohol and other substance use disorders, their diagnostic criteria, their medical and psychological effects, psychiatric effects, their cognitive effects, and their functional effects. And I think I would like to just go with the jury one other thing. When we talk about, when psychiatry talks about substance use disorders, it's imperative to understand we're not talking about someone who rarely uses and happens to have a bad night. We're not talking about someone who uses on a weekly basis and has a bad night. We're talking about repetitive patterns of behavior that meet a list of 11 criteria
that can be deemed mild, moderate, or severe. Because I think people get confused when they hear the word substance abuse, that they think of, oh, I may abuse this because I used it twice. There is a whole criteria of behavior and sequelae and consequences that go with a substance use disorder. I'm not just talking about someone who will occasionally smoke a joint or smokes a joint or snorts occasionally coke, okay, or has alcohol on weekends. So I really need to reiterate that, because I think when you look at psychiatric behavior, we tend to look, people look online and say, my gosh, I have all 7 of these, right? And they're reading it not quite the way the psychiatric literature is supposed to go. So please, when I'm talking about this, I need you to understand, one, that that's what's going on. As I told you about intimate partner violence, it's horrible that anyone would strike anyone, okay? But again, we're talking about repetitive behaviors for means of control, right? So that's real important to understand when you're moving forward. And I may say occasionally substance abuse, but what I'm referring to is substance
Objection
use
beyond the scope of the question.
I don't.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, could you please just summarize for the jury the conclusions you came to with your opinions, and then we'll take you through the specifics.
So in my opinion, based on my review of the evidence, based on my clinical experience, based on my publishing experience, based on my teaching experience, that Mr. Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who is a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the impact of drug and alcohol abuse over time. First of all, based upon your review of the record evidence, what type of drugs has Mr. Depp?
Alrighty, everybody. It does appear that we have lost that feed coming in here on Live Now from Fox of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial. But here we go.
Prescription benzodiazepines, and we'll get into a separate thing about the abusability of Seroquel and or gabapentin and Oxycontin. And we are talking about much of the time concurrent use, meaning simultaneously.
In your practice, do some patients suggest to you that drugs and alcohol actually help them?
So I think it's patients who lack insight or are in the very early stages of recognizing they have a quote unquote problem will sometimes actually say that they have this medication actually calms me down, this medication makes me feel better. And in actuality, they may not acutely feel anything, but chronic and continual use will take its toll on the brain. So the answer is yes, but again, people who have substance use disorders have lack of insight and a lack of judgment about what's going on. They're very poor moderators of their own behavior.
Has Mr. Depp suggested, based on your review of the record evidence, that alcohol and drugs actually help him?
Yes, in review of the evidence, he has suggested that alcohol, Xanax, I'm in the list of medications, do help. Although I will also tell you on review of the evidence that there were at least 2 times I can remember that Mr. Depp was referring to at least short-lived periods of sobriety, and I cannot exactly tell you what that included. That both times he said that he functioned better and that he recognized that alcohol and drugs was at the root of his problems.
Now, there's been testimony that Mr. Depp is quite charming, both off and on the drugs and the alcohol. What is your answer to that?
So, again, let me put one thing clear here. I am not here to impeach Mr. Depp's acting skills or his persona. He has way greater skills than I do in that. What I'm here to say is talk about how drugs and alcohol affect what we all have in common. We're all human beings. We can all only get so much, take so much when something is going to happen. And that's what I see every day in the emergency room, on the consult service, on inpatient psychiatry. Bad things happen, not because of anything special, except we're all human beings
and our brain substance abuse are not titrated, they are not regulated by the FDA. We don't know what we're getting, we don't know how much we're getting. There is no control over what makes it to our brain. So it is not the actor, it is not the persona, okay? It is a person just like the rest of us who are human beings who will have these effects, and that's what we all share in common. Everyone in this courtroom shares that in common.
When Mr. Depp was in his relationship with Amber Heard, was he a polysubstance abuser?
Was he in what substance abuse?
Polysubstance
Yes.
abuser?
So
Can you explain
leaving
to the
your
jury what that is?
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so polysubstance abuse is the use of 3 or more substances. And I answer, like I said, concurrently, he was. Even while I was getting ready for rehab on the island, he was. So, yes, he did engage in that.
Did Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse affect him cognitively?
Yes. So, if nothing else to look at, Dr. Blaustein, a psychiatrist that evaluated Mr. Depp, did a mini mental state exam on him. And as part of that mini mental state examination, you're asked to remember 3 words and then come back 5 minutes later and repeat those 3 words. And in the meanwhile, you're getting other types of testing for attention and concentration and visual, spatial, and language. So other things that are being tested too. Mr. Depp was unable to recall any of them, and that is very unusual for a 50-ish year old male. I don't remember how old he was when he took that. Generally speaking, that age group should be remembering 2 or all 3 of those words. One, I do know that his lines were also fed to him by earpiece. Again, affecting memory. I did see in video deposition about having to have questions, I don't want to say repeat as much as completely forgotten. So the answer is yes. And you know, any one of us who use alcohol and cocaine to that level of degree, and I'm talking about a severe level of substance use disorder, are going to have effects. It is inescapable because we all have brains that are malaffected by extensive substance use, and potentially sometimes less, but certainly what we're talking about here is extensive.
What, if anything did you observe from the record evidence about Mr. Depp having difficulty focusing, his attention span, processing, whether he could function as an actor?
So, objection compound.
Compound is only if it's overruled. Thank you.
So again, in terms of the acting part, we do know that he needed his lines fed to him for movies. Part of that could have been also due to, and I don't know which movie, and please forgive me about that, that he actually confessed he did a movie entirely wasted. So I imagine it would be harder to do that. Additionally, like I said, when I looked at deposition, you can tell that the processing speed was down. His thinking rate was down. If your thinking rate is down, and I'm not talking about, again, I'm getting older. I'm probably not as sharp as I was at 25, okay? But I'm talking about so slow that when we're trying to move on to other questions, we're still trying to answer the original data that's presented to us. So attention span is very much impaired. And if your attention span is impaired, your memory is going to be impaired. It is inescapable that that's going to happen. So all that comes into play there. And that's what I witnessed in the video deposition. Fortunately for Mr. Depp, I do see that during this trial, his cognition has improved somewhat, which will happen if you are sober. So I commend him on that. But again, I'm specifically referencing the time with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp's relationship. So we're talking about that.
What, if any, observations from the record evidence did you have about Mr. Depp having alcoholic blackouts or foggy mind?
Again, there were reported times where he would be essentially, quote unquote, passed out drunk. You saw pictures of him passed out drunk. and not be able to remember what he did, which is, again, if you look at the record evidence, you will see that, and this is linking intimate partner violence and substance uses together. I know we're going to get to that, which is basically if you have blackouts and you're using alcohol or using cocaine, it's going to be near impossible to remember what happened the night before. I don't think I'm the first person that's ever told you that alcohol can cause blackouts. And basically, alcohol decreases a brain chemical, glutamate, which is involved in memory formation. If it blocks that to an extensive degree, the individual cannot remember what happened because they didn't have enough time for their brain to process the memory. You need this brain chemical. So does alcoholic blackouts happen every time? No, of course not. But are they a complication of a use disorder? Absolutely yes. And there was record evidence of that.
Dr. Spiegel, you said at one point alcohol and cocaine. Is it possible to have blackouts with alcohol and different types of substances?
Yes. So my clinical experience, and I'll date it back within the last month, we had a patient who was using both, especially cocaine, and she had these kind of stroke-like lesions around the brain center known as the hippocampus, which is involved in memory formation. So
objection relevance.
Just giving an example. Overruled.
Combining the two substances together increases the likelihood, even if you don't get what is a major stroke. And again, we think of a major stroke as someone who has speech difficulties and movement difficulties. There's a lot of different types of stroke that can just affect cognition. They don't necessarily have to have severe movement deficits or severe language deficits. They can solely affect you in terms of your cognitive symptoms, and actually known as a vascular neurocognitive disorder. So you need to understand, and that's part of the psychiatric diagnosis. You need to understand that you can have these insults, these lesions, these strokes, without demonstrating physical features. And at a minimal, we know that he was using both substances concurrently, and at minimal, we know he had cognitive issues that we talked about, or at least had some of them.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. What, if any, correlation is there between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders?
So the risk factors, if you would, for intimate partner violence, okay, and there are probably many of them. I don't have time to go over all of them, but the ones in particular, characters in particular, are one, having someone in the relationship who is jealous or suspicious. Two, having someone who has a higher than average acceptance of violence ideations. Three, someone who has rapid and extreme mood shifts. Four, someone who has limited self-control. One of the roles of cognition, one of the roles of our brain, is to prevent inappropriate behaviors and acting out on thoughts. We all get angry at people. That's human. We all get angry at people. We all think things about people. The difference is when our brains are intact and working well, most of us don't act them out, okay? Most of us do not act them out. So that's because your frontal lobe and other parts of the brain are involved in making sure these negative thoughts don't get acted on, okay? So when you have the effects of alcohol acutely, it causes disinhibition, which means you are, by definition, losing control and having rapid mood swings. Two, you are affecting parts of the brain that are involved in what we call social processing cues. So you no longer can interpret what's in front of you that is, I would say, right or wrong, or what I should act on and what I shouldn't act on. So we act on them. Even though sober, and I've seen it with Mr. Depp's record evidence, I've seen it clinically, sober, we can contain that. We can contain that. But when you have these mixtures together, knowing, by the way, that about 40 up to 60% of intimate partner violence is done under the influence of alcohol and or substance use disorders, okay? Knowing that treating it gets it better, improves, I'm not saying removes it, but improves it, hearing from Mr. Depp's own text to Dr. Kipper that he was better with that things are going better, will show you that given those confluence of factors, given them all lining up, the risk factors, combined with something that when any of us use to a certain amount, if we're novice at it, it'll be a lot less. If we're more experienced and have more tolerance and dependence, it's going to take a lot more. But inevitably, will make us disinhibited and will make us act out. And acting out could be done in a lot of different ways in intimate partner violence, okay? With also remembering, control is the end game of intimate partner violence. So that's how they basically interact in a nutshell.
Ms. Butterhoff, I assume you have...
I have quite a bit more.
Let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. We'll be back with you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In 15 minutes. We're just,
Sorry, I
we're
talked
just
too
taking a
much.
break. No, we're just taking a break. All right, let's just take a break till 11 then, and we'll come back at 11, okay?
Thank you.
All right, everybody, you are watching live now from Fox, the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial back in action for its final week. We just heard from Dr. David Spiegel, clinical psychiatrist and expert in intimate partner violence, basically saying just a couple of minutes ago that Johnny Depp has behaviors consistent with a perpetrator of IPV, talking about his alcohol and drug abuse, which Amber Heard alleged was a huge problem and a huge strain on their relationship. Right before that, we heard from an orthopedic surgeon and a hand specialist. So it is likely, we have had several reports say that Johnny Depp will be back on the stand as the third witness called by Amber Heard's attorneys. So we've already seen the two within the first almost 2 hours of this trial. So it is likely that after this 15-minute break, we will see Johnny Depp back on the stand to undergo cross-examination as a rebuttal witness by his ex-wife Amber Heard's team of lawyers. Now, there are some reports and some experts weighing in that they're basically doing this to control the narrative, and we really did see a lot of explosive revelations, allegations made by Amber Heard just last week when she took the stand to testify and be cross-examined by Johnny Depp's attorney, specifically lawyer Camille Vasquez, really stealing the show with her tough questioning of Amber Heard. So he is likely to face questioning on the allegations that she made during that testimony. One that really stuck out to viewers, the fact that she alleged that Johnny Depp sexually assaulted her with a liquor bottle in March of 2015 while in Australia. Earlier, that orthopedic surgeon was talking about the fight that allegedly happened back in 2015 on that trip, and it does look like we lost that feed for you here, but it looks like that we got it back. So again, they did just say that they are in recess until 11 a.m. Eastern time. That's when things will pick back up. So we're going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when you return, we will have some more live events to bring you, not only here in the United States, but around the world. Stay with us. You are streaming live now from Fox. Everybody, happy Monday. You are hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. But we have been live and worldwide all morning long. First starting off in Japan as President Biden is making his way through Asia for his first trip to the country since taking office. He was in Japan today making a major announcement on an Indo-Pacific trade deal. Since they are about 13 hours ahead of us, he is likely sleeping right now, but when we do get some more events coming from out there, we will be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. For the last about 2 hours at this point, we have been back inside of this courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia. That is where two experts have taken the stand as the Johnny Depp Amber Heard $50 million defamation trial is in its final week. We're actually expecting closing arguments to happen this Friday, so be sure to tune into our show. We have been bringing you every live, raw, and unfiltered moment, whether it's here on our broadcast or on our YouTube stream that we separately have specifically dedicated to airing this trial in its entirety from the moment it starts to the moment it finishes each day. So they are in about a 15-minute recess, and likely after we come back from that recess, we could see Johnny Depp back on the stand. He is expected to take the stand once again today in this defamation lawsuit, basically to undergo a cross-examination as a rebuttal witness by his ex-wife Amber Heard's team of lawyers. Now, we heard Amber Heard speak and testify last week when she took the stand, and it's likely that Depp is going to face questioning related to some of the allegations that she made during that testimony, one of which really standing out, including that Depp allegedly sexually assaulted her with a liquor bottle in March of 2015 while in Australia. We actually did just have a clinical psychiatrist on the stand basically saying that from what he has witnessed from testimony from both of the actors, saying that Johnny Depp does really have behaviors consistent with somebody who struggles from intimate partner violence, otherwise known as IPV. So that was a witness called by Amber Heard's lawyers. So when we do get Johnny Depp taking the stand once again, we will be sure to stream it for you here on Live Now from Fox. I also do want to let you know that we are monitoring feeds internationally. Like I mentioned, we have President Biden in Asia, but we also do have a major economic forum happening in Switzerland. We brought you out there at some points this morning. We heard from President Vladimir Zelensky, the mayor of Kyiv. Really a huge topic on this World Economic Forum agenda is how the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which is now entering day 89, has impacted our global economy. And when it comes to our own economy, this is actually the focus that I want to turn to because we are monitoring the Dow this morning, stocks up to start the week. But talking about this topic is actually going to take us out to New York City right now, where we are learning that there is an event being held right in front of your faces, live, raw, and unfiltered, put on by New York City Mayor Eric Adams, and it's housing related. So basically, why are they doing this? Well, that's because amid inflation, amid the price of our basic needs really just going up and up, we do know that young people are moving back home. More young adults considering moving back in with their parents because of the high rent basically everywhere. For instance, in New York City, rents have increased 32% since last year. The average price for a one-bedroom in the Big Apple is now more than $4,700 a month. That is not cheap. You got a lot of students there going to college, a lot of people graduating college, trying to start their lives. You got people moving to New York City because it's New York City. So let's listen in to this live event, housing related, hosted by New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
For NYCHA residents that lets you go live your lives and not have to be experts on every little detail of the way that your buildings are operated. So I want to thank you for all the tireless volunteer hours that you all put in. And that's why we really wanted to make sure that those strong resident voices were incorporated into the trust and that resident decision making was baked into the very legislation right from the beginning. And a wonderful example of our tenant leaders who are going to help get this across the finish line is our next speaker, Wrangell House's TA President Bernadette McNear.
Oh my God.
Trust the truck. We got our mayor backing us.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome, Honorable Mayor Adams,
All right.
distinguished guests, and most of all, NYCHA stakeholders, you, the residents.
Okay.
Welcome to Uptown Harlem. My name is Bernadette McNair, and I'm a resident association president of the Wrangell Houses, right there.
Here we go.
Wrangell Houses and Polo Ground Towers is a home to more than 7,000 residents. I have been a NYCHA resident for approximately 50 years. I have been in NYCHA, I'm sorry, I'm just nervous. I have been a NYCHA resident for approximately 50 years. Over the course of these years, I have heard, seen many issues that have affected the quality of life for those living in the development. The complaints from residents have now transitioned to voices of despair. All we want is a decent place to live and call home.
Amen.
There have been shouting matches, marches, all in efforts to getting someone to hear and acknowledge our plight. Over the course of years, New York City administrations have changed and NYCHA properties have worsened. We need action. Mayor Adams is that someone. He not only hears and sees NYCHA problems, but he is also a mayor that is solution-driven. We say yes to the trust. These funds will help make our homes livable. We believe help has finally arrived. Thank you. Yeah. Mayor Adams, I look forward to the day that we as NYCHA residents can stop complaining and start enjoying our homes.
Come on now.
More importantly, the following generations will have an opportunity to have a home that is clean, safe, and without hazards.
All right.
So without further delay, let me introduce to you our friend, the mayor, the Honorable Eric Adams. Welcome, sir.
Thank you,
Lovely.
Thank you.
Doesn't have to be long. Doesn't have to trust to trust.
Yes,
You know,
Mayor.
let me get that T-shirt. And to all of you, Bishop Taylor, in the years out in Queens, Brookline, here in Harlem, the large numbers of housing residents, a city within a city. And this doesn't have to be long, and I'm not going to be long. You know, when you talk about living in NYCHA, holding down our city for so many years, you're looking at, you know, 50-plus years, 40-plus years, 35 years, and there's only one thing that has been consistent. Everyone tried to just be philosophical while people were living in a destructive environment. And as I walk through, not only campaigning, but my days as borough president, as state senator, looking at all of these bills coming to Albany, everyone stating year after year after year on the campaign trail of what we ought to do, what we need to do, but no one was doing. No one was doing. So we went to the residents and asked. Some of the residents said, hey, we want this model. Then let's do that, as we saw in Brooklyn last week. Other residents said, we want this model, the trust. So why can't they have a menu of items that they would like to see on their facility? Why can't they have their options? And so we shouldn't take these options off the table. Let them decide what options they want to use. One thing that's clear, we need to stop playing with this. We're not getting money from the federal government this year. They're not. They already told us we are not concerned with NYCHA residents. They did not pass that $35 billion that we needed. So we must do it on our own. Here's a way to do it. The trust. Let's get the trust passed. And I want to thank our colleagues in Albany. There are those in Albany who support this. They believe it's the right thing to do. Now let's get it over the finish line so we can finally stop the years of neglect with NYCHA and keep kicking the can down the road. You heard me say over and over again that all of these problems that we're facing in our city, there are many rivers that feed the dysfunctionality that we have in our cities. We need to dam each one, But this time, we have a real stream of resources that can come through the trust. Let's make this happen. And here's 3 reasons, as Brad stated, that I'm 100% on board. Number 1, you can vote in and out. If you don't want it, then don't do it. Don't do it. You know, there's nothing better than options. Number 2, participating in the vendor selection. You're participating in the vendor selection. You know, far too often you have no say-so in these vendors who come in, do shoddy work, and then they're able to continue to go from one facility to the next facility. They have been eating off of the dysfunctionality of NYCHA. Now you participate. 3, serve on quality assurance committees to look at the repairs, to make sure the repairs that they are stating were done.
All right, everybody, we are going to send some of you to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, Christy Larson and Mike Page will bring you all of the latest top stories and headlines as we continue to monitor stocks, President Biden's trip to Asia, the World Economic Forum in Switzerland, and other top stories here across the nation. We've also got the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial in a quick 15-minute recess. And when we come back, Johnny Depp will likely be taking the stand once again to be cross-examined as a rebuttal witness by his ex-wife Amber Heard's team of lawyers.
Live Now from Fox continues. Thanks again for joining us here today. You're seeing the Dow as we are seeing it soar right now. 500 points there in the green as we are just about 90 minutes there into trading. It is 11 o'clock out on the East Coast, 8 o'clock on the West Coast. And you are watching Live Now from Fox from our Phoenix headquarters right here as we bring you top stories, headlines from all over the country. And, of course, live events as they're happening in real time. That's what we do here. Bring it to you when it's actually happening live and in the now. We got you covered, as always, right here, bringing you these top stories here. Of course, you know, we are looking at the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp defamation trial as it continues on. This is a live look here. It looks like the jury is coming back in after a short break. We'll keep an eye on that. Johnny Depp is expected to get back on the stand sometime today. When that happens, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we have a separate YouTube stream of it from gavel to gavel coverage only that you can expect right here on Live Now from Fox. So check that out as well here, everyone. But our next top story that we're going to go to is out in Chicago here, where we have an update on a story that we brought you a couple of weeks ago. It was a shooting that was caught on camera, and it was just very disturbing images that, of course, was caught on camera when a suspect demanded the phone of a person and wanted the password to get onto that phone. The individual did not give that password and then was shot 3 times and is still fighting for his life at this very moment. Suspect has been arrested. We hear from the family of that victim and a city alderman as well about that investigation and how it all led up to an arrest as well. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Our second ward alderman, Brian Hopkins. Every Chicago is deeply affected by gun violence in our city. We all feel it. It disturbs us. It frightens us. We talk about it every day. But when it happens on our block, in the neighborhood we live in, it's a different sort of reaction. It brings it home, quite literally. And that's what happened in my neighborhood on May 6th. I have 2 people here that I want to introduce you to. Dakota Early's mother, Joy Dobbs, who's a remarkable woman that I've gotten to know over the previous weeks. And David Hussar, one of my neighbors, who was present that night, heard gunshots at 3 o'clock in the morning right outside his home. And instead of doing what most of us would probably do, which is to be frightened and maybe dial 911, without knowing what was happening, he ran out his door to see if anyone needed assistance. And as a matter of fact, someone did. 23-year-old Dakota Early, who continues to make excellent progress at Illinois Masonic. We honored David just a few minutes ago in a private meeting where he got to meet Dakota's mom for the first time. We gave him a City Council Commendation Award for his service. And Dakota's mom had a few comments and a very beautiful letter that she wrote for him, and I'll bring her up to read the letter. Joy, please.
I wanted to meet the person that took the time and the courage to not only dial 911, but to come out and be with my son so that he was not alone. Dear Dave, thank you for your willingness and courage to help a complete stranger. You helped give us back someone who was very important to us. This is a gift, and I and my family will treasure you forever. You are truly an angel on earth, and may God bless you and your family daily.
Thank you. I wish I could have done more for him. And I think I'm really upset, I'm sad that someone can't walk down my street. And I take responsibility for that, as we all should. This is our city. We should be able to walk down the street. Anyone should be able to walk down the street. But we can't anymore. And we can't do it because the leaders of the city have failed us. And it's time for a change. It's time that criminals are held accountable for their crimes. You know, we've seen the reports, 5 carjackings, run away from the police. That man should have been in jail. Instead, he was in front of my house shooting someone. So I think we all need to come together, and we need change in this city. Thank you.
All right, we'll take a few questions if there's any. Stephanie? Sure.
It was awesome. Dave's my hero. He's my family's hero. He's Dakota's hero. So I was nervous, but I am so glad that he did what he did, because I wouldn't have my son with me. And tomorrow is Dakota's birthday. It's my birthday too. So, you know, we're just glad to be able to have that one more birthday together. So I'm just glad. Every day is a good day. He's getting better. He had another surgery to close up his abdomen and to put his intestines back into his body. He was in a little bit of pain, but we're getting through it. He's resilient and he's strong. This is the first time that I've ever met Dave. Yes. Crazy. I never thought my son would be a hashtag. This has just been wild. Yeah, it's been wild. It's extreme, and every day is different. I can't tell you what the next day brings. That's correct. It's scary. I'm originally from Chicago, and watching my son get gunned down, I don't think I've ever been scarier. You know, I suffer from PTSD, so watching my son on video get gunned down has taken me to places that I thought I was actually over. It's been rough on my family. They're scared. But, you know, Dakota is well-traveled. He's been to Virginia. He's been to Maryland. He's been to Kentucky. So he gets that be careful, watch yourself all the time from me, just because he's the nicest kid and he's so naive and doesn't know that, you know, there are some bad people out there. Oh, definitely. You know, Dakota has all of Chicago pulling for him, and they're such the nicest, the greatest people, well wishes and prayers that have given us so much strength. And I like to read him the GoFundMe messages. He gets a trip out of those. Either he'll write something funny or he'll make this strange face where his eyebrows just go up. And the funniest one was, Dakota, you're a beast. I'm just glad that he was there, because I couldn't be. At that time, no family could have been there for Dakota. And I'm just glad that somebody took the courage to come out of their house and to be with him and keep him holding on. So I can't thank Dave enough. There's no words to thank him enough. He will always have my gratitude, always. Gosh, I don't know. This is unplanned journey. I don't think that I ever really thought about politics and, you know, what the message is for gun violence. I do know that it has to stop and that people should feel safe walking down any street. And I don't know how that happens, though. I don't know if that's community and CPD and our leaders in Chicago leading us into the right direction. I have no idea. I live in Georgia.
Oh, no, that's not correct. No problem. Yeah. Here. Well, no, I really hadn't received any training. I think like to start at the beginning of what happened is I woke up to gunshots, bam, bam at, 3 a.m. And it sounded like they were, right in front of my house, obviously, and they were. And I looked out the window and I saw that man standing over Dakota. And I saw him pause doing something and then shoot him again. And, at the time I thought that these two people knew each other because I didn't think anyone could just shoot someone without some sort of history there or some sort of, it was just so cold. And so originally, when I ran out, I told my wife called 911. I got dressed. I ran out to see if there was anything I could do for him because I knew that he was seriously injured. It was obvious. at first I thought maybe that he was also armed. Like I wasn't really sure, so I was, nervous about it. I just said, "Hey man, I'm here to help. Hold on. Police are coming. The ambulance is coming," and just kind of just try to, talk to him, support him that, help was on the way, and not to give up. And the police were there very quickly. I think that's, a testament to our city does work sometimes. They were there on site, they rendered first aid. The ambulance was there very quickly. So. But yeah, I know, I had a first aid kit that I'm not really trained on. I was hoping that there was some doctors in the neighborhood that could utilize it. But there was 2 other gentlemen that came out. I think it's important to say it wasn't just me. There was other people that did come out. So yeah, I think, what I did was pretty minor. I think, I think we all need to help out each other. When we see people in trouble, we need to help them. And I think that's not something that should be, extraordinary. It's an ordinary thing to help people that, are neighbors. Oh, I'm just a business owner. Yeah. No, he was, he was in a lot of pain. He was face down. It was, you could tell that he was, the most seriously injured person I've ever seen in my life, of course, and, yeah. I have not. This is the first time, meeting Dakota's mom here, and, it's, as a parent, I understand that pain, not to this level, of course, but, the way you worry about your children and, the love you have for them. And, just to think about being in her situation is really just, it's difficult for me. It's difficult for my family. And, I'm glad that we were able to meet, and she's just a wonderful woman and, just taking care of her kid like we all need to. Uh, 16 and 18.
Yeah, the investigation is ongoing. There's been substantial progress. There's excellent leads regarding the identity of others, in fact, who may or may not be directly related to the offender who's in custody on this particular crime. But the pattern of crime was such that it just occurred during a moment when we had several armed robberies on the near north side every night. And the detectives have really done an outstanding job. I've never seen such an intensive effort from detectives. It literally was 24/7, going through endless hours of video footage, much of it provided by neighbors like David with his home camera system, has been instrumental in identifying other people of interest involved in similar armed robberies. So the Chicago police recognized the importance of this particular case, and the amount of work and resources that they have dedicated toward it is simply remarkable. They're doing an outstanding job under difficult circumstances.
Yes, he's been writing. I guess because I'm Dakota's mother, I know his facial expressions. So he makes a lot of faces, and his thumbs up is to die for. But yeah, he does a lot of writing. Right now, they're just worried about the rest of his leg. They don't know if they're going to have to do an above-the-knee amputation. I'm sorry. Yes. So he's had 2 amputations. The first one was a guillotine amputation. That's where you cut in the calf. And the second one is a through-the-knee amputation. And so there may be a third so that he can fit into a prosthetic properly. I don't think that initially he was in a coma. I mean, the day of, I was here, so he was in and out. I mean, he was heavily sedated. Oh my gosh. The guns have to be put down. I don't know what else to say. This violence against humans, against people who are just like you, just has to stop. It doesn't make any sense at all. It just has to stop. As a people, it has to stop. He still has his manners. One of the chaplains came in and said that she comes to his room and prays over his room. Before his jaw was wired shut, he said, "Thank you." So he still, has good manners, and he's still in good spirit. That's just really who he is.
Final question, please, Franco. I've responded to acts of armed violence as a representative of this government more times than I ever dreamed I would when I first ran for this job. It's been horrific. But in this particular instance, I haven't responded to this as a member of government. I've responded to this as a neighbor, as someone who lives very close to where this happened, who knows the neighbors who responded. It's absolutely devastating. It hurts my heart. It makes me ashamed of my city, and I want to love my city. I've grown up here. I've always loved this city. And to have it degrade to this level, where innocent people, literally minding their own business, are risking their life by walking down a street of Lincoln Park. There's just no words to describe, the emotional pain with that realization. It's been difficult. It's been hard to separate my role as an alderman from my feelings as a neighbor, as a person who just loves Chicago and just hates to see what is happening before our very eyes, and feeling somewhat powerless to stop it. As Joy mentioned, it's our leaders that are responding right now. So we know that the burden is on us to come together and to provide solutions. And those solutions seem so elusive right now. And every day, another life is lost. Every day, another gun is fired. There's really no problem facing us right now that's more compelling and more extreme. We simply have to stop this. We have to find a way, as difficult as it is, and as imperfect as the solutions may be, to simply stand back passively and watch our city spiral into violence and bloodshed is unthinkable, and it simply can't be allowed. So, I'm a no on that. So if there's going to be, I'm not even sure there's going to be a vote. We'll see. But thank you, everyone.
All right, that was the update there to that shooting that happened in Lincoln Park in Chicago there, as a suspect has been arrested. We're hearing from the mother of that victim, where tomorrow will actually be both their birthdays, the mom and the victim there, as he continues to fight for his life. You're watching Live Now from Fox, always in demand here for you. Let's take another quick 2-minute break, and then we'll get you out to some other top stories here of the day. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. You know we are always here with you, and if it's happening live, it's happening now. Good chance we're going to have it for you in this portion of Live Now from Fox, as we always try to look for different feeds across the country as they're coming up in real time, everybody. You can see the Dow here. It is ripping right now in the green. Such a difference from the last really 2 weeks that we've been seeing. It has been on a decline and getting really beat up. Stocks and really blue chip stocks, when you think about it, have really been decimated. And now we are seeing a little comeback here. Investors maybe a little less wary of these gas prices that continue to rise on a daily right there, as JP Morgan says that it is going to happen soon, where $6 a gallon is going to be the norm across the country there. That is what they are predicting. So we hope it doesn't come to that, but yeah, I mean, in portions of the country, we're already at $6. We're already at $5.50 in others. I mean, it is getting there. But for the first time last week, we saw that every state in America had more than $4 a gallon. Yikes. And that is coming on the heels of Memorial Day weekend coming up this big weekend. So we'll see if people's plans have been changing. I don't think so. Just coming off of a pandemic, people are itching to go somewhere and do something. It doesn't matter. These gas prices are at all-time highs. All right, everyone, let's go out to New York, because we do have the mayor there in an event there with housing, talking about the need for people to get easier access to housing. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
And this doesn't have to be long, and I'm not going to be long. You know, when you talk about living in NYCHA, holding down our city for so many years, you're looking at, 50-plus years, 40-plus years, 35 years, and there's only one thing that has been consistent. Everyone tried to just be philosophical while people were living in a destructive environment. And as I walk through, not only campaigning, but my days as borough president, as state senator, looking at all of these bills coming to Albany, everyone is stating year after year after year on the campaign trail of what we ought to do, what we need to do, but no one was doing. No one was doing. So we went to the residents and asked. Some of the residents said, hey, we want this model. Then let's do that, as we saw in Brooklyn last week. Other residents said, we want this model, the trust. So why can't they have a menu of items that they would like to see on their facility? Why can't they have their options? And so we shouldn't take these options off the table. Let them decide what options they want to use. One thing that's clear, we need to stop playing with this. We're not getting money from the federal government this year. They're not. They already told us we are not concerned with NYCHA residents. They did not pass that $35 billion that we needed. So we must do it on our own. Here's a way to do it. The trust. Let's get the trust passed. And I want to thank our colleagues in Albany. There are those in Albany who support this. They believe it's the right thing to do. Now let's get it over the finish line so we can finally stop the years of neglect with NYCHA and keep kicking the can down the road. You heard me say over and over again that all of these problems that we're facing in our city, there are many rivers that feed the dysfunctionality that we have in our cities. We need to dam each one, but this time we have a real stream of resources that can come through the trust. Let's make this happen. And here's 3 reasons, as Brad stated, that I'm 100% on board. Number 1, you can vote in and out. If you don't want it, then don't do it. Don't do it. You know, there's nothing better than options. Number 2, participating in the vendor selection. You're participating in the vendor selection. You know, far too often you have no say-so in these vendors who come in, do shoddy work, and then they're able to continue to go from one facility to the next facility. They have been eating off of the dysfunctionality of NYCHA. Now you participate. 3, serve on quality assurance committees to look at the repairs, to make sure the repairs that they are stating were done are actually done. Now, when you add that into what we're going to roll out, a real dashboard my chief technology officer is putting together a real dashboard so they can see in real time what is happening. They should be signing off, tenants should be signing off on tickets. They should say, yes, I agree that the job was done. We're going to align the repairs so that you will have one person that will align if the carpenter, if the painter, if the plumber should come in. You shouldn't have to be home over and over again to get people coming in a disjointed system. This is so disjointed. And so, listen, all I can tell you is that I heard you. And I know we can do a better job. Because if you were living in a luxury condominium somewhere, you wouldn't have these conditions. And I'll never forget this one story when I was a lieutenant in Brooklyn, in 88 Precinct. We went into one of the houses, and I had a rookie officer that I was training. And we were responding to a job in one of the facilities. And there was urine in the elevator. And the rookie cop said, you see this, lieutenants, you see this urine? These people don't deserve anything. This is what they do. And I said to him, listen, one person pissed in that elevator. One person. One person. And the people who live in this building are just as upset as everyone else. But if you judge the entire residents of these buildings based on the action of one person, then you demonize and you're not going to give them the professionalism that you're supposed to give them. So instead of you complaining about that one person that pissed in the elevator, get a piece of paper and wipe it up and show that you're concerned about the tenants that live here. So let's not judge NYCHA by the numerical minority that don't understand. And many people who are abusive in your housing don't even come from your housing. They don't even come. So when the police respond and treat you like the person who urinated in the elevator, when the carpenter respond and treat you like the person that urinated in the elevator, when the painter respond and treat you as the person that lives in the elevator, when elected officials treat you like the people who pissed in the elevator, then you get a response from people who don't respect the overwhelming number of NYCHA residents, but they treat you like the person who did something that was inappropriate. As your mayor, I'm treating you as the people who have held down this city for years and not like the person who did something wrong. That is where we are at right now. So ignore all the noise. Ignore all the distractions. We've heard it all before. You have a mayor that has your back, and we're going to get this done. Let's get this done. GSD, get stuff done. Thank you.
Come on. Wonderful, wonderful. Yes,
Take on top is where I do my photos.
Can I sneak in here, Mayor? Can I sneak in here?
Yes, you can.
I'm in the front table. I want to picture with the mayor.
You want to get in? I can take a picture.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you always joining us here today. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
That's right. Now, people criticize our strategy in Albany. I was a former state senator. So we were successful in earning income tax credit, successful in the child care, successful in doing what was the impossible by many people of getting crime issues placed. Do we want more? Yes, but we were able to move the needle what people said was impossible. We had a successful record in Albany, yet people said we didn't have the right strategy. I always thought good strategies mean you get wins. I got wins. And I know Albany. The last week is when stuff gets done up there. And we're at the point now where people have deliberated, and now they're looking at these last few items, including mayoral accountability, So you can say that we haven't been up there. We met with over 100 lawmakers. We had a great strategy because I know how to process and navigate the complexities of Albany, and my team did a great job.
I'm just going to jump in on this real quickly to add. First, I think it's important to note that the changes that empower residents and give them real choice in the trust are very recent. They were amendments made as the bill was moving through the Assembly committees, and they're quite recent. So just for myself, I'm much more ready to come out publicly and say we got to have it because of those amendments. Second, obviously the deadline of the end of session is critical. Not everything that people are talking about is going to get done. There's some other things the mayor and I don't totally agree on, but this one has a chance at the deadline. And finally, I would just say, obviously there's a lot of politics, and obviously, but like this, you know, and I have a lot of respect for the mayor, but the trust is not about the mayor. The trust is about these residents here. And so we need our legislators to get past the kind of micro politics of who's winning and losing and see the big picture that we're out of time to make real progress on public housing.
Well said. Well said. Of course, Courtney. Where you been? I've been seeing you a good little while.
This is actually for Jessica.
Yes.
Just for those that haven't covered this before, can you just remind us exactly how this is turning NYCHA Section 9 into project-based Section 8 and how exactly that happens and how residents will have veto power over whether their development should or should not enter the trust?
Sure. So I'll start with the technical piece. The creation of the Preservation Trust, it creates a nonprofit public benefit corporation that is public, where that will continue to own the properties and that will allow HUD to provide what's called a tenant protection voucher to these units, which is a substantially higher income than what the current public housing revenue stream is. So it creates a new not-for-profit corporation that's wholly publicly controlled, that also creates a new income stream, and as well it comes with a set of procurement changes that allows NYCHA to spend the money more nimbly than it does currently. The second big issue with the Public Housing Trust has been creating this menu of options for people. So making sure that folks who want to go down a certain path are able to, and that is now encoded in the legislation itself. The tenants will be able, not just the TA presidents, but the tenants themselves will be able to take a vote and decide which type of program they would like to select in order to make their development and to improve their development.
Good stuff. Good stuff. And tenants, let me tell you something. We have to really give it up for Jessica.
Yes,
She is, she is so authentic about moving the needle. Her work, we're going to roll out our housing plan, but she is just unbelievable when it comes down to fighting on behalf and having the right plan for NYCHA residents. And so really appreciate you. One of the most important pieces of our amazing administration on how we move this leadership forward. Thank you so much for what you're doing. Now, traditionally, we have people, when I'm doing these off topics, we have asked people to leave, but I don't want y'all to leave. I want my NYCHA folks to stay here just in case they get a little bit too rowdy. Y'all can get on them. If they try to come at me hard, y'all can get on them. They got my back. So just hang right in here with me. Go ahead. Yes.
On topic. So there's been, decades of disinvestment in NYCHA. How are you going to ensure the money is there for the trust moving forward for years and decades to come?
And you're right. And I use this analogy all the time. Imagine flying a plane and there's no cockpit to see how you're moving. We've been running this complicated piece of machinery called NYCHA in New York City without a cockpit. We don't have any dashboards. We don't know what we're doing. And people have benefited on the fact that we're not analyzing in real time what is happening in our city. So while we get the resources through this trust, we also have my CTO building out these dashboards so we can see what is happening in our cities. How long does it take to do a repair? Where's the money coming into NYCHA? Where's the contractors that we're using? How long the boilers have been online? We have to start analyzing this stuff in real time. And that is the difference. Listen, if you don't inspect what you expect, it's suspect. That is what I've been saying over and over again. So we have to monitor those dollars when they come in. I think mismanagement, waste of money, and in some cases it may be even fraud. And we have to be able to identify that. Yes.
I'll also add that all the while for the last many decades that there's been such severe disinvestment in public housing, we've seen a very stable income stream for the Section 8 program. So that has been a very well-funded, stable process of funding through the federal government, and that's where this funding stream comes from. We also have the support of HUD for the trust, who's written a letter of support, and we had the regional HUD administrator, Alika Empry-Samuel, also in Albany with us, helping to fight for the trust. So we feel confident that there will be a much more substantial increase in resources that comes from this legislation.
All right, thanks a lot, Father.
Yes.
Yeah. So how does this, or does it, unlock the $40 billion in federal funds? How do you access that? Will the trust work with that, or will it do that?
Right. So what happens is that the current income stream will be converted to Section 8 tenant protection vouchers, and that has a much higher income stream, which would allow you to, which would allow the housing authority to receive debt. So NYCHA is the only property owner in the world that can't take on a mortgage to fund the repairs that they need, and this will allow them to do that.
All right, ready for off topic?
So, how are you, Marsha?
I'm good. How are you, Mr. Mayor?
Good to see you.
So I have two questions having to do with the latest subway shooting. Number one, the sister of the person who was killed was very angry and says that you should start doing your job to protect people. I wonder what your reaction to that was. But secondly, given the fact that it's 6 weeks rather, from the Sunset Park incident, and there's another subway shooting, does it give more urgency to your desire to find new technology that will detect guns that are coming onto the subway system? Because that's the whole thing. You've got to keep the guns off.
First, let me respond to the family. Listen, there's nothing more horrific than losing a loved one to a violent act. You know, I've knocked on doors as a police officer, sergeant, lieutenant, and I've had people, when I notified them that their loved ones were the victims of violence, I've had people curse at me, yell at me, scream at me, say, you know, it's your fault if you would have done your job as a cop, as a sergeant, a lieutenant. I know that pain. That pain is real, and I've witnessed that pain throughout my career. It is my responsibility to keep New Yorkers safe. My heart goes out to that family. I am sorry that they lost their loved one. We have to continue to make sure that we are not losing loved ones. And no one knows that better than the residents here. Yeah. You know, the gun violence that's pervasive in our city, we need people on the side of the good people of this city. I keep saying that over and over again. We're doing everything for people who commit crimes. We need people on the side of the good people of the city, and that family is one of the good people of this city. And I spoke with the head of Goldman Sachs, David, yesterday, and gave him my condolences and to the Goldman Sachs family. And so I understand their pain, and I have to make sure this city is safe, and I want that obligation. I thank God I'm the mayor right now, and not those that don't understand the urgency of this moment.
The necessity to find some program to get the guns off the subway. I mean, you've been testing it at City Hall. Isn't it time to install it in the subway?
Yes, and that's so important what you stated, because I want to bring technology, not metal detectors, but technology that could.
Anyway, so the mayor there taking a list of questions there after his event there, pushing for more affordable housing options. Of course, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, everybody, we are actually going to go out to Michigan, where there is a new lawsuit, a civil lawsuit filed in federal court against the Oxford Community Schools and High School teachers, counselors, and administrators following that mass shooting that happened back in November. And we'll be listening right here for that on Live Now from Fox. And we're back here on Live Now from Fox. Taking you out to Michigan right now. A new lawsuit against has been filed in federal court there against Oxford Community Schools, high school teachers, counselors, and administrators following the November 30th mass shooting there that we have been following extensively here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in.
Maybe even get a real estate license and start flipping houses with his friends. I mean, you know, what 17-year-old has all this in their mind already? I want to be an independent business owner. So it's, you know, all those things, all those things.
Yes, you could only, you only wish that they will have what you had when you graduated. You know, the fun times with your friends, the parties. But he won't get that.
I've obviously been very critical of Oxford Community Schools, in particular the high school, on a number of topics. But on behalf of Jill and Craig, I do want to publicly thank them. I thought it was a very classy thing that they did, and they gave him the Oxford Cup, which, like, I interpreted it as Senior of the Year.
Yeah. Yes, and it's really, and he would have won that regardless, but, you know, based on his academics, well-rounded, volunteering, you know, so it's just, even says on the award, you know, most distinguished student. So he was known throughout the school by students and teachers and liked and just beloved. And all these stories came out, which were beautiful, things that we didn't even know because he never bragged about it. So when you've got teachers and students saying, you know, Justin was my first friend when I moved to Oxford. Teachers saying he was my, you know, first friend when I transferred. He impacted so many people. He impacted so many people in 17 short years. And never bragged about it, worked tirelessly. His grades were outstanding. You know, he was almost too good for this world. And he made me a better person. So the potential that he could have changed this world, I mean, he would have been such a loving father. Children loved him. So it's, you know, if he was a C student and he was murdered, that doesn't make it any less tragic, because no child deserves to be murdered like this, and no family deserves to go through this tragedy. And it just should have never happened. So so I kind of diverted. I apologize.
No, you answered it perfectly. That was a great answer.
Ben, are you able to say, is this document, just to make clear, is this a statewide policy or a policy unique to the school, and how difficult was it to get this? Are you able to say how you got it?
No. In a word, Simon, no. One of the things that I love about the coverage that you folks very candidly have done, and I appreciate it very much. We get reached out to, not just me, but the other attorneys on behalf of the families. We've had, obviously, discussions, and I applaud them, and I appreciate that they are as open with each other as all of us as we have been. But we get contacted by folks that know things and have talked to people and have inside information, I won't say every day, but all the time. And this is something that I've had now for a couple of months. But I know it was in effect. I already know that as part of the defense, if you will, relative to the teachers and so forth, the teachers are going to say, all we do is follow that. And if we messed up, then the school district would have told us, and they never told us that we screwed up. Well, like we all know, to do an internal investigation means nothing if you're not really doing it in earnest and doing it to look to see if things can get better. And what you cannot do is violate Michigan law. And that, to me, would be the number one thing. If you think, I wouldn't have it on just the severe stuff, it should be at the top. If you believe a child is acting in a certain way because of abuse, neglect in the home, call CPS pursuant to your mandatory mandate. You're required to, and let them figure it out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Question from Jonathan Yinger, CBS Flint. For Mr. Johnson, if in fact the named teachers did as they were trained, are they off the hook, so to speak, for not reporting this to CPS or calling 911?
Thank you, Jonathan. And I'm going to ask you to return to the section that I put up and talked about before. Michigan Compiled Law 722.623. A notification to the person in charge of a school does not relieve the member of the staff or school of the obligation of reporting to the department, meaning the Child Protective Services, as required by this section. So to us, if these folks who are clearly going to take the position that they were trained teachers only to report to counselors or only report to Mr. Ejak or whoever internally, that's not enough. And my question to you would be, if you had a child sitting next to you or next to your child that were drawing pictures of guns, dead bodies with blood squirting out, with ammunition, and I'm not for this world, my life sucks, you name it, things like that, in 2 different days, looking at live ammunition rounds for automatic firearms, what would you do? And the answer is, you would report to the authorities, even though you're not a mandatory reporter necessarily. Mandatory reporters must report. So answer your question directly. The teachers absolutely are still liable as it relates to this particular section.
Follow-up from Jonathan. Knowing that the summary motion being heard in July could drag this on another 1.5 years, is removing the named parties a strategy for moving your actions along?
Removing the named parties. We have not removed any names. In fact, we're the ones that broke the names of the teachers first and put them in the lawsuit. So I apologize, Jonathan. I don't understand your question. Ask again if you will, please. Charlie?
Ven, I'm just curious. Assume there is a violation of this statute. Is the remedy a violation? Does that remove the governmental immunity claim? I don't want to get too technical, but...
See, he's such a lawyer. Here's the answer, Charlie. Sorry for the rest of you in the room, Law School 101. This is a separate and distinct section of Michigan compiled laws. And by naming school teachers, administrators, and if you look on some of the other police officers, by definition, who do all those people work for, everybody? The answer is often public. So when the Michigan compiled laws passed this, I think it's in the 60s, early 70s, effective 1975. Charlie Langton was even a young man back then. But the answer is They knew these were governmental employees. If they wanted to give them governmental immunity, it should have been in this statute. However, there is a current Michigan, I won't say current, I think it's a 2011 case, Chris Desmond? 2012, I was off a year. Give me a break, Desmond. Thank you, sir. 2012 case that a Court of Appeals panel ruled that even though this is a separate and distinct, and by the way, as you guys know, I read this to you last time, in this very law, it says that a failure to report can be something to come, or can lead to criminal charges against the person or civil liability. So they create a cause of action in this section, which I know you know what that means, Charlie. But the Court of Appeals panel sadly said, oh no, it doesn't say gross negligence in the proximate cause, but that's what it meant. It does not. And I can tell you, in our pleadings in front of Judge Chabot, we've already, Chris Desmond has done a great job in the briefs. We're attacking that ruling. That's wrong, and that's one of the things that we will be seeking. If any of these folks get dismissed on appeal, or if it's all denied and they do appeal like we think they will, we're going to be filing a motion to set aside that appeal for various reasons, and that's one of them. If that makes any sense. Sorry that I'm just talking to you probably, but
no, it's good.
It's a very important legal distinction that what happens here is the Child Protection Act, y'all, was designed to do what? Protect children. And who has more exposure to children than the folks at school? So this is an incredibly important, and I know talking with Craig and Jill, having this never happen to another person's child is foremost. Understanding what happens, since they don't, getting full transparency, and then exposing that, calling attention to it, coming up with better processes so no one ever has to go through this again. It's exactly what these folks are doing. And on this very point, Charlie, that you raised, thank you for the question.
This will be the last question. Clarification from Jonathan Yinger. Clarification, if you remove these parties, the motion being heard in July and the potential of dragging this out, could that go away?
Okay, but I guess, Jonathan, I apologize. See, that's what happens when you're asking questions from a guy from Saginaw and you're from Flint. Hopefully you're laughing. I'm not removing the parties. I think what you're asking me is, if judge dismisses this case as to all these parties, what does it do? And the answer is, then we, as a matter of law, would have lost the case as it pertains to those folks. And then we would be appealing. So I'm not we're not removing any parties. The other thing, maybe to try to read your mind over the online, those parties we did not mention in the federal court, because under federal law, we believe that the folks who are responsible is Oxford Community Schools, who are the ones that put these things in place, and as part of how these teachers, if you will, responded to that, also are federal claims, but that's kind of the difference between federal and state. So I hope I somehow stumbled across your answer.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here. More families now added to that lawsuit against Oxford Community Schools after that horrific mass shooting that happened there in November. We're going to take our final break here of the hour right here on Live Now from Fox. Here's what we have coming up for you. Right now in Buffalo, New York, there's a funeral going on for a victim that died in that senseless, tragic mass shooting at a supermarket. Also in Philadelphia, we have a gun violence update there, talking about the need to try to get more guns off the streets as Philadelphia sees a big jump there in crime during the summer months as well. We're also expecting a D.C. mayor update. We'll be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we are also monitoring the Amber Heard Johnny Depp defamation trial as it continues. We are expecting that possibly sometime today we could see Johnny Depp back on the stand. We'll bring that to you when it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. And we also, at the top of the hour, look to be having a Chicago police update on the shooting that happened last week at a McDonald's on the north side there, where we do now have people arrested in that shooting. We're also going to get an update on more than 25 people that were shot over the weekend as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take that final break of the hour. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. President Biden continues his tour in Asia, speaking at this Indo-Pacific Economic Framework roundtable right here. And let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
If I start? Thank you all for joining today for the launch of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity. Prime Minister Kishida, thank you for your leadership and partnership as we prepared for this announcement. We're launching today with countries from across the Indo-Pacific, Australia, Brunei, India, and by the way, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for being here as well. Prime Minister of India, the Republic of Korea, Malaysia, New Zealand, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. We're here today for one simple purpose. The future of the 21st century economy is going to be largely written in Indo-Pacific, in our region. The Indo-Pacific covers half the population of the world and more than 60% of the global GDP. And the nations represented here today, and those who will join this framework in the future, are signing up to work toward an economic vision that will deliver for all people, all our people. The vision for an Indo-Pacific that is free and open, and secure as well as resilient, where economic growth is sustainable and is inclusive. We're writing the new rules for the 21st century economy that are going to help all of our countries' economies grow faster and fair. We'll do that by taking on some of the most acute challenges that drag down growth and by maximizing the potential of our strongest growth engines. Let's start with new rules governing trade and digital goods and services, so companies don't have to hand over the proprietary technology to do business in a country. Let's create a first-of-its-kind supply chain commitments to eliminate bottlenecks in critical supply chains and develop early warning systems so we can identify problems before they occur. And let's pursue other first-of-its-kind commitments to clean energy and decarbonization. The climate crisis is an existential threat that is costing us trillions in economic damage, but there's also incredible potential and opportunity to solve problems and create good jobs by transitioning to a clean energy economies. Let's choke off the loopholes that get at the corruption that steals our public resources. It's estimated that corruption saps between 2 to 5% of global GDP. It exacerbates inequality. It hollows out a country's ability to deliver for its citizens. And tax and trade belongs in the same framework because if companies aren't paying their fair share, it's harder for governments to pay for trade adjustment assistance or to fund education or health services or a range of public investments that make it so hard for families that feel like they can't raise their children and give them a better life. That's ultimately my economic policy and foreign and domestic, what our foreign and domestic policy is about. And that's what this framework is about as well. So starting today with 13 economies, economies that represent diverse sets of perspectives as we work on pursuing our common goals. That's critical because a key to our success will be the framework's emphasis on high standards and inclusivity. This framework should drive a race to the top among the nations of the Indo-Pacific region. And I want to be clear that the framework will be open to others who wish to join in the future if they sign up and meet the goals and work to achieve those goals. I'm glad to have seen so many of you in person the past 2 weeks. At the U.S.-ASEAN Summit, I saw many of you in Washington and during my travels to Asia, and I'm eager to hear from each of you today. I thank you for taking the time to be part of this framework launch, and let me close by saying the United States is deeply invested in the Indo-Pacific. We're committed for the long haul, ready to champion our vision for a positive future for the region, together with friends and partners, including the nations in this room and on the screen. It's a priority in our agenda, and we're going to keep working to make progress with all of you every day so that we can deliver real, concrete benefits for all our people. That's how I believe we will win the competition of the 21st century together. So thank all of you again for joining today, and I'll invite Prime Minister Kishida to say a few words now. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Joe.
ジョーさんありがとうございます。President Biden of the United States of America and distinguished leaders, I sincerely welcome and strongly support the launch of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, IPEF, proposed by President Biden today in Japan. As President Biden mentioned just now, the Indo-Pacific region is home to half of the world's population and approximately 60% of the world's GDP. And it truly is the engine of global growth and vitality. Aiming to realize a free and open Indo-Pacific, Japan has been contributing to the stable prosperity of the region in cooperation with the United States and regional partners, focusing on 3 pillars, namely entrenching and strengthening fundamental values and principles, pursuing economic prosperity, and ensuring peace and stability. And tonight, the fact that President Biden is visiting Japan and announcing the launch of IPEF here is a clear demonstration of the United States' strong commitment to the region. I commend wholeheartedly President Biden for his strong leadership. Japan will join IPEF and work closely with the United States, ASEAN countries, and other regional partners to help create a new framework. In order for IPEF to be a meaningful framework for the regional economic order, it is important to address what we can among areas that are critical in participating countries and to have concrete outcomes IPEF's focus on supply chain resilience, decarbonization, and clean energy, as well as the digital economy, is timely in the current international context. It is important to work with the private sector in these areas of cooperation. This includes digital trade, creating common regional rules and standards, improving transparency and predictability, developing talent and technical assistance. Let us work together to create a framework that finds a good balance between cooperation and rules, and we look forward to working with you on that. I believe it is important for ASEAN, the source of dynamism in this.
We wanted to just bring that to you for a little bit. It happened really early this morning here in the States. As you're watching Live Now from Fox, continue and bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. When we come back, again, we are on Johnny Depp watch because he is expected to maybe possibly as early as today take the stand again. And we will be listening to that, but we will bring you just some of the live coverage from that defamation trial when we come back here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone. Here live now from Fox. You can see Johnny Depp right there as Dr. David Spiegel, a psychiatrist, is on the stand right now, and he has testified that he says, quote, consistent behaviors of abusing partners that Johnny Depp has had in the past there. So we are listening right now to that testimony. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox as this $50 million defamation trial against Amber Heard continues.
That are criteria for the diagnosis. Right. But you need 5 of 9 to get to the diagnosis. You've already told us that you didn't make a diagnosis. You're just identifying traits, correct? I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis, yes.
All right, looks like we did have a problem with that feed there, going a little bit in and out right there. So we will keep an eye on that for you, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, always bringing it to you live and direct right here. Let's go out right now to D.C., as we do have the mayor there coming together for a news conference. Let's go to that right now and try to get back to Amber Heard trial, Johnny Depp, in just a bit.
consideration, Glenn Lee. And Glenn comes to us from the other Washington, where he has served as the finance director for the city of Seattle since 2010. So it's obviously very important for us to have a CFO with a high level of experience, and Glenn brings that experience across a wide range of responsibilities to the job as the district CFO. The district CFO, of course, oversees everything from revenue estimation to budget formulation and treasury management. So it is also very important for us to hire someone with strong integrity who can come and build on the district's financial success. So as you know, we have one of the strongest economies in the nation, and in recent years, we are very proud of our work on our budget and on making a thriving economy in the district. First, we've been able to have our first upgrade to a AAA bond rating, our first audit that had 0 significant deficiencies or material weaknesses, which we have maintained for 7 straight years, and the district's first 60-day cash reserve, a milestone we hit right before COVID, and I am proud to say that we've been able to maintain throughout the pandemic. So I am confident that Glenn is the right leader to step into this role, and in addition to bringing a track record of fiscal stewardship, he's a strong collaborator who is ready to make sure our agencies have what they need to be successful. He also has experience dealing with some of the same challenges facing us in the district's comeback from COVID, particularly related to bringing workers back to the city. And while he is also, well, I won't make any more references to the other Washington because he's in the new Washington, his new Washington. And so before I hand it over to Glenn, I also want to thank Fitzroy Lee for jumping in when we needed him. His leadership at the CFO's office has been impactful.
All right, everybody. So we will get back to that a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox, but our feed has stabilized in the Johnny Depp defamation trial as it continues right now. This is on the stand. Dr. David Spiegel, a psychiatrist, is on the stand where a little bit ago he testified that Depp has consistent behaviors of abusing partners. Let's listen to that testimony and more here on Live Now from Fox.
Borderline personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
As part of cluster B traits, yes.
Histrionic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
Less so.
But it...
Less so. Less so. I mean, it's a risk factor, but less so, yes.
Yeah.
Less so. Significantly less so.
All right. So which traits under narcissistic, before I move on there, there's only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders, correct?
I'm not sure who you're referring to. Are you referring to Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurt? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Do you understand that there was a medical examination done of Ms. Hurt?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Hurd suffers from 2 personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurd or Mr. Depp. So that's all I was asking you.
Yes or no to my question.
Which was there's only one diagnosis of, Ms. Hurd was diagnosed with that.
Yeah, and both of the diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those cluster B things are, I'm not allowed to comment on the testing, so therefore, all I can say is that cluster B traits, and I'll tell you what they are, and by the way, I testified this before, which was that, 1, I don't expect perfection from my victims. 2, absolutely there were cluster B traits Ms. Hurd had. Absolutely Ms. Hurd had.
Given that you've testified to it before, let's move on to a new question.
Okay.
All right. You indicated in your opinion today that you thought, oh, well, why don't we move a little differently? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American Medical Association is relative to doing clinical diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule?
You're saying the AMA's ruling under the rubric of not doing evaluation with someone you did not see, and I'm questioning, I'm asking, so you are talking about expert witness testimony?
No, I'm talking about, do you know the rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I don't read the rule.
We can move on. You don't know the rule. Huh? All right. You rendered an opinion about Mr. Depp's purported cognitive impairment.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you use as a baseline?
A baseline for processing speed?
Yeah, for analyzing Mr. Depp before you watched his deposition.
What do I use as a baseline for that?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be how I've seen him interact in public. How I've seen him interact with others. I've seen him interact in media. I've seen him interact and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials. His process speed was not slow.
At deposition, didn't you say that what you did was compare Mr. Depp's performance in lots of pirate movies against his deposition testimony here?
What I said was I've seen Mr. Depp do apology ads. I remember he did an apology ad with Bad Dog with no delay in process speed. I've seen him interact with the media regarding to that. I saw no delay in processing speed. All I'm saying
Let me ask you about pirates, though. You compared pirates to the to the depositions given in this case.
Then I apologize for what I said. Then I misspoke.
You misspoke? You didn't make the comparison?
Right now, just a second ago? Just a second ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize, I misspoke.
Okay. Because you know you can't compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you can, but as an aside, you can judge someone's processing speed at any time. Like I'm judging yours right now, you're judging mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. And I would say your processing speed right now is not slow. So, I mean, we're judging processing speed. I'm just saying to you.
Yeah. But no, any of Mr. Depp's other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it. Right. When he wasn't in movies.
Right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you? You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka. I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened, or whatever it was about. No, I did not.
All right. You made a very kind admission, I think, early on in your deposition, that you're not claiming to be a better actor than Mr. Depp. That's correct, isn't it?
100%.
All right. But with respect to acting, you know that actors actually rehearse for their parts and work on the language, diction, timing of their dialogue as part of that rehearsal?
If you say that, I'm not an actor, so I don't know what goes on. I can't tell you. I have no idea what goes on in acting.
Okay. But you don't know enough about acting to know whether actors rehearse?
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an actor does.
Okay. During your deposition, What were the circumstances under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Under somebody call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition. Why
okay. So I think it was in the context. I think it was in the. You probably should read the context of it, because I think the context was, and I'm trying to think back. Okay? And what I thought it was related to was if you're coming to some deposition, okay? And again, I'm thinking back, so you have it in front of you. I don't. So I'm thinking back where he's coming in from Europe for a deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took an overnight the night before. And what I think I said was that if you're going to do a major thing to a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before.
All right.
So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words, so I mean he's an idiot, are mistranscribed?
No, I'm sure, again, if I said it in that, if you're just reading one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you, I don't.
Yeah. Is idiot a professional opinion?
I wasn't rendering professional opinion.
Yeah.
No.
Is it a psychiatric opinion?
And that follows the Goldwater rule.
How does it follow the?
Oh, you just said that I'm not rendering a professional opinion. I just said idiot. That's not a.
Right. So idiot is not a professional opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
My practice to describe people. In my practice? No, I don't describe people my clinical cases as idiots or patients as idiots or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case and described the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
You gave me 9 hours of deposition, and if I said the word idiot, it was an idiot in planning. It wasn't making him an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his overall functioning. So therefore, if I said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
All right. So you did say you don't know his overall functioning, but you made some testimony today as to some evaluations you made relative to his functioning. You would agree with me that it's probably a good idea to think about the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding before answering them.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. So what I meant by function, what I said by function, I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now, I would not have a job. Okay? I believe the thing was in terms of balking out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing for him. So if you're asking me if that's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline. And I thought it was based, at least in part, on the manner in which he testified.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
On the manner, I'm sorry, I'm not being difficult. I can't hear. I'm sorry. On what?
I was asking you about the cognitive decline
yes.
testimony that you made.
Yes.
And it was my understanding that at least a portion of that testimony that you rendered was that you derived some evidence of cognitive decline from the way Mr. Depp testified.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what I said, yes.
Right. And so all I'm asking you is, don't you think it's a good idea when you're in the middle of a court proceeding to answer questions carefully?
Again, professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocognitive disorder by gross evaluation all the time with cognitive. On the thought that, again, age normal controls, I'm just saying, age normative controls does not put a 58-year-old gentleman at that processing. That's all I'm saying. That's all I said.
And you derived this without ever once talking to the man.
You mean me directly talking to him? Because we know how I derived it. So you're talking about me directly talking to him?
Yeah, you never talked
to him.
I've never talked to him. Right. And this exam you gave, well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr. Blaustein's medical records are 12 pages of handwritten notes.
The important part was what I said. For me, as an example of cognition, which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me, the important part was what I said. And that was irrefutable.
The important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's
Let's talk about the mini mental status exam. Scored on a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
All right. And it's an exam that basically is most often used for, what, Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing?
It's an exam that tests cognition in all psychiatric illnesses, not just Alzheimer's. It was made for dementia, for Alzheimer's, but it is the standard, has been the standard for testing cognition in all psychiatric illness, substance use disorders included.
Okay. Now, there is an element of that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know what drawing Mr. Depp did or whether the drawing should have been fully scored.
I wasn't questioning his visual spatial perceptual skills, which is what that does.
Right. And you don't know what score Mr. Depp received on the exam.
I was very specific. I know 3 words, not remembering at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and he remembered one of them, right?
From what I understand, he didn't remember any of them.
All right. Memory on the exam, out of the 30 points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right? Memory is 3 out of the 30.
Yeah, memory's 3.
Okay.
But again, the memory section in and of itself tests memory. That's the only question that tests memory, only section that actually tests memory.
So the memory section tests memory. It's the only section you testified about. And for all you know, that with respect to the exam that you're relying on, Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
And that would be telling, though, cognitively, if you scored 27 out of 30 and you missed 3 points on memory. That would be very telling.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had been up all night the night before.
Again, you wouldn't expect to not recall any words at 3 minutes unless there's a cognitive issue.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was high.
And again, now that could affect memory, but I'm not refuting that. I'm not refuting that at all. He could have been high, he could have been drunk, he could have been using cocaine, and that would absolutely affect his memory, which is what I said. Yes, you're right.
So ultimately, you have no idea what state Mr. Depp was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Short of what you just said about drugs and alcohol, okay, there shouldn't be a reason why a 58-year-old also with strokes and other neurocognitive conditions, but short of that, there shouldn't be a really good reason why someone at that age shouldn't come up with at least one. But an answer.
But wait a minute, you started that question with short of drugs and alcohol, and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol. Isn't that right?
Oh, I'm agreeing. I thought I agreed with you. I think I agreed. I said that drugs and alcohol can absolutely affect cognition. I'm not sure. I agree, but I'm not sure if that's a problem. I agree with you on that.
All right. So you don't know, one way or the other, how he scored on the exam. You don't know whether he was at the time on drugs and alcohol, but you're going to rely on it in your testimony to say that he's cognitively impaired.
Which is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
Okay. You rely on tests that you don't know when it was administered, you don't know the score of the test, and you don't know the state of the person being tested, but you're going to rely on it anyway.
Again, if we had to know every test, when people get the mini-mental state exam, we have no idea clinically if they are high, wasted, stoned, stroke. We have no idea. So if you're going to say that, that means everybody needs a drug test before they do a mini-mental study, and that's not the standard of care. And I think you know that. So
let's talk a little bit about this word you kept using, correlation. You know the word, right?
Yes.
Correlation and causation aren't the same thing, are they, sir?
No, they're not the same thing.
No. How are they different?
Correlation is consistent with causation, is direct link.
Can you say that again? You were so fast I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry about that. Correlation is a risk for something happening. Causation is a direct link.
Right. So just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
100%.
Right.
100%.
But lung cancer, for instance. Smoking is very highly correlated with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and there's certainly a link to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
Not all smokers do. No one, like I said, no one fits the curve perfectly.
Right. And you made repeated testimony to all of us. All of us do this. All of us do that. Mm-hmm. Your suggestion about all of us is you're just looking at the world as a sample and not at any particular individual, correct?
What I'm looking at is that I'm not talking about an individual, how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there a 0.05% chance that someone who does? Absolutely there is. But is that medical degree of certainty? Absolutely not.
A 0.05% chance of what, sir?
Of eventually developing symptoms. If you're using excessively, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
All right. But risk factors tell us nothing about any one particular individual, do they, sir?
No. Again, risk factors tell us nothing except that they have it, they're at a higher likelihood of developing it. That's what it tells us.
But you did a whole litany of risk factors relative to IPV.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
Other than they're at higher risk. Right.
Right. So someone could have every single risk factor for IPV and never commit IPV, right?
It would be, again, if you're going to say a medical degree of probability, the answer is they will. But if you're saying uniformly, the answer is no.
Right. IPV can occur without substance abuse?
Oh, sure.
Someone can abuse substances without ever perpetrating IPV?
Again, absolutely. But, again, you are saying different than what I said. I did not say abusing substance. I said substance use disorder. Those are two different things, because there are surely people who use substances that do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic, nothing at all. So
and that's
absolutely.
Equally true of people who have substance abuse disorder. There are certainly people who have substance abuse disorder who don't commit IPV, correct?
They are saying people who have substance use disorders, the majority of them, over 50% do. So over 50% do. So that's
the answer is yes.
As you said, not everyone who smokes gets lung cancer.
So there are significant numbers of people. You said it was over 50. So you'd say 40% of the people who have substance abuse disorder don't commit IPV?
And those are the ones that do not have IPV risk factors, right? So we're talking about people
wait a minute.
who don't.
Isn't substance abuse disorder an IPV risk factor?
Oh, yeah. These are other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
Right. But again, we're talking about people in general. You don't know anything about any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If statistics follow through, all we can say is more than 50%, 70% will. If you combine more risk factors you have, the more likely you're going to develop the illness. If you smoke cigarettes once, that might not correlate to lung cancer. If you smoke it chronically, that might.
Right.
So that's all I'm saying.
We're talking about individuals here. You either have lung cancer or you don't, right?
If you're smoking.
Right.
Right.
You either commit IPV or you didn't.
I mean, yeah, you either did or you didn't, yes.
Right. So you took some issue with me because I was asking about substance abuse generally, and you wanted me to talk about the disorder. I asked you earlier about narcissistic personality disorder, and you haven't made that diagnosis. You've just talked about the traits, right?
Yes.
And somebody can have these narcissistic personality traits and substance abuse disorder and never commit IPV, right?
So, along that line,
right.
about 80 to 90% of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder. So the answer is less than about 10% obviously do not.
Right. There are more close links with IPV for borderline personality disorder than narcissistic personality disorder. Correct, sir?
I'm not going to agree with that.
No?
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you there are if you're asking me there are links, the answer is absolutely. If you're saying to me more, I can show studies say yes, show studies say that. That has not been absolutely definitively correlated. No.
No.
Absolutely not.
MDMA. What is it?
Ecstasy.
Yeah. And what's the normal dosage of ecstasy for people who use ecstasy?
Again, I couldn't tell you the quote-unquote normal dose because, honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regulated, so.
But the effects of ecstasy enhance sense of well-being?
At low doses, the answer is yes. I'm going to gather when you're using it at higher doses and develop tolerance, you develop the sympathomimetic effects, which are not so enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion, that's the symptom?
Again, at low dose, you are 100% right. At low amounts, you are 100% right. It is an entactogen. We feel closer to people. That's what people who use it say. They feel close to people, warmth to people, 100%. But with continual use and higher doses, it could be fatal.
Right.
So that's not well-being. I don't know if I call that well-being.
So continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
What if you took 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA?
What if you took again, you don't know what it's very hard to say that. You don't know what it's, what's the word I'm looking for? Contaminated with, okay? You can't just say, hey, let me just take 8 to 10 pure ecstasy and see what happens. That's not going to happen. So what I would say to you, again, because substance abuse are unpredictable, they are not regulated, no one knows what they're going to. No one absolutely has any idea whether it's going to cause this empathic entactogen effect at very low doses, or is it going to cause the sympathomimetic, increase, it's like a stimulant, like cocaine and something we talked about like that. No one knows what's going to happen. It's not regulated. And no one knows if you're using with other substances either, like other stimulants.
Or if you mix it with alcohol.
Or if you mix it with alcohol. No one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right. But this is a potentially lethal combination. 8 to 10 MDMA tablets and alcohol.
This is a potentially toxic combination.
Right.
Can it kill you? Yeah, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one example.
Hadn't seen that one before. Okay. So, Seroquel. That one puts you to sleep, right?
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Depp talking about sometimes being on the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel very well this morning.
Good. I'm going to ask him a few more questions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. You kept making references to street value. Why were you doing that?
Because that's why people with substance use disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
That's why people who use quetiapine or Seroquel it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate-like in effect.
Right, but you said that Mr. Depp had a prescription.
There are many substance use disorder patients who have prescriptions for Adderall and quetiapine from their doctor, and that doesn't mean they're not getting high out of it. That doesn't take much. Doctors like to believe what patients have to say. They're not going to go in there being expert witness testimony. All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon, and the thought was initially that because quetiapine was not addicting, that it's safe to give in people with substance use disorders, when in fact, we absolutely know it has street value. We absolutely know that for a fact.
Right, but my point about this is you made a bunch of testimony about street value, but you knew at the time you made the testimony that Mr. Depp, in fact, had a prescription.
He also had a prescription for oxycodone and roxicodone. Does that count? Because that's also probably not a good thing. Just because you have a prescription doesn't mean that...
I think Mr. Depp would agree with you it wasn't a good thing.
Just because you have a prescription doesn't mean you can't abuse it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm just wondering why your testimony was in any way tied to street value when every single drug you referenced, Mr. Depp had legally.
Again, you can have prescription substance abuse, and we know that, correct? No, I shouldn't be asking that. We can have prescription substance use disorders, and that's not uncommon if you look at the opiate epidemic that we're living in right now. We can have that. That's not an uncommon thing. Unfortunate, but uncommon. Not uncommon.
So, Seroquel, I think you described as a sleeping agent when used off-label?
When I saw what?
Sleeping agent, Seroquel, when used off-label?
When used off-label, it's used. It can be used sleeping agent, yes.
Right. So, Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel could account for some of the photos we saw in this trial, where he's asleep in a chair?
Again, what I would say to you is that if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I agree, but I'm not sure at the end of the day if she'd have vomitus over you either, because I've never seen Seroquel do that. So when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen Seroquel do that ever.
Neurontin is another one of the drugs you testified about. That one's also prescribed, right?
Yes, it is.
And what's the prescription for that?
What's it used for? And what's its indication, or what's its used?
What's its indication?
I mean, its indication is for seizures. It may have one pain indication. Again, I'm not a neurologist, so I can't tell you exactly if it does. But it's chronically used off-label for pain. It's used off-label for anxiety.
Right. And what's its effect? That's another one that'll put you to sleep, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, sure, 100%.
Right. And you made reference to a picture. There's been testimony around that picture that Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Okay. You talked about the fact that Mr. Depp indicates that from time to time he uses an earpiece.
I read that, yes.
Okay. Did you read the testimony of Mr. Wyatt, who told you what was being pumped into that earpiece?
Yeah. I mean, if I remember right, I mean, I think it was lines, right?
No, it was music.
It was music, not his line?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if Mr. Depp was listening to music rather than being fed his lines, does that change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but read he was, and that may have been that example, Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question is, were you having the music during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, you know, if you can do two things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
You know, it's a very good point, actually. Divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble in. Yeah. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on the, using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention, humans actually are not very good at. I'll put that out there.
But Mr.
In general, not just Mr. Depp, in general.
But Mr. Depp is pretty good at acting. You acknowledged that early on.
Absolutely. Well, better than me, so I know that.
Because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about acting.
You're right. I have no idea about acting.
And you don't know how prevalent the use of earpieces are in acting.
Again, I know nothing about acting.
Irrespective of the fact you know nothing about acting, you've testified that Mr. Depp's use of an earpiece is somehow a cognitive deficit?
So if I was giving a lecture and I was fed my lines, I would think there's a cognitive deficit. So and maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe Hollywood stars get lines fed to them through earpieces all the time, and I don't know. That could be said. It sounded to me to be unusual if you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines. But like you said, I'm just judging what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to act.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I said if you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right, I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for standard as Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
Your testimony about the use of an earpiece, as maybe you were wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because I think in the basis of what I've read about it, I'm comfortable that I don't believe that actors are routinely given their entire script through earpieces. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, but there's not one whit of evidence that this ever happened here.
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to believe. That's all I said.
Oh yeah, but what you found hard to believe, sir, was that every line of the script was pumped through an earpiece. Where did you ever get the idea that that occurred?
That's what I read in the court review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
Right. And you know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So the answer is no. He does not use one now.
Oh, no, I used the past tense, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know nothing. I will concede to you, I know nothing about acting. I will concede to you 100%. If that is the standard and people are done that's acting, then I apologize and that was wrong on my part. If that's the standard, I'm wrong. I don't know.
Okay. Let's go with that. No further questions.
All right. How long is your return?
A bit. You may want to take a
All right. Let's go ahead and break for lunch then, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do not do any outside research. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody, okay?
And then we have time for just a few questions, so I'll leave it to the Secretary. Sir.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon, everybody. We had a highly constructive morning here at the second meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. I'm delighted that we were joined virtually by more than 40 ministers and chiefs of defense. And I'm especially glad that the contact group, once again, got to speak with Ukraine's Minister of Defense, my good friend, Oleksiy Reznikov. We're also joined by the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of Ukraine's Armed Forces and by Ukraine's Defense Intelligence Representative. I'm also proud and pleased to see that several new countries attended today's meeting of the contact group, including Austria, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Colombia, Ireland, and Kosovo. We're delighted to have them aboard, and we hope to continue expanding this important gathering of allies and partners. Russia's unprovoked and cruel invasion has galvanized countries from around the world. And the bravery, the skill, and the grit of the Ukrainian people have inspired people everywhere. Now, we've made important progress since the contact group was established after the Ramstein summit last month. And today, together with Minister Reznikov and his team, we've gained a sharper and shared sense of Ukraine's priority requirements and the situation on the battlefield. We also heard some very welcome announcements this morning about even more security assistance for Ukraine. That includes some 20 countries that announced new security assistance packages. Many countries are donating critically needed artillery ammunition, coastal defense systems, and tanks and other armored vehicles. Others came forward with new commitments for training Ukraine's forces and sustaining its military systems. There are too many countries to properly thank everyone here, but let me mention just a few standouts. I'm especially grateful to Denmark, which announced today that it will provide a Harpoon launcher and missiles to help Ukraine defend its coast. I'd also like to thank the Czech Republic for its substantial support, including a recent donation of attack helicopters, tanks, and rocket systems. And today, several countries announced new donations of critically needed artillery systems and ammunition, including Italy, Greece, Norway, and Poland. And let me also recognize the United Kingdom for its leading role in helping to coordinate security assistance, and for the significant quantities of British equipment that continue to flow into Ukraine. I'm deeply grateful to these countries and to all the countries that have stood up today. In the short 4 weeks since the contact group convened at Ramstein, the momentum of donations and deliveries has been outstanding. And after today's discussions, I'm pleased to report that we're intensifying our efforts. And moving forward, we'll continue to deepen our coordination and cooperation so that Ukraine can sustain and strengthen its battlefield operations. Our combined efforts will also fortify and modernize Ukraine's armed forces to help them deter future Russian aggression. We had several important conversations today about the latest battlefield conditions, about progress towards meeting Ukraine's priority requirements, about deconflicting security assistance deliveries on the ground, and about how to help Ukraine maintain and sustain the self-defense capabilities that we've all supplied. Everyone here understands the stakes of this war, and they stretch far beyond Europe. Russia's aggression is an affront to the rules-based international order and a challenge to free people everywhere. Now, let me announce an item for your calendars. And we'll convene the contact group for our third meeting next month, and we'll gather in person this time on June 15th in the margins of the NATO Defense Ministerial in Brussels. Of course, it won't be a NATO event, but we want to keep up the tempo of these meetings, and I wanted to use my travel to Europe to ensure that we're building on our momentum. And my team will have more details for you on this in the days ahead. So it's been a good day and an encouraging one. We fully understand what Ukraine is up against, and the contact group, again, shows how much we can get done when so many nations of goodwill come together. So we're going to keep it up. And we're going to keep supporting Ukraine as it defends its citizens, its sovereignty, and its democracy. Now, before I take your questions, I wanted to say just a few words about someone who everybody in this room knows well, and my friend John Kirby. Now, John and I go way back, and he's always been the kind of teammate that you want at your side. And since the earliest days of this administration, I've been fortunate to have his judgment, his insights, and his leadership. John has been a wise and trusted counselor and a clear and eloquent voice for this department, its missions, and its values. And he's always understood how central a free and independent press is to our democracy. So even when the questions were tough, even when the findings were uncomfortable, when John stood behind this podium, he always committed to truth, trust, and transparency. So, John, thanks for your extraordinary service. I know you're not going far, but we wish you fair winds and following seas. And so, thanks for everything that you've done. And so, I'll turn it over to the chairman for his remarks, and then we'll be glad to take your questions.
Thanks, Secretary, and I would like to just publicly also thank John for his professionalism and expertise over the years. He's done tremendous service for those of us in uniform, and John, thanks so much for that. Good morning, everybody, and I want to echo Secretary Austin's statement from this morning. This meeting was a great opportunity to coordinate our efforts to provide timely and effective support, military aid to Ukraine. We had 47 countries participate this morning. That's really significant. And although I regularly speak with all my NATO chiefs of defense counterparts, some very often, some almost daily, this contact group is a unique assembly of voices and resources that span the globe and enhance our collective capability. I just returned, as many of you know, from NATO, where I met with my NATO counterparts, and this meeting this morning expands on that effort. Together, our task is to provide sustained support. I speak to General Zaluzny every few days, several times a week. I want to emphasize that the joint force, the U.S. joint force, our role is to continue support to the Ukrainian military as long as directed, and we intend and have the capability to do so. All of this is important because the Ukrainian military and people are fighting not only for their country, but they're fighting for principles, as the Secretary mentioned, about the rules-based international order that affects all of us. The Secretary mentioned that the progress we made at Ramstein a month ago was a follow-on to today, or was a predecessor to today. The United States military comprises one of the key components of U.S. national power, diplomatic, economic, informational, and, of course, military. And our task is to protect the homeland and stand ready to defeat the enemies of our country and to sustain the defense of the American people. We stand ready as part of a whole-of-government approach for the United States and really a whole-of-alliance approach and partner effort that you saw this morning. Last fall, the United States military had about 78,000 in EUCOM, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Space Force. In a few short months, we've bolstered that by over 30%. So this morning, we've got, roughly speaking, 102,000 U.S. troops in the EUCOM area of operations in many, many countries. At sea, we have over 15,000 sailors in the Med and the Baltics on 24 surface combatants and 4 subs, up from 6 surface combatants back in the fall. In the air, we have currently 12 fighter squadrons and 2 combat aviation brigades. And on the ground, we have 2 corps, 2 divisions, and 6 brigade combat teams, along with a variety of enablers. These capabilities from the United States augment the tremendous security assistance donated by other countries. And together, we have put forth to the Ukrainian war effort. The Ukrainian military's capacity to defend their homeland against Russian attack is directly tied to the quality and quantity of the assistance they are receiving. And lastly, let me just say that the Secretary has all of us in this building throughout the military focused on managing risk and the potential for escalation. We are watching this factor very, very closely, and we have been able to reopen communications at the military-to-military level, as you know, and I made a call to my Russian counterpart. I don't share the contents and detail of that discussion, but that it was done is important, and it was purposeful and worthwhile. So we remain committed and resolved and united in our assistance to Ukraine. We remain committed to manage escalation, and we'll continue to support as long as we are directed.
Okay, so we'll now go ahead and take some questions, and we'll start with Lita.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned that today you got a sharper sense of Ukraine's requirements. Can you talk a little bit about what the Ukrainian officials have told you they needed? And one of the things that they say they need, I believe, is HIMARS or MLRS. Is the U.S. or any other country prepared to send those major systems to Ukraine? And if that's true, are there any limits on how they can be used either in Crimea or in the Donbass? And then General Milley, can you, the Army the other day said it's going to take about 18 months to replenish some of the stocks that they've sent in the drawdown, specifically javelins. What is the risk to the U.S. military as it goes forward on weapon systems and other things that may be now going to Ukraine that the U.S. needs? And as you send more complex weapons into Ukraine, is there a need to send U.S. Special Forces or other trainers either into Ukraine to help train them or in other locations? And if not, what are the consequences?
I think that was about 12 questions, Lita, but I'm not sure. Okay. All right. Well, listen, first, I'll get to the questions that you had up top there for me. Let me reiterate that I believe that today was a very successful meeting. You heard the chairman talk about the numbers of countries that were involved. You heard me speak about the types of donations that some 20 countries came forward with today to announce. Now, that's real progress, which is needed for real problems, and so we're very, very satisfied that we had a very productive meeting. But we recognize that this is a work in progress, and we will need to continue to remain focused on this going forward. Now, in terms of what their needs are, they really are pretty much the same as they were the last time we talked, and that was long-range fires, armor in terms of tanks and armored personnel carriers, some UAV capability, and so that has not changed. The nature of the fight, as you've heard us describe a number of times, is the fight is really shaped by artillery in this phase, and we've seen serious exchanges of artillery fires over the last several weeks. Regarding HIMARS, I don't want to get ahead of where we are in the process of resourcing requirements. I'd just like for you to know that we are not only talking to the Ukrainians today, but it's every day. As the chairman pointed out, he's talking to his counterpart routinely. I talk to Minister Reznikov at least once a week, and probably more than that in most weeks. So we'll continue to refine their requirements. We'll engage the international community to make sure that we can get as much capability against those requirements as possible. But again, I don't want to discuss specific systems in this forum.
So Lita, you asked about the replenishment piece. Overall, U.S. military as a entity, all of the various munition stockages that we have, the Secretary's got us looking at those very, very carefully to make sure that we don't drop below levels that become moderate, significant, or high risk, and we're doing that. So right now, the risk to ourselves is relatively low. It's not something that we're going to get overly excited about. We have a category called critical munitions and preferred munitions. we're solid in all of those. and javelins is not in that category. So your small arms, your anti-tank weapons, some of your man-pads, javelins, et cetera, as opposed to, say, for example, other smart munitions and PGMs, et cetera. So we're okay. We're doing okay, and our risk is being managed appropriately. With respect to the training, we are doing training in several different countries right now, along with other NATO and partner countries. Are training Ukrainians in various countries. I'm not going to go into all the details of it, but that's ongoing, not in Ukraine, but outside of Ukraine. The United States doesn't have any trainers right now in Ukraine, and some of the things that may have been out there in the media, those are planning efforts that are underway at a relatively low level, have not yet made it into the Secretary or myself, for that matter, for refinement of courses of action and what's needed. At the end of the day, any reintroduction of U.S. forces into Ukraine would require a presidential decision. So we're a ways away from anything like that. We're still developing courses of action, and none of that's been presented yet to the Secretary.
Courtney.
Thank you. I want to read a question that President Biden got this morning on his trip in Asia. He was asked, you didn't want to get involved in the Ukraine conflict militarily for obvious reasons. Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that? His answer was yes. That's the commitment we made. So the reason I wanted to read the question is it indicates, and his answer would indicate that the U.S. is prepared to do more to defend Taiwan than what the U.S. is already, as you've been saying here today, is provide a tremendous amount of equipment and support and even intelligence to Ukraine. President Biden said today that the U.S. is willing to do more to help Taiwan. So my question for you, Secretary Austin, is the U.S. making a commitment to send troops to defend Taiwan in the event of an invasion by China? And General Milley, I have a follow-up for you as well.
Courtney, as the President said, our one China policy has not changed. He reiterated that policy in our commitment to peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. He also highlighted our commitment under the Taiwan Relations Act to help provide Taiwan the means to defend itself. So again, our policy has not changed.
I think the Taiwan Relations Act is the U.S. is committed to ensure Taiwan has resources it needs to defend itself, but it doesn't require U.S. military intervention. So again, I just want to ask, is the U.S. making a commitment by saying that they are willing to defend them militarily for U.S. troops to be involved in that military response?
Again, Courtney, I think the President was clear on the fact that the policy has not changed.
And then, General Milley, since you're talking about the risks with Ukraine, can you walk us through what you see the potential risks that would be a part of a U.S. military defense of Taiwan should China invade?
Yeah, I actually won't do that, Courtney. I appreciate the opportunity to not answer a question. But there's a variety of contingency plans that we hold. All of them are highly classified, Pacific, Europe, and elsewhere, right? And it would be very inappropriate for me at a microphone to discuss the risk associated with those plans relative to anything with respect to Taiwan or anywhere else in the Pacific.
So I'll give you the opportunity to not answer one more question. Is that, would you support sending U.S. troops to Taiwan?
I will render my advice at the moment in time to the President and the Secretary of Defense.
Thank you.
Felicia Swartz.
I'm over here. Thanks. Just going back to the HIMARS, if you do send them, would you be okay with those weapons being used to push Russian forces out of Crimea and the Donbass? And then to General Milley, how important is it that to reopen Ukrainian ports in the Black Sea, and what is the U.S. doing to help?
Again, Felicia, as I said earlier, I really won't get involved in discussing any specific requirements and how we're going to address those requirements. And we don't have any announcements to make in that regard. And because of that, I also won't entertain that hypothetical. So.
And on the port, you're talking about Odessa. I think you're talking about Odessa. And obviously, Odessa is a major port for Ukraine. It's their access to the sea and the outside world. And it becomes a significant vehicle by which grain, for example, is exported and other commodities coming out of Ukraine. And Ukraine is the largest or one of the largest grain producers in the world. And thus far, because of mines, because of the Russian fleet, because of the risks associated with it, that has not happened here now going on almost 90 days. So how important it is, I think it's quite important to the economy of Ukraine and well beyond. Many countries in the world depend on Ukrainian grain. So that's an example of the importance of it. As for what we're doing about it, right now we don't have any U.S. naval vessels in the Black Sea. We don't intend to unless directed. And right now it's a bit of a stalemate there between the Ukrainians wanting to make sure that there's not any sort of amphibious landing against Odessa, and the right now, so it's a no-go zone for commercial shipping. What that'll be in the future is unknown right now, but it is an important access to the sea.
Tom Bowman.
Hopefully this is a question both of you can answer. General Petraeus famously said of the Iraq War, "Tell me how this ends." So with the Ukraine war, how does this end? Is it pushing the Russians back to pre-invasion borders? Is it pushing the Russians completely out of Ukraine, as British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss has said? Or is it somewhere in the middle?
Tom, our effort is to do everything that we can to strengthen Ukraine's hands on the battlefield and also at the negotiation table. And so we're going to stick with doing everything we can to make sure that they achieve their objectives. At the end of the day, you know, what this looks like, what end state looks like, will be defined by the Ukrainians and not by us. And so we'll leave that up to President Zelensky and his leadership to talk about, you know, how this transitions.
Yeah, I would just echo exactly what we said. The end state's defined by the political leadership, and in this case, President Zelensky is going to define the end state inside the boundaries of Ukraine. For the broader globe, we want to continue to support Ukraine defending their country. We want to make sure NATO is unified. We want to uphold the concept that there's a rules-based international order, and the powerful and the big can't just destroy and invade the weak and the small.
If it weren't for the U.S. and NATO, the Zelensky government couldn't even exist. So my question is, does NATO have a voice at all in this effort about how this ends? Because this could go on for years, as some have said.
No, I stand by what I said earlier, Tom. The way that it transitions, the way that it ends, will be defined by the Ukrainian people. But again,
if they say we want all Russians out of our country, would you both abide by that? We need your help.
Well, what we will abide by is what our president decides that we will do going forward. That will be a policy decision. But again, I think this is Ukraine's fight. It's not the United States' fight. We are doing everything that we can to make sure that we are supporting them in their effort to defend their sovereign territory. The rest of the international community is doing the same, Tom. And again, since it's their fight, it's their country, I want to make sure that they have the say-so in terms of, you know, what end state looks like.
I think you got one more for Oren.
Oren.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman. On Ukraine, for both of you, what is your assessment on whether Vladimir Putin has shifted his strategic goals from inside Ukraine to outside Ukraine? In other words, instead of trying to take Kyiv by force, to what extent has he shifted and is now trying to use energy, grain, for example, immigration, as economic tools to undermine Europe's strategic stability? Is that the long game for him now?
It's hard to say, and I won't speculate what's going on in Putin's mind. But we've seen him use a number of different levers from the very beginning. At the very outset, he envisioned using overwhelming force and speed and power to very rapidly take down the capital city and replace the government. They failed in that respect, and their forces were pushed back by the Ukrainians. They took Kharkiv. The Russians took Kharkiv for a short period of time. The Ukrainians counterattacked and took Kharkiv back. And so We've seen them really proceed at a very slow and unsuccessful pace on the battlefield, and you would expect that he would seek to use other levers of power or other instruments of power, and he's doing that. But in terms of what his overall strategy is, that's unknown. I would say, though, that one of the things that he could do, Orrin, is end this fight today. And you've heard me say that a couple of times. This is a war of Putin's choice, and not a war of necessity. So we continue to encourage him to do that. So.
Thank you, sir. That's about all the time we got right now. Thanks, everybody.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here today. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. When we come back, we will hear about the federal response to the baby formula shortage crisis. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Your host, Mike Pace, thanks again for joining us here worldwide, as always, as we bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country here. Well, one of the top stories that we've really been talking about these last couple of weeks, of course, is the baby formula shortage crisis that continues for so many parents here in this country. And we are going to listen to Senator Blumenthal and others discuss the federal response to this crisis.
Who said they couldn't buy online, and one of the parents said she didn't have a car, so she had to spend an entire day on a bus going from one store to another, futilely and frustratingly unable to buy online. That is a waste of time and money that could be avoided if WIC participants were able to buy online, and that's why I'm telling the Secretary of Agriculture, open the internet to WIC participants.
If SNAP can be used online to buy formula, what's the rationale behind denying WIC?
What is the reason?
Yeah.
There is no comprehensible or logical reason. It is simply a bureaucratic snafu, in my judgment. A bureaucratic piece of red tape that could easily be avoided without any more cost in terms of taxpayer money, but certainly diminished cost in individual purchaser money.
And is there anything else people can't buy with WIC online?
I'm not aware of what there may be, but we can get back to you. If there is, we'll check on it and get back to you.
I might be able to speak to that. Are you referring to food?
I'm just wondering if WIC can't be used for formula, are there other things that are necessary to everyday life that WIC can't buy online?
Other necessities.
Yes, so WIC covers nutrition up till 5 years of age, and so you cannot use your WIC benefits to buy formula or other foods that are usually covered, such as certain proteins or cereal or fresh fruits and vegetables. So that is part of a WIC benefit for older children.
And there is also a gap. I don't want to be too technical here, but there's a gap we're trying to close, and I'm going to try to get it right. WIC covers only up to 5 years old. And then once a child begins school, there are other programs that take effect. But a lot of kids don't begin school at 5 years old. So there's a gap for many of them between 5 years old and the time they begin school. We're trying to close that gap through separate legislation. We need to do it through legislation to extend WIC eligibility above 5 years. There are all kinds of gaps in this safety net that need to be closed. And this one can be done literally with the stroke of a pen by the Secretary of Agriculture. That's why I'm writing to him today. And it is highlighted by the crisis we're seeing right now, but it's an everyday problem and has been even before this crisis, because buying online is so much easier. It's now routine for most consumers. And for it to be denied WIC consumers is really atrocious and inexcusable. So I mentioned earlier that one of the ways we learned about this issue was through the hearing held on May 17th by Senator Anwar, State Senator Anwar, and I am very, very grateful for his leadership in calling attention to this issue. As a physician and a public official, he's been really at the forefront in the state of so many public health issues, but I'm grateful that he's taken the lead on this one too.
Thank you.
Doctor?
Thank you so much, Senator Blumenthal. Sorry for being a little late. The good thing about being a doctor is that you understand some of these issues. The bad thing is sometimes a patient can delay you to a press conference.
And he puts his patients first.
Absolutely. And I think this issue has highlighted a number of areas that we will have to look at. I think the federal government has shown amazing leadership at this time to try and address this, because the importance of this issue is paramount. When a child is hungry, everything has to stop. And that's how we live, that's how our minds and bodies work. So that's why the federal government has put all of the resources together. I think that is getting closer, and hopefully we'll be in a position to address this at this time. But the vulnerabilities that we have to look at in the community from a policy perspective. I'll give you a parallel example. We have data of the people in various towns who need oxygen, who need support, who need life-saving treatments. But we do not have a data like that for children who need life-saving treatment for their nourishment. And that's an area of opportunity that we have to work on. I can tell you for the Children's Committee, I'm currently the...
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. For some of you, stay right here with us.
Vulnerabilities, and also have a protection and a mechanism to make sure that our children are safe. So there's really a lot of things that we'll have to look at, but the federal government role has been critical, and I wanted to thank Senator Blumenthal for your availability in addressing the issues and also working diligently to make sure that we are able to get the food to our children. So I'll stop here, and then I wanted to thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. You know, as Dr. Anwar was talking, I was reminded of what he sees every day, which is people who need medical care. And the healthiest baby in the world is going to cry loudly and vociferously if she is denied food. You know, I had a flashback to the times that I was with my 4 children as infants, and I couldn't get the bottle in place quickly enough. And the cries of anger and protest and demand were healthy, but they were brought back to me when I thought of those parents who were thinking about their children not having food they need. And it's sort of one of those basic responsibilities, anything we can do, and especially if it's within the power of a government official to simply sign a document and make food available through the internet, ought to be done really quickly. So I hope the Secretary of Agriculture will listen to a doctor, 2 doctors, even if he doesn't listen to a senator, and will do the right thing here.
Senator, are any of the international shipments coming to Connecticut, and if so, when will we be able to see those supplies?
Great question. I don't know of any coming to Connecticut, but they will be distributed wherever they arrive, hopefully to stores in Connecticut. But your question shows again why internet sales are so important, because if they arrive in Indiana, as the shipments did over the weekend, some of them ought to be put online so they're available to everyone. It shouldn't just be to people in Indiana, it should be nationally, and I'm hoping that, again, online sales will make it available across the country.
Buy formula online and they buy it from maybe a sketchy website and it's not good formula, it's expired or whatever. Is there some sort of database online where people can look to see what are the safe websites to buy formula?
There are databases, I believe, that the FTC has. I'm not sure what they're called. We can get that to you. Excuse me.
Question back there, Anwar. Is there anything that can be done on the state level?
Right now, what the state of Connecticut has done is we have actually created information along with the collaboration with the physician community to give ideas of what needs to be done. The specific area of focus, many of these formulas are interchangeable depending on the company, but the area where the child has a metabolic disorder or has a severe allergic phenomena, that is the area of a challenge that we are looking at. So in our conversation, we had a discussion with the various retail organization leaders, and one of the president of the retail organization, they're going to make sure that they will keep track of some of the areas that need help, and the pharmacies will have to collaborate on that as well, because you cannot use, some children will get severely ill if they get a formula that is not appropriate for them. And those are the vulnerable ones that we have to actually have a strategy for and then make sure that they are made the priority. Some of the interchangeable ones are relatively easy to address. I know it's a taste issue and a likeness issue, but that is something is not putting the child's life in danger. But the ones that are putting the child's life in danger are the areas that we will really have to figure out a strategy to provide it to them. And what I'm also suggesting is that we need to have a database going forward, because every disaster management strategy needs to look at the vulnerable children and vulnerable adults. So we have some of those things, but it has never translated down all the way to the vulnerable children. And we have asked the American Academy of Pediatrics to see if they would be able to collaborate with the pediatricians who would be the gatekeepers to help us guide through that. And that does not need a legislation, that needs collaboration. And then we are able to convene and have the conversation, and the pediatricians are very much on board. And any parent who is concerned about this specific child issue, they have to reach out to the pediatricians. They will work with us and the Department of Public Health, and then be able to see what we can do to help them out.
Is there a network within pediatricians and doctors that you can openly talk to each other and come together? Because I know, I have a My Chart for one place and a My Chart for another, or Gateway for something else. Is there a way that you can connect all those so everybody can talk to everybody?
The American Academy of Pediatrics, the Connecticut chapter, they are organizing and coordinating that part. So I'm not part of that part, but I've had a conversation with their executive director, and they are trying to make sure that they are communicating with them. They're sort of the gatekeepers of all the pediatricians. If you want to add to that too, or?
No, yes, I agree. And I think in general, we would always advocate for an individual family to reach out to their personal pediatrician if they have any concerns, especially if they are on a specific type of formula, to check in, say, you know, we're having a hard time, what resources might you know about? And then, yes, definitely the American Academy of Pediatrics Connecticut chapter is an organization of pediatricians statewide, so it sounds like they're working on efforts to collaborate.
But every child is potentially vulnerable to diluted or adulterated infant formula. And so any pediatrician, any parent who knows about that kind of problem ought to alert federal or state authorities, because really will depend on those eyes and ears to keep babies safe. Thanks, everyone.
Are any other senators having the same sort of press conference today, calling on the government to drop the WIC ban?
No one, so far as I know. We're writing to the Secretary of Agriculture today, but when I go back to the Senate, literally in a few hours, I'm going to be talking to my colleagues and alerting them to this issue and asking them to join in this effort, because the more senators we have on board, the more powerful our voice.
I'm just going to add something. If you look at any major issue in the country, Senator Blumenthal leads it. So when he starts, everybody else follows.
Oh, thank you.
One last question. If the Secretary of Agriculture decided today, okay, this is a good idea, I'm going to drop it, what's the lag time? How long would it take before people can actually order online?
Could be instantaneous. Once he gives permission, it may be hours, but it shouldn't be days or weeks. You know, it's a matter of simply getting the system going in the right direction. So I see no lag time if he makes this decision.
And I can just add, sorry, that there is already...
Correct me if I said something.
Oh, no, just in addition to that, there's already a model in place. So for instance, if you go on Amazon or Walmart.com, like, you can enter your SNAP card information in there and families can shop for food, formula, and that, I believe it was like early pandemic, maybe around like June, and I can't remember the specific time exactly when that became possible. So it hasn't always been possible to do that, where you could use SNAP benefits online. So there's a model for it. So hopefully, I don't know the logistics of everything, but hopefully it would be able to translate over into for WIC.
To put it in sort of layman's terms, there's no wizardry or magic involved here. It's really pretty straightforward. There's a gap in the regulations, and it should be closed, and it can be literally life-saving, done virtually instantly. Okay. Thank you all. We have to let Dr. Markowitz go back to work.
Thank you so much.
And Dr. Anwar.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The baby formula crisis continuing on despite efforts to try to get more formula coming from overseas, as well as reopening up that plant that had been shut down. Thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to keep track of all the top stories happening across the country. Want to remind our viewers, when it comes to top stories, live events, you can count on us to be right there taking you into each and every single one as it is happening. Right now, a live picture coming to us out of the crime center out of Cleveland. We do have the Ohio governor. He's going to be visiting the real-time crime center. And just last month, he had awarded them a grant of more than $350,000 to get new technology to help enhance that operational intelligence. We'll get to hear a little bit more about that. Plus, we still have a lot of campaign elections going on across the country. Ted Cruz is going to be helping out at this rally for Mo Brooks in Alabama. We're going to be bringing you more of these live events right here on Live Now from Fox after we return from this 2-minute break. Welcome back. We are going to be listening in Governor Ron DeSantis this morning announcing Hometown Heroes program. This is all providing assistance to more than 50 professionals when buying their first home. Let's go ahead, listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Director of the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, Trey Price. We have Cape Coral Zone Department of DEO Secretary Dane Eagle is with us here. We have Lee County Sheriff Carmine Marcino is here. We have from the Cape Coral Police Department, Ashton Wolf is going to be speaking about our announcement. Then we also have a second grade teacher locally, Melba Lugo, who's also going to be speaking about today's announcement. If you look at what's going on in the state of Florida, I just announced on Friday, you know, we've never had a bigger budget surplus, not even close in the history of the state than we have now. And we see kind of like every month, like they say how much revenue is going to come in, and it's been more and more consistently. I think last month it was like $800 million over the estimate of coming in. And so we imagine May, I think we're on track to do well in May and June as well. And that's kind of a testament that the state has been open. We've got a good environment. We have make sure we prioritize things like education, public safety, all these different things. But I thought you go back a couple years ago, people were saying, you know, Florida was going to have the most difficulty because we have a tourism-based economy. We had a lot of challenges with the onset of COVID. But in reality, you know, we've been able to outpace the nation on almost every indicator. If you look at our unemployment rate's 3%, the nation as a whole is 3.6%. In April, we actually expanded our workforce participation by 30,000. The U.S. as a whole participation declined by 360,000. If you look at what we've been able to do in terms of adding another 55,000 private sector jobs in April, when the rest of the country didn't add at that rate, our GDP has grown faster than the nation as a whole. So we've been able to lead, and I think that that's allowed us to have a very good fiscal situation. Now, most of what we're dealing with is a lot of what Washington has done in terms of what they're doing with the economy. You know, when you print trillions and trillions of dollars, you know, you end up sparking really significant inflation. And so that's what we're seeing. I think the energy has been really, really difficult. First of all, there's going to be a lot of problems with diesel and a lot of other things coming down the pike. I mean, we're not even close, I think, to the peak of the problems. But you think about just over the last 2 weeks, how much has gas gone up? It's gone up a lot. I mean, we were probably in April, I think we were probably, you could get it for probably like $4.15. Now it's I see between $4.50 and $5, you know, everywhere I go. And Florida's usually average or even less than the nation. There's other places that are paying $5.50 and $6 and even more per gallon. And so that has a huge impact on individuals that have to commute in terms of their family budgets. It also affects the economy overall because energy permeates almost everything we deal with. And so that is causing more upward pressure in terms of the inflation. You also look when Biden came in, you've seen spiking in a lot of things, including rent. It's much more expensive, and that's nationwide. You know, we have a lot of demand in Florida, and so people are building as fast as they can. We're going to talk about some of that today in terms of the housing. But you've seen a huge spike in a lot of things that really matter to people really over the last year, year and a half. And it's unfortunate. He was warned that if you did this, that this would be the result. But now they're going to be raising interest rates probably, and they're going to try to slow the economy down to try to get a handle on inflation. And that obviously could have really negative impacts as well. So what we're doing is we're getting it right in Florida. We're making sure that we are being good stewards. If there is some type of Biden-induced recession, you know, from a budget perspective in Florida, you know, we won't have to really change anything. At worst, I just take some of the rainy day fund and move it in, and we'll continue with public safety, education, environment, all that other stuff. So we've been very prudent. You know, we've planned properly, and I think it's that. Now, particularly here like Cape Coral, other parts of Southwest Florida, I mean, like the whole country wants to be here. And so And just to be clear, like, you know, some governors are out just begging people to move to their state. Like, I'm not doing that. I mean, I'm happy with who we have here. You know, I'm happy with what we have, but I think the reality was you're looking at living in some of these other parts of the country, you know, where they had lockdown policies infinitum. They were denying kids the ability to be in school in person. Those that did allow the schools to be in person, yeah, it's yes, there we go. And then those that did, you know, they wanted to force these kids to be in mass for 8 hours a day. You have places that wanted to fire people from their jobs if they didn't get a COVID vax. Obviously, you have very bad tax and economic policies in a lot of these parts of the country. You had crime not only going through the roof, but really being facilitated by a lot of these idiot politicians. You have places where they literally will not prosecute you. In like San Francisco, you can steal $999 worth of stuff, and they won't prosecute you unless it's $1,000. And so people loot the stores. You see all the homeless, all the crime. You see bail policies where they'll put people right back on the street, very soft on crime. And so that creates a huge problem because people don't feel safe in their own communities. And so there's been a lot of reasons why people are like, you know what? Florida's the beachhead, and they want to come. And so if you're somebody that's owned a home for a long time in Florida, it's a lot more valuable today, you know, than it was a few years ago because there's a demand and people want to do it. So I know people have done well with selling. The problem is you sell. Where do you go? I mean, you still have to do. So that's why a lot of people don't do it. So there's a lot of demand, and I think in terms of housing in particular, you know, some of it's the inflation, some of it's Biden. If you look at how much it costs to build homes now, look at each individual input and compare it to 2 years ago. Some of these things have gone up 100% in terms of the materials, and so that's going to have an impact. I mean, you know, there's different parts of the state you would look at, and they'd have like a sign for a new community somewhere, and it'd be like starting at $249.99. Well, then that's an X on that, and now it's like $319 or something, and that's mostly, some of it's demand, but a lot of that is the cost of everything. So it creates challenges. So we want to make sure that, particularly if you look at what we've done since I've been governor, we have worked harder than anybody to support the people in our communities that support us. And so that means the people that wear the uniform, our police officers, our firefighters. This 2021-22 budget, our current year, you had other places that were taking funding away from law enforcement. We did $1,000 bonuses for every sworn law enforcement and fire in the state of Florida. We also have done a lot to support education in Florida, including, I mean, you know, we've done education choice, we've done civics, we've done vocational and technical education, we've done early literacy, a whole bunch of really good stuff. But one of the things we've done is we've done more to increase teacher pay than any governor has ever done in Florida. We've done over $2 billion in increases just in the last 2.5 years. And so that's important to be able to attract good people into the profession. And so if you look at, and then what we did during COVID to support our frontline healthcare workers, you know, we did as much as anybody. And then when some of the nurses were being threatened with losing their job over mandates, we called a special session of the legislature to protect the jobs, because people should not have to choose between getting a COVID jab and putting food on the table. So we made sure in Florida we were doing it. And we saved a lot of jobs with law enforcement, too. I mean, you know, they may not have done those mandates here in Lee County, but there's other places in Florida where they may have done it. They tried to do firefighters in places like Gainesville and Orange County, and we were able to save those jobs. And so we're very, very happy about that. But if you look at the communities are growing, that's great, but you need to have these folks as important parts of the community. You got to have people who are willing to wear the uniform for police, fire. You got to have good teachers. You got to have good nurses. All these things are just vital. And so what we're going to do today is really make a good announcement, because the thing is if they want to recruit a police officer to work, say, for Cape Coral Police Department, it really matters if they can afford to have a home here and live in the community and shop in the same stores and go to groceries and see everybody, than if you have to commute from like far away just because you're 45 minutes away maybe is where you can find a home that's affordable for you. So we want to make sure that those frontline workers, people we consider to be hometown heroes, are able to not only work and serve the community, but do so where they're able to afford things like buying their first home. And so what we're going to be doing today is announcing that we are launching a Hometown Heroes initiative in the state of Florida to help these folks achieve home ownership. This is a $100 million program that will provide down payment and closing cost assistance to more than 50 different professions when buying their first home. So that will include all sworn law enforcement officers in the state of Florida, all paramedics, all firefighters, all EMTs, all 911 operators, our correctional operators, probation, juvenile detention officers, our teachers, our child care operators and daycare instructors, and of course our registered nurses and other home health aides and healthcare practitioners. And so if you're somebody that is here serving our community in those vital roles, you now have the ability through our Hometown Heroes program to get assistance to be able to purchase that first home. Now, to honor those who've served and sacrificed for our country, the following will qualify for this program whether they're first-time home buyers or not. All military veterans, all active duty service members who are moving to the state of Florida, and all surviving spouses of deceased veterans. And so if you need assistance, you will be there as well. And if you think about what we're doing in terms of helping with affordability, this is part of it. The bonuses are a big part of it. The salary increases are a big part of it for teachers. We didn't need to do it for Lee County per se, but we have a lot of rural counties, and so in this year's budget we did a huge amount of money to increase salary for these rural deputies because it's harder to recruit, and so we're doing that. We've also done our retention and recruitment program in Florida, where if they have an opening, how many openings do you have, and do you have openings right now?
We got a waiting list, Governor.
Oh, you got a waiting list?
Waiting list.
Okay. Do you guys have openings?
We are getting more people. We're growing.
So you're fine.
We're doing
Okay.
well.
Yeah. Some people, so they have a waiting list. That used to be for pretty much any sheriff's department. It'd be very difficult to get these jobs. And over the years, you had more and more that had availability and didn't necessarily have all the flood of applications. But I think what we've done is really help change the narrative in Florida, because we've supported the people wearing the uniform. But what we've said in the bill I signed a couple months ago, if you're working in these other places that are treating these people horribly who wear the uniform, they get no support, very low morale. And if you leave from like Seattle and you come to Cape Coral or to Lee County Sheriff, you get a $5,000 signing bonus right at the top. And so that's going to really send a signal that that this is the place to be for safe communities. And I think you've seen a big uptick in interest. I think people want to be here. Part of it, it's a great place to live and everything, but they do know they're going to get the support. And I think if you look about how they were treated over the last many years, but particularly summer of 2020, they're out there. I mean, first of all, you have all these protests against the police. They're saying to defund the police. But that was when people were yelling at you if you wanted to leave your house back then. And then all these public health people were like, no. You're not allowed to go to the beach. You're not allowed to go protest lockdowns, but you can protest the police. That was when you knew all this was such a fraud. I'm sorry, like how these people are. They're partisans. And while we're on that subject, we in Florida, there is no way we will ever support this WHO thing to send our stuff. That's not going to happen. No way. But you saw a lot of these these elites advocate very pernicious policies, and part of the reason people want to move here is because we rejected those policies. But they advocated very pernicious policies, including locking kids out of school, and now even Harvard is doing studies showing Florida, there was no increase in the achievement gap between rich, poor, black, white. The lockdown states that kept the kids out of school, you've seen a big increase in the achievement gap. So that's going to linger for years and years and years. And we know that's one of the reasons we do early literacy and we put so much of a focus in Florida, because if you don't read at grade level by 3rd grade, the chance that you drop out of school goes up dramatically. Well, I think you're going to see chronic academic deficiencies in those lockdowns. I mean, it's hard enough to get this right anyways, even under the best circumstances, but in those situations, they really did a lot of damage. And so those folks really failed the country, but they were actually cheerleading people attacking the police and protesting against the police. And so, you know, I don't see how you can do one, but you can't do any of this other stuff. And so it was all politics. It was all ideology. But when you look at how they were treated and how little support, and you have the media, how bad they would be with police officers trying to gin up opposition to the police. Very significant media outlets like NBC would do this. So it was really bad. And so it's one of the more difficult times, I think, to have been in law enforcement. And then here we were in Florida. We weren't budging on any of this. We were standing strong. We let people know we supported them. We were not going to allow rioting in Florida. We had the National Guard called out the summer of 2020. I had all my state agencies ready to go. And then we've since signed legislation to combat any type of disorder or rioting, to say, you know, what they do in Portland is you can riot and you get arrested, they take your mugshot, and then you go right back on the street, and they do it again and again and again. And so in Florida we say, we're not playing that game. If you're rioting, you're not getting a slap on the wrist, you're going to jail, and we're going to hold you accountable.
Governor Ron DeSantis is speaking about just some of the work that these men and women who will be getting aid from this new Hometown Heroes program have done here in the past. We are going to be sending some viewers off to a 2-minute break as we continue listening into this press conference right here on Live Now from Fox.
Where they were slashing funding for law enforcement to, quote, defund the police. So we signed legislation prohibiting local governments from defunding law enforcement in the state of Florida. And a lot of other states are now doing it. They're doing it. They just said, I mean, the governor of Kansas vetoed this, and I think that's going to be a bad position when she's up for re-election. But they had a lot of other states have done this to make sure that we're protecting our citizens. You know, you have like 3 yahoos on some city council, and they're able to put your life and liberty at risk with these insane policies. We're just not going to allow that to happen in the state of Florida. So I think we've done a lot to make this. We've done a lot to make this a great place to be for those who are serving our community's needs, and particularly those who are wearing the uniform. And you know what we did in the bill with the $5,000 bonus, we talk about recruiting the out-of-state because of the morale, but if you're a young person and you choose to go into law enforcement, you're also eligible for that $5,000 signing bonus. So what we're doing is we're showing and saying that this is a valuable vocation for people to do, and I think that that's important as well. Also scholarships for people to go to law enforcement training and a whole bunch of really good stuff. So people know they're going to be good. So they come here, any of our folks that are already here, people come get the $5,000 bonus. Then you're able to apply to be a home buyer. 5% or up to $25,000 of mortgage loan amount you can get support from. This will be the highest and most inclusive income eligibility of any of Florida's housing's down payment assistance programs that we've ever had in this state. And it's a revolving loan program, so it's an investment that has the potential to serve Floridians for years to come. And to make sure that the program is accessible to every eligible home buyer in Florida, there are over 1,000 loan officers receiving training right now as we speak throughout the state. And Floridians, so the money will not be ready until July 1st when the fiscal year starts, but Floridians can begin applying through their lenders on June 1st. So a month in advance, you can apply as soon as those funds are released with the implementation of next year's budget. Then you're going to be able to do that. And so And so of the $100 million that we're doing for Hometown Heroes, we're also going to be approving a total of $363 million in workforce housing in this year's budget. And so that's the most we've done in a long, long time. And I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be able to benefit from that. So we're going to continue to stand strong for those who support us. I'm really excited about this program. I think it's going to make a difference for Sheriff Marcino's deputies, for the police officers here in Cape Coral and all throughout the state of Florida. So I'm going to thank the legislature for stepping up for this, and I'm excited to be a part of it. So we're going to hear from some folks. So first we'll hear from Executive Director, Florida Housing Finance Corporation, Trey Price.
Thank you, Governor.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Governor, for your steadfast commitment to housing over the last few years throughout your administration, and to the Florida legislature for following suit and appropriating the largest amount of funding to affordable housing in nearly 15 years. It's really amazing. Thank you. As Executive Director of Florida Housing Finance Corporation, I'm excited to be here today celebrating the announcement of the Florida Hometown Heroes Housing Program. Our team at Florida Housing works with local governments, nonprofits, developers, lenders, and realtors throughout the state to create a high-quality housing solution that assists tens of thousands of Floridians each year. As the Governor mentioned, Hometown Heroes is the highest income eligible program we'll be offering, which will allow more hardworking middle-class families to take advantage of these resources. The program will officially open next Wednesday on June 1st, coinciding with the beginning of National Homeownership Month, an occasion that celebrates the value of owning a home for families, communities, and neighborhoods across America. We're extremely grateful to the frontline workers who've remained committed to their communities during these challenging times, many of whom must drive long hours to work because they can't afford to live in the same town that they work so hard to serve and protect. By helping these individuals bridge the financial gap to home ownership, they'll finally be able to achieve the American dream for their families. Thank you to our lender and realtor participants who have taken the time to be here today in support of this exciting announcement. As the Governor mentioned, we have more than 1,000 lenders throughout the state that are ready to begin assisting Floridians when the Hometown Heroes program launches next week. I'd also like to thank our Florida Housing Finance Board member, Ryan Benson, who is here. Ryan? Hey, Ryan. He's actually from Southwest Florida as well, and represents this area, as well as Secretary Eagle, who we'll hear from in just a few minutes. Now I'd like to turn the microphone over to Officer Wolf, a veteran and police officer with the Cape Coral Police Department. He's going to share more about his home buying experience and the assistance that he's receiving through Florida Housing. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Officer Ashton Wolf. I've been with the police department and also in the military serving my community roughly the past 4.5 years. I joined the military when I was 18. I was stationed in Washington State as an infantryman from 2016 to 2019. With that, I was a Tomahawk in the 1st Battalion, 23rd Infantry Regiment, 3rd Platoon, Black Hawk Company at Joint Base Lewis McChord. While inside the military, I traveled to a variety of locations, including our own border in Arizona, along with Thailand, South Korea, the Philippines, and India. I trained and also was trained by the respective nations' militaries. During the 3 years I was in Washington, I saw it go downhill quite a bit. Started off as a pretty great place to be at. Loved the summers, loved camping and everything like that. Over time, it's slowly, dwindled to what it is now. It's always been in the plan to be a cop, be in law enforcement. However, that kind of pushed me to join, law enforcement a little bit sooner than what I anticipated. When I got out of the military in 2019, I returned to what's my hometown, Cape Coral. I applied to the police department. Luckily, early 2021, I was able to get picked up and had the opportunity to start working for CCPD. They paid for me to go through the academy. They sponsored my way through, paid me while I was going through, and since roughly Thanksgiving of last year, I've been on my own, protecting the community that I grew up in. So I started recently looking for, buying a house in possibly the worst time recently. First-time home buyer, so not only was there the nerves from that, it was also everything was getting scooped up pretty quickly to where didn't really have time to really think, is this the right one for me, is it not? With the help of my realtor and my loan officer, there was a whole plethora of knowledge that I didn't even know about or was aware about that they were able to help me with and guide me along the process. The program, Salute Our Soldiers, and which is going to become a part of the Hometown Heroes program, they allowed me the opportunity to buy a house at the age of 23. I'm the only person I know at the age of 23 that's buying a home, so it's done great things for me. For me, you know, it's not necessarily about the paycheck or how much I make. It's about trying to do right by the community and in the country that I'm a part of. Thank you, guys. Now for Mrs. Lugo.
Heroes just like the one we just heard from, a police officer in Florida going to be receiving some assistance when it comes to buying that first home. As you heard, a very tough market to be buying your first home, and not only are the prices going to be much higher than what you may expect for some of these homes, above even what they're valued at, but then you also have a list of people who usually, as soon as it hits the market, are already putting in their offers. So very difficult time indeed, and glad to see programs like this are being launched, especially for those who really are deserving of those homes. So thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and take a live look here at the big board, especially since we are back in the green, you guys. I always like to see that. Last week, it was such a wild up and down week. We even had our big board showing so much red, down 1,100 points last week. Now here, more than 600 points here today to kick off what's hopefully going to be another grand week. So I want to show our viewers also just a couple of different events that we have taking place here across our country. Of course, many people have been still listening into the Johnny Depp trial as they continue with more witnesses on the stands giving testimony, as again Johnny Depp has sued Amber Heard for $50 million. What we're going to do is continue to stream this on our second YouTube stream, so anyone who's been interested in watching this in full, you can go to that and continue to watch. We'll dip into it a little bit later here today, but just moments ago we did have Vice President Kamala Harris. She was speaking as she is getting a tour of the Children's National Hospital. She's going to be giving more remarks on Mental Health Awareness Month. So let's go ahead. We're going to take this time to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll play out the portions we've had so far of her hospital tour visit. Plus, also we'll take you out to Ohio, where right now we do have officials speaking about some new programs, new technology, all aimed at combating crime. Much more to come here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. In honor of Mental Health Awareness Month, we do have Vice President Kamala Harris visiting, and she is expected to also be giving some remarks. Here's a live look at that, but we'll be expecting this here very momentarily. But she was touring the Children's National Hospital. Let's go ahead, listen into what was being said during some of those conversations when our crews were following along her journey through that hospital.
Even when I was in training as well, I remember hearing about all these barriers that people felt were between them and the patients they were trying to serve.
Yes.
So our goal is to try to remove as many of those as possible. We know government can't do all of it, but we know the government can work with and mobilize and motivate insurance companies, hospital systems, and educational institutions to help remove those. So you can do what you came here to do, which is provide incredible care to people.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate these 4 individuals, ma'am, are working in some of the toughest parts of the hospital also.
Yeah.
And so just the fact that you guys are here, despite everything you have going on in your lives, means a lot to us. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
NICU, this is the, and look, you still bring such, I can see such optimism that you have, right?
Yes, absolutely.
About what is possible in spite of what you see every day.
Yeah, that's one of the tough things with us. Our resident schedule is, it's crazy, it's insane. We work a lot of ridiculous hours, and our families expect a lot from us. We do sit down with them and have those conversations. We see a lot of death and dying all the time, and our schedule doesn't allow us to ever really process it.
Yeah.
You get through your shift, you go home, you sleep for a couple hours, and you're back at it again. And then on top of that, the stigma of kind of mental health in healthcare. None of us feel that we can openly share where we are or find someone to help us and ask for the help because we're afraid of the next step. We don't want to just be residents. We want to go on to fellowship. We want to go on to a job and all these things. And the fear is in the healthcare system it is now is if we open up and talk about it, where is that going to close off doors for us in the future?
Sure.
So I think a lot of just getting open and having these conversations is just really important to help all of us. Because we all have it. We all are burnout. We all know what it looks like. We don't need people to tell us. We see it all around us every single day. We need to be able to open up the conversation so people feel comfortable talking about it and sharing their own experiences.
Well, those are really great points. All the barriers that exist.
You being here is making a big difference.
Starting these conversations like here and having this experience. We really appreciate it.
It's the start of a big shift. The work that you're doing, what the administration is supporting, this is going to change the healthcare system in the United States. I know it will.
I believe that.
Yes.
I believe that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Be well. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Bye, guys. You've heard those stories. I mean, these are truly the angels walking among us. These are folks who, through their skill combined with who just they are, they care for people in a moment of crisis, in a moment of need. And we have asked so much from our healthcare workers. We've asked so much for them in terms of what they do every day, but in particular in the last 2.5 years. So we're here today to say that you are not alone. They are not alone. We support them. We understand what they go through on behalf of the rest of us in terms of caring for those that we hope we would all care for, but they're doing it right here in these emergency rooms, in the NICU. They're doing it right here. They see death every day, and they see life, and they live, and their spirit is to relieve the burden of pain for people who sometimes they just met. So we're here to say, let's understand what they're doing, let's support them, and in particular, let's understand that it takes a lot. They grieve also. They experience pain also when they see human suffering. And so let's realize the impact that can have in terms of mental well-being and mental health. And we're here to say, let's put some resources into supporting our health workers to allow them to experience what they experience in a way that we support them and care for them in the way they care for so many others. So that's why we're here.
And can you talk about your level of concern for monkeypox, Madam Vice President?
All right, so some very brief comments there by Vice President Kamala Harris back out live, where we are going to be hearing some more official remarks from the VP. She's going to be talking about, you just heard it mentioned there, the mental health portion surrounding all of the care that is provided to those who are in need, for those who have to go to the Children's National Hospital. So we can expect those remarks here any moment, because we always like to keep an eye then on those live pictures. I'm going to throw everyone into a triple box. We're also going to be listening in, though, to some of our Ohio officials. They were touring Cleveland Police Department as they have some new technology that's going to help them battle some of the crime in real time. Let's go ahead and listen into that press conference right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Everybody all set? Well, good afternoon, everyone. We just had a tour and a briefing of the Real-Time Crime Center. This is the first opportunity I've had actually to look at it. It is a force multiplier. It is an example of technology being used to help law enforcement and ultimately to keep people in the community safer. Let me just say also that one of the reasons I wanted to look at is this is something that we would like to see replicated around the state of Ohio, and something that we're going to be working on. Some of our major cities have this. Many of our other cities do not. Some of our mid-level cities actually have real significant crime that is big city crime, and they don't have this type of technology. So it's something we're going to look at from the state level to see what we can do to be of help. Shortly after the mayor was elected, I don't think he had even taken office. We started talking about a lot of different things in regard to the city. And one of the things that the mayor and I talked about was crime problems that we have in all of our cities, particularly violent crime. That discussion has led to some additional cooperation, additional working together. Ohio is as you know, a local government state. We have close to 1,000 police agencies in the state of Ohio. The role of the state, as I see it, is frankly to try to be value added and to help, not to interfere, not to tell the local jurisdiction how to run their police department or a local mayor, but rather to work with local law enforcement, work with local mayors, local officials to help. And that's what we have been trying to do. The use of technology is extremely valuable. It is, in fact, a force multiplier and enables law enforcement to pinpoint the actions that they take. The Real-Time Crime Center is certainly one example of that. With the support of the state legislature, we were able to set aside money from the last budget to target violent crime. In regard to the Real-Time Crime Center here, we were able to allocate $355,000 specifically for this center. And again, I want to thank Senator Dolan and the other members, Tom Patton and others of the legislature who were able to supply this money. We also, out of that particular bill, set aside $163,000 to the Cuyahoga County Sheriff's Office, working with other local law enforcement agencies around the county. Also, out of that same bill was $149,000 for East Cleveland, again to target violent crime. In addition to that, there was $1 million set aside for the Cuyahoga County Crime Lab. These are all very, very significant. In addition to that money that was set aside out of the general fund, working with the legislature, we have set aside $250 million to go to local law enforcement throughout the state of Ohio. Local law enforcement is now in the position of applying for that money. $175 million of that $250 million goes to targeted violent crime. $75 million of that $250 million goes to police wellness. Police are under tremendous strain. Tough to be a police officer at any time. And so that money has been set aside for the local jurisdiction to come up with programs to help police wellness and help mental health issues and other issues to support police. What is unique, I think, about this $250 million is that we rely on the local jurisdiction to decide how to spend it. They apply, but they design their own specific anti-crime, anti-violent crime program. So Cleveland is in the process of doing this. Other law enforcement agencies in Cuyahoga County are in the process of doing that, and in the future, in the next several months, we will be able to announce specific grants that go for that purpose. I also want to mention something else that came out of discussions that I had with the mayor, and that is the PROTECT initiative, a joint effort with Cleveland Police Department and the Ohio State Highway Patrol. Again, when the Highway Patrol comes in, they come in at the request of the local police department. It is the local police department's show, in this case the Cleveland Police Department, but we were there with the Highway Patrol to assist. That program should be looked at as where we are able to surge resources in and coordinate with the local police department, in this case the Cleveland Police Department. We've also done it with Youngstown, and we've done it with several other departments, and we'll continue to be available to do that, to surge in for a 3 or 4 day period with a specific plan, a plan that's been outlined by the local police department. Again, that program was to saturate areas of high crime in Cleveland. It worked very successfully, 43 arrests, 36 guns were confiscated from individuals who were repeat offenders, people who were not allowed to carry a gun because they had already been convicted of a violent crime. So that program, we think, has been very successful. I'm going to turn it now over to the mayor and then to the prosecuting attorney. This has been I've enjoyed working not only with the mayor and the Cleveland Police Department, Prosecutor O'Malley and I have worked together for some time, and look forward to continuing that partnership. This is a nonpartisan effort. I think when you deal with public safety, when you deal with the safety of a community, politics should have absolutely nothing to do with it. And let me just say that in both cases, with the Cleveland Police Department, with the mayor, with the prosecutor, I've enjoyed this relationship and look forward to continuing to do that to help protect the people of Cleveland and the people of the state of Ohio. Mayor, let me just turn it over to you. Thank you.
Governor.
Great working with you.
Appreciate it. Likewise. First, I want to just thank Governor DeWine and his entire leadership team for all their support to help the city of Cleveland keep our streets safe and secure. The grant that supports our real-time crime center is going to go a long way to make sure we have more technology to fight violent crime and better intelligence, to be more precise, to fight crime where it exists all across our city. The governor mentioned the work that we're doing with the Ohio State Patrol, and this weekend is a prime example of the fruit of that partnership. Through the Operation Wheels Down effort, we were able to get 15 ATVs and dirt bikes off the streets, 15 arrests as well, too. And I know through our coordinated traffic enforcement program, we'll be able to get more guns off the street as we prepare for the summer months ahead. And as mayor, it is my number one priority to keep our streets safe and secure, and I will use every resource I can from anybody across the state and across the country to keep Cleveland safe. And we're just so grateful for the partnership we have with the governor and his entire leadership team. Thank you so much.
I want to thank you. I want to echo the words of Mayor Bibb as well. When he came into office, he pledged to allow law enforcement to enforce the laws of the city of Cleveland. And I want to thank him, the mayor, for doing just that. The last 2 weekends, we have seen the Cleveland Police Department working in partnership with the Ohio State Highway Patrol, and through the great working relationship that they both possess, to begin the slow process of stopping the madness that has been occurring on our streets. So I want to thank both of them for getting together, hearing the voices of the city of Cleveland, and saying enough is enough. So again, the last weekend we had a search warrant where we got 6 ATVs and a stolen Charger. This weekend we had 15 more arrests, and certainly the people of Cleveland know that their voices have been heard. So I want to thank them on that. I also want to thank the governor. Also, my office had received a $250,000 violent crime reduction grant specifically to assist us in putting together NIBIN hits throughout the city. And it will go a long way in helping us piece the crime. As we know, in Cuyahoga County, we have 67 plus suburban communities that all have to try to work together to try to put cases in. Oftentimes we know crime knows no borders. So people go from Brooklyn to Parma, or Solon to Orange, or they cross those lines. This enables people who are going from Cleveland into Garfield. It enables us to put those cases together. So I want to thank the governor for that grant of $250,000, which enables us to use NIBIN leads, put cases together, and lead to more arrests to make Cuyahoga County a safer community. And again, I just want to thank the great working relationship that has occurred both on the state, the county, and the city level to begin the process of making sure everybody within this county feels safe, no matter what community you live in. Thank you. Thank you, Governor.
I'll be happy to answer any questions.
And as we get into the question and answer portion of our press conference here with our Ohio leaders, our Cleveland Police Department as well, let's go ahead and send some viewers off to a 2-minute break. You'll be right back here listening in on Live Now from Fox when you return.
Of their family to gun violence that plagues not just Cleveland, but many big cities across this country. And I will tell you this, our Chief of Police, Chief Drummond, and our Public Safety Director, Chief Howard, are working around the clock to do everything we can to keep our community safe and secure. But again, violent crime is a systemic structural issue. And we are going to do everything we can in Cleveland to make sure we invest in our neighborhoods and put people and neighborhoods first. But again, we are currently working on that investigation. I'm not going to make any further comments right now with that.
Can you comment, though, on how this center can help this family?
Chief Drummond, you want to talk about that?
Sure. Sorry, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. And my heart goes out to that family as well. The Real-Time Crime Center is extremely important and valuable in our work in trying to solve crime. What we can do in this particular case, in all cases regarding crime, is our officers are assigned, also our civilians who are assigned to the Real Crime Time Center. They can actually go up on a video, hopefully capture suspects or vehicles potentially involved in that. With that information goes down to our people on the streets, real time, so they can start their investigation. So we're very hopeful that something was captured, whether a vehicle or a suspect was captured with the surveillance videos, not only from the videos or cameras that's up by the city, but also civilians as well. We have the ability and capacity to take that particular information or video and also enhance it and get it again to our detectives who are on the road, real time, hitting the streets, trying to get suspects, trying to get witnesses and so forth, so they can hopefully find someone or individuals responsible for this and bring them into custody and hopefully prosecution.
What would you say the rate of ID on suspects is with
I don't have those stats readily available, but that's something we probably can provide.
No, let me just, then we'll go right to you. Every week in this state, we see children who are killed by violence. In the vast majority of cases, they are killed by a repeat violent offender. So when we talk about this center, what can this center do? Probably the most important thing this center can do is to get the violent offenders off the streets before they kill someone else. And this is a very excellent tool. It enhances what police can see, it enhances what police can do, and it enables them to pinpoint what is going on. So when that investigating officer can get better data, better information as he or she is doing the investigation. So the answer to our crime problem is to get violent offenders off our streets. It is a relatively small number of the violent offenders in our society. It's a small number of the criminal element are violent offenders. We have to target them. This center targets them, and with good intelligence, good information, it is a force multiplier and allows police to do their job and do it quicker and do it more accurately.
How effective, how effective can this center be when so many of the city's security cameras are so often not working, and very often this center is not staffed?
Well, let me say a couple things. Number one, our city has done a tremendous job in scaling up the amount of cameras we have all across our city. We have a pretty high rate of cameras that are actually working all across the community. And then long term, it's our work and strategy to work with City Council and our leadership in the police department to fully fund our real-time crime center and to make sure that it's working 24/7, 365 days out of the year to keep our community safe and secure. Thank you, Wade. Next question.
But until you get to that point, what about that? That's not going to happen overnight. So we have a period where we still have many cameras down. We still have people not working here.
Our technology teams are doing a really fantastic job to make sure as many cameras are working as possible all across the city. Thank you, Wade.
Let me just add to that. Look, we aspire to be here. We are here. This is a lot better than being here and having nothing. So, you know, the city is moving forward. It's one step at a time, but they are light years ahead of where they were before they had this center. We all, I think, all of us up here have an obligation to try to help the city, to improve, and to get optimum and to have the 24/7, which we all want to see.
Governor, you said just a few moments ago politics should have nothing to do with safety. Yet you signed Senate Bill 215, which was opposed by the Patrol Auto Police because folks are now having no training and no license to be able to carry a gun concealed. It seems kind of governor to safety if you're going to give more people more guns. We often know that kids find these guns, shoot each other, shoot their siblings, or end up these guns are being stolen and used in crime. Can you explain why?
Sure. We all aren't going to agree on every single issue, but we have been able in the last 3 years to do a number of things. One of the things that we have done, for example, to make it a safer community, has to do with outstanding warrants. Now, when I took office, only 10% of the outstanding criminal warrants, many of them for violent offenders, only 10% were being put into a national database. So if someone was in Cleveland and they went to New York, or they went to Pennsylvania, or someone was in Toledo and they went to Michigan, and that police officer in that second state pulled them over, they would have no idea that person was wanted for a violent offense. And if that person went into another state to buy a gun, a criminal, a violent repeat offender, but that was not in the database, then that seller of that gun would have no way of knowing that, and that gun would be sold through no fault of the seller, but because it wasn't in the database. 10%. We're now to 90%. So we are investing in our police in an unprecedented amount of money that this legislature has approved at my request, an unprecedented amount of money that's never been put into police departments before, and we're going to continue to do that. So yes, there's areas where we might disagree, but there are areas where we can come together. And my governing philosophy is this: we can disagree on things. Let's admit we disagree on certain things. But there are many, many things that we can agree on. And I think one of the things that we can certainly agree on is we want to fund our police, we want to give them the technology that they need, we want to give them the tools that they need, we want to support them. We're doing that.
Agree to disagree, Governor, is fine. But looking in the face of a mother or a sibling who has been had someone killed because a handgun was lying around, there's very little consolation. And in terms of that, your answer to me was about database, not about putting more guns in more hands in the city of Cleveland.
Look, before that bill was passed, we had these problems. So for anyone to say that that bill caused all these problems is absurd. The problem is we have too many violent offenders out there. We are resolved to lock them up. Thank you. Who else?
Question for the mayor, maybe the chief too. As I understand it, the legislation that was passed to seek this grant said you're going to use it for cameras with license plate reading technology and drones. Is that still your plan, and how do you plan to use that technology on the street?
I can speak a little bit to it, and then Chief Drummond can weigh in. We intend to use city resources as well to make sure we can have license plate technology readers so that we can pinpoint in a more precise way certain violent offenders when they commit a crime in our city. And then long term, we also want to look at best practice from across the country on how they're using drone technology. One thing that I'm not going to endorse in the city of Cleveland is erratic chases across our city. Technologies like the drone technology allows us to be thoughtful and prudent to contain certain issues of violent crime when it comes to erratic traffic behavior all across the city. We want to look at best-in-class technology to do that in the city of Cleveland. Chief Drummond, anything you want to add to that?
Well, actually, not much, because I think the mayor did a really good job explaining what we're trying to do. It's about technology. Technology is a force multiplier. The drone technology, I think, once we get that up and running, we're vetting that process now to make sure that we don't violate any rights or anything like that. There are great programs out there that we're looking at right now that I think will help us. And again, it's about using technology as a force multiplier, and that's what we intend to do. License plate readers, again, force multipliers. If you remember Shane Bartek, who was killed recently at the end of last year, it was a license plate reader that was able to find a vehicle, his vehicle in particular, out in Solon and Orange area. Because of that technology, they were able to find that vehicle. Of course, there was a pursuit, and ultimately the person driving the car was arrested, and which led to the actual shooter. So the technology is out there. We just want to have the ability here in the city of Cleveland to enhance our abilities to get violent offenders off the street. So we're in full support of both programs.
And I just want to add to the license plate reader issue as well. It is without a doubt one of the best tools we have, and I'll give you another example. Certainly we have the tragic Officer Bartek case. We also had a homicide in the city of Cleveland probably 3 or 4 months ago on Lakewood Heights Boulevard. Unbeknownst to the police in the city of Lakewood, they got an LPR hit on a stolen car out of Columbus, Ohio. An officer in Lakewood, Ohio, on instinct, checked a local hotel that he thought might contain the stolen vehicle. And sure enough, he went into the local hotel, drove through the parking lot, and there was the stolen truck. So he pulled up behind it, and there was 2 individuals sitting in that pickup truck that was stolen from Columbus. He pulled it behind it, got back up. They ended up searching the individuals in that truck, and lo and behold, what they found in possession of those 2 individuals was the deceased homicide victims from Cleveland's credit cards. Without that license plate reader that led them to a stolen truck in an abutting city, to officers who had absolutely no knowledge that this vehicle was involved in a homicide, that LPR data provided immediate resolution to a homicide in the city of Cleveland within hours. That's just one example of many, including Officer Bartek's tragedy, where LPRs can quickly hit on cars that law enforcement are seeking and find them and attempt to make an arrest to make this community and this state safer. And they're a huge, huge asset to us.
One more question.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
When I was at breakfast this morning, there was a sergeant sitting at a table. I don't know his name. I went over and said, I'm going to be talking to the mayor and to the governor later today. What would you have me ask? And he said, well, in terms of police, we're understaffed, and we need more police. Yet Cleveland hires, trains, and deploys police only to have them lured away to suburban communities. He said they need more money to maintain those cops. What is your answer to that particular problem?
Well, when I talk to my mayoral colleagues across the country, it's an issue that many mayors across this country are dealing with right now. We're down roughly 222 officers in the city of Cleveland. I know it's a major structural issue that we've been dealing with for years, and I'm not going to speak right now on where we are with negotiations with our police union, but know that fixing this problem is a core priority for me as mayor.
All right, our leaders in Cleveland speaking about this important piece of equipment as they continue to try to combat crime. We do have that live picture coming to us where any minute now Vice President Kamala Harris is going to be stepping up to the podium to give remarks as she is addressing mental health. Let's go ahead, step away for a brief 2-minute break. We'll be right here at this event in Washington, D.C. when you return.
The Surgeon General, Dr. Murthy, here today. It's just been so thrilling to have them here and have them spotlighting these issues that are so important to us. The mental health of people like yourselves, doctors, nurses, pharmacists, respiratory therapists, environmental services, social workers, food service workers. I could go on, and you all know who you are, that have worked so hard not only through this pandemic, but before the pandemic and even now. And we see the toll that it's taken of all the contributions that you've made, how intense it's been to care for kids and families here in our community, but also to take care of your own families and your own needs and your own community. And it's really come together and created a lot of pressure. We've all been together through this over the last 2.5 years. There's a lot less uncertainty about the COVID virus and what we're dealing with. You remember back to when people were scared to leave their homes and that kind of thing. Now we've got vaccinations, we've got medicines, and we feel like we're moving forward. But there's a toll that's been left behind. And that challenge of dealing with the mental health impact not only of ourselves, but the kids that we take care of, the families, the community we take care of. And I understand the feelings of people that feel burned out, tired. You've given it your all. And now we're asking you to continue to do more. And people are sick, they're out, they're not able to come to work sometimes. But people are stepping up, and it's just been amazing, I think, to see how people have stepped up and then even go beyond. I had the opportunity last week to meet with some people from the Department of Homeland Security, and our teams have stepped up to help the children of Afghanistan, for example, and do even more than we're doing. So there's just so many ways that I've seen that, and you guys know me. I've been around since 1984 at this hospital. 2 years of fellowship, and then just had an amazing career. I've seen the relations all through the hospital. It's been fun today to see people that I've worked with over the years. And many of you know the most important relationship for me was the fact that I met my wife, yes, Linda Talley. She precepted you in the NICU, the #1 NICU, I should say, in the country. And when I came back and got elevated, or not when I came back, but when I got elevated to being the CEO at Children's National, I wanted to put a stamp of clinical on this hospital. doctors, nurses, respiratory therapists, social workers run in the hospital, and that the business would support that. And that's what we've done. Kathy Gorman, our Chief Operating Officer, is a nurse. Our General Counsel is a nurse. And just on down the line, Chief Medical Officers, David Wessel. So we can't lose sight of that connection, though, and that frontline understanding. And that's why I'm just so honored that the Vice President chose to come here with the Surgeon General to learn from our teams what's going on the front lines. What can we do better? We've got some great examples. I see Dr. Sharma here, Dr. Corvo, Jitanli Prasad, who are leading our provider well-being, and thank you for that initiative. I know there are things out in the community where we're helping mothers before the babies are born to screen for depression and try and impact that before babies are born to help them. So you've been focused on this issue that some people call burnout, and it is a feeling of burnout. But what we can all do, and I know the leaders here can do, is help find that joy, that excitement about what a career in medicine is all about. I feel it. I know you're on it. You've brought such enormous benefit to our organization, so thank you for your efforts. But we can't do this work alone. And that's why we're so glad to have partners in helping us do this. I think it's so meaningful that the Vice President of the United States has taken this issue on and shining a light on it and choosing to do that at Children's National. We love the fact that she's a graduate of Howard and one of our great partners, and to all the medical students and residents and doctors and nurses we work with at Howard. So we're pleased to have the Vice President Harris here and the Surgeon General Murthy focusing on this critical issue. So thank you all for being here. You're why we're here today. Thank you for what you're doing to help us better understand the experiences of healthcare workers and communicating that to the Vice President and the Surgeon General and to support them in their work. Thank you.
Please welcome psychiatrist and digital influencer, Dr. Sasha Hamdani.
Hi guys. My name's Dr. Sasha Hamdani, and I'm deeply, deeply honored to be here. I actually did a residency interview here, and you guys have a great cafeteria. So I'm a psychiatrist. I see kids from 6 and up. As a fellow healthcare worker, I can tell you the last couple of years have been exhausting. We have witnessed inexplicable loss. We have sacrificed time away from our families and our loved ones, and we've put our own physical and mental health on the back burner, and 10 times out of 10, we would do it again. I think we have been so focused on this COVID crisis that we've collectively ignored the crisis that's facing healthcare workers. We really just need to take care of those who take care of others. Neurobiologically, your brain changes when you're that deep in compassion fatigue. Mentally, you feel fatigued. Physically, you feel slowed down. You may start to isolate. You may start to feel GI symptoms, headaches, and then you may start to compensate with just self-medication or destructive behaviors because you want that temporary release. And that's not how you continue to take care of yourself if you want to keep serving others and serving yourselves. I first became vocal about this on social media, where I talked about how helpless I felt. That I felt like all I wanted to do was help, but my vessel was empty and I couldn't contribute in the way I should. The amount of response was colossal. I felt like people were reaching out to me and telling me their stories of compassion and commiserating with the experience I had, because it was what we were all feeling. Our helpers need help. If you are struggling, if you feel burnt out, seek those resources out, utilize and use your voice and tell people how you feel. The problem that we're facing isn't going to go away, but through awareness, we can shift the focus from self-sacrifice to self-preservation. I just want to thank the White House and the Vice President for not only taking action on this issue, but bringing it to the forefront so that there's less stigma around it. I think that really sends a powerful message that it's okay to ask for help. Take care of yourselves.
Please welcome U.S. Surgeon General, Vice Admiral Vivek Murthy.
And one of the speakers we are waiting for is Vice President Kamala Harris. I don't want to interrupt her portion of this mental health awareness program, so let's go ahead and send everyone off to that final 2-minute break. When we come back, right back here, listening in Washington, D.C.
For being here today with us and for being a tireless champion on the issue of mental health. It's been a privilege to work with the Vice President and the President on this broader issue. I know it's so important to all of us and, of course, to millions of Americans. I also want to thank Dr. Newman and Children's National for hosting us today, and my gratitude to Nurse Monique Cawley and all of the doctors and nurses and technicians and staff that I had the pleasure of meeting earlier this afternoon. I would just say also on a personal note that Children's Hospital is a very special place in my heart. This is a hospital that I've relied on for care for my children. When my daughter was 1 year old and one day I noticed she was unable to put her weight on one of her legs, we rushed her to Children's Hospital to get care in the emergency room, where they found that she had an abscess or a collection of bacteria in her leg and required emergency surgery. As parents, we were extraordinarily scared. We were terrified, but it was because of the people here at this hospital and the compassion and skilled care they provided that our daughter did well, and she's thriving today. So thank you again to the people at Children's Hospital. Today, what you have been hearing firsthand already, and what I have heard from countless doctors across the country and health workers, including nurses, pharmacists, physical therapists, respiratory therapists, and public health workers, is that people are really struggling. And after 2 years of COVID-19, and after more than 1 million precious lives lost, the people that we all turn to keep us safe, to comfort us, and to help us heal, they have been pushed to their limits. When I've asked health workers across the country to describe for me how they're feeling, they use words like burned out, traumatized, exhausted, helpless, and heartbroken. They still feel called to help and heal, no doubt. But they also confess that they don't see how the health workforce can continue like this. Something has to change, they say. And they are right. Even before the pandemic, more than half of nurses and physicians, including trainees, reported feeling burned out. COVID has made things much worse for them. And now more than 50% of public health workers also say they are reporting at least one mental health condition, like anxiety, depression, or PTSD. Now, the stakes are incredibly high. If we fail to act to address health worker burnout, we will place our nation's health at increasing risk. Already 1 in 5 physicians and 2 in 5 nurses say they intend to leave their practice altogether. Those are extraordinary and disturbing numbers. Now, this will affect the public's ability to get routine preventive care, emergency care, as well as medical procedures. And it will make it harder for our nation to ensure that we are prepared for the next public health emergency. Health disparities in such a setting will worsen as care becomes more scarce. And we will send a message to millions of health workers that their suffering does not matter. That's why today I am issuing a Surgeon General's advisory on addressing health worker burnout in order to call our nation to attention and to action to address this threat to our collective health and well-being. The advisory provides recommendations for healthcare organizations, health insurers, health technology companies, policymakers, academic institutions, researchers, and communities. And it includes recommendations like protecting the health and safety of our workers more effectively, ensuring they have access to health insurance, mental health care, and sick leave, not penalizing them when they actually do seek out mental health care, ensuring adequate staffing that's representative of the communities that we are serving, and reducing administrative burdens so health workers have time for what matters, which is their patients, their coworkers, communities, and families. This advisory builds on investments that the Biden-Harris administration has made and calls for a broader, sustained change that's needed across our country. Today's Surgeon General advisory is also a message to millions of health workers themselves, that their service and their suffering have not gone unnoticed, that we do not take their dedication for granted, that their health, safety, and well-being is as much a priority for us as the well-being of the people in their care. In this moment of need, we are committing to being there for those who have always been there for us. Addressing health worker burnout is also about more than just health. It's about reflecting the deeper values that we aspire to as a society, values that guide us to look out for one another and to support those who are doing the same. Health workers have had our backs during the most difficult moments of this pandemic. It's time for us to have theirs. With that, let me introduce one of the many extraordinary health workers here at Children's National, Nurse Monique Cawley.
Hello, everyone. Hi, nice. The last couple of years for healthcare professionals has truly been a trial. We as nurses have found strength in various places. I have watched my coworkers work around the clock, skipping lunches to care for unstable children. I've seen my coworkers cry and laugh together. Through the pandemic and currently now, we continue to keep each other afloat through laughter, hugs, and small talk. Mental health plays a vital role in nursing. I'm glad that our Vice President, Kamala Harris, also views the importance of mental health and is here to bring more awareness of it. Throughout her career, Vice President Harris has made improving mental health and well-being a top priority, and now she is making it a top priority at the White House. It is with my honor I present to you Vice President Kamala Harris.
Monique and I were talking backstage, and I was asking her about her work, and she said, I can't imagine doing anything else. In the midst of all that all of you do every day and what you endure, and I asked you the same thing, would you do anything else? You haven't quit yet. And it's because I know you're not the quitting type at all. And I do truly believe that the work that all of you do is an extraordinary gift that you have and that you give. And so it was very important to me and to the President that we would be here today to say thank you to all of you. Thank you. And Monique, thank you for sharing your story and for the 16 years of dedicated service you have provided. So before I begin talking a bit more about the issue of the importance of mental health, I do want to start by providing an update about the infant formula shortage. The first military plane landed yesterday with more than 70,000 pounds of specialty formula, and the second will arrive later this week. I know this is a scary situation for our parents and the caregivers who are taking care of these babies. Our administration is working around the clock to ensure that there is enough safe baby formula available for all who need it, and it is truly one of our highest priorities. So today, okay, yes, and collectively, I know, one of our highest priorities. We're here today to talk about improving the mental health care and wellness of healthcare workers. And it is my honor to be here, of course, with our Surgeon General, Vivek Murthy. Dr. Murthy, I will say that you have done extraordinary work over your career, and in particular, you have been tireless in the fight against COVID-19. And you have been, and I have witnessed it since the first days of our administration, a trusted voice throughout the pandemic. So on behalf of our nation, thank you, Dr. Murthy. Thank you. And I'm also very proud to be here with the folks who make Children's National the outstanding facility it is, the doctors, the nurses, the healthcare aides, the hospital staff and support staff, all of you who have chosen to live a life that is a life of service, and in particular, a life that is about our children and healing them, protecting them, and caring for them in the way that you do, in the way that I know is very personal. And I will tell you, most of my career, in fact, all of my career, children have been one of my main areas of focus. What we can do to protect them, to keep them safe, to protect their well-being, and to nurture them in all the ways we know we have a responsibility as a society to do. You know, when we talk about our children, I know for this group, we all believe that when we talk about the children of the community, they are the children of the community. And in that way, we should all feel a direct sense of responsibility for their well-being. When I was a young prosecutor many years ago, I saw firsthand how adverse childhood experiences can have a lasting effect on mental health. And for decades, I have fought to improve children's health and well-being. As District Attorney of San Francisco, I helped launch the Center for Youth Wellness to support children who were dealing with the effects of trauma. And as Attorney General of California, I launched a new bureau of the California Department of Justice that I named the Bureau of Children's Justice, to protect children from the types of trauma that can have lifelong effect. I believe that the work that you all do to help the children and families of this community and of our country is truly remarkable work. For many of the people who come through the doors of this hospital, they spend time here that is probably one of the most difficult times in their lives. And as doctors, as nurses, as staff, you provide life-saving medical care, and you also offer comfort at a time when it is most needed. Your compassion, I truly believe, is light in the midst of darkness often. And you do so much to take care of your patients in their time of need. Which is why I'm here to say we need to do a better job of taking care of you. The COVID-19 pandemic has, of course, brought increased attention to the mental health of workers in our healthcare system. And we have asked so much of you over the course of these last 2+ years. Some of you held the hands of those who were dying on behalf of their loved ones. All of you worked around the clock, long before we understood how COVID-19 spread or what it did to the body. And before you were even vaccinated or had protective equipment, the kind you needed, you were still here doing this work around the clock. You spent hour after hour, many in a windowless room, unable to speak about how you were feeling, or only being able to speak with a small group who truly could understand what you were going through. But you did it nonetheless. So there is an urgent need that we have, I believe, to address all of this, and to address, of course, what has resulted, the stress, the burnout, the mental health challenges that you experienced most recently because of the pandemic. Yet, I will also say, and we know, the problem existed this burnout issue existed even before the pandemic. And I'd like to recognize and thank the unions who are here, who have long been a leading voice on this issue. And you know, the term burnout was originally coined in the 1970s by a psychologist to describe the mental repercussions he experienced while working in a clinic. The choice to dedicate your life to helping people is a noble one, but too often it requires that you sacrifice so much of yourself. In 2019, more than half of all healthcare workers reported feeling burnt out. And that was, again, that was before the pandemic. Each of you made enormous sacrifices to save lives under impossible conditions, which is why President Joe Biden and I are fighting to transform how mental health is understood, perceived, and treated for all Americans, and in particular for our health workers. You deserve access to the mental health care that you need. You deserve support and understanding when you are struggling. And you deserve working conditions that support your mental health. That is why our administration has invested more than $100 million to expand mental health resources, including funding for healthcare organizations, to create evidence-based programs around mental health and well-being for their employees. In addition, we have dedicated $200 million to train the next generation of community health workers, including workers who specialize in mental health care and are also a trusted voice in their communities. And today, Dr. Murthy released a new Surgeon General's advisory to address health worker burnout. It will include practical guidance about how to make workplace conditions safer. And it will recommend eliminating policies that punish people who seek help for mental health or addiction. I urge hospital systems and administrators to follow the Surgeon General's advisory. You know, the bottom line is this. On this issue of mental health, you know, one way to think of it is this. If you knew someone who broke their arm, you would help them. You would make sure they went to the hospital to get a cast. And after they came home, well, on their way home, you probably opened the door for them. You'd help them when they got home to get the support they need to heal through the point that they are feeling pain and then just need to heal. We have to do the same when it comes to mental health. I think for too long our system has failed to understand the significance of this. I think for too long when we think about health care, we act as though the body just starts from the neck down. Instead of understanding, we also need to address health care from the neck up. Mental health. So if you are struggling, please know you are not alone, that you are seen, and that you deserve to receive the help you desire and the help you need. The President and I are fighting to expand mental health care for all Americans because everyone should have access to the support they need to thrive. So with that, I thank you all again, each one of you, for the work you do. You are the angels walking among us. Thank you.
Mental health awareness, definitely an important topic, especially when it comes to those who are helping serve and protect all of those young children. They're administering care and aid to children who are in need. We are going to be stepping away for yet another 2-minute break right here for you on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, though, we do have more top stories to bring to you. Stick around, more to come here in just a few moments. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Christy Larson here at the desk with you this afternoon as we continue to keep you covered on all the top stories happening across the country. But of course, we love to go out to those live events as they are happening. And back in action once again, the courtroom is filled. We do have both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard there in attendance for this trial that has now been going on for multiple weeks. So we are going to be going and listening into that. Do want to remind viewers, we've heard from Johnny Depp on the stand. We've heard from Amber Heard on the stand. Now we've been hearing from another number of different experts and friends and even those who've worked for the pair. I do want to say viewer discretion advised. Sometimes they do have some swear words. They bring up some different evidence that could be disturbing to some of our viewers. And as we head into that, I do want to mention also that this is a $50 million defamation lawsuit that Johnny Depp had filed against Amber Heard. We've been hearing a lot of explosive testimony. Let's go ahead, get back into things here for you. Listen back in live, run unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Sorry, the social media campaign, whether called, remove Amber from Aquaman or, negativity for her relationship in that film, it always tended to use words that were inside the defamatory statements. They became hashtags, right? So, if it was said in the defamatory statement, they were often reiterated in the tweets and the posts.
Okay. How difficult is it for an actor to repair this type of negative social media?
Well, first of all, it has to stop. Okay, so once it stops, then an actor and their team can work slowly and patiently in both, maybe it's press interviews, maybe it's relationship with charity, maybe it's a small role in a movie and they do well and they kind of rebuild their career. But it can take 2, 3, 4, 5 years or more to rehabilitate your career. But first and foremost, it needs to stop. It just needs to stop so that they can, the consumer can get beyond it and then they can reactivate their career by doing their work again.
Describe Amber Heard's reputation after the Depp-Waldman statements.
Well, the reputation, I guess, depends on who you're talking to, but in the public, it's been very negative. In the industry, they like her work, but they can't work with her right now, again, because every time her name is mentioned, the negativity flares up again. So it doesn't make sense for them to try to make a movie which costs millions of dollars and then have a lot of negativity towards the film or the TV show or the product. So her world has been silent in terms of opportunities, and even things that she wanted to work on are no longer available to her.
Has Amber been able to obtain roles after the Depp-Waldman statements?
For a long time, no. Very recently, she was able to do a small independent film from some people out of who get their financing out of Europe. But up until that, no, she has not worked.
Now, based on the fact that Amber came out of Aquaman, what should her opportunity, what would you have expected following the release of Aquaman, December 2018, up to what's going on now?
I like to call Aquaman really, Amber Heard's Star is Born moment. It was that moment where not only was she a good actor, but she was now world renowned because she was in the most successful film almost of all time, if not all time, and certainly for DC Comics. She was on the poster with the very handsome Jason Momoa, and they were this couple, and she was strong and beautiful, and it was just this extraordinary moment for her career to take off, right? Her agents were excited, the producers were excited, everybody just wanted to hit the ground running, and let's do more. Let's do more work.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's participation in Aquaman 2?
So for a moment in time, in February 2021, there were conversations that Amber's, I'm going to be technical with you, her option for employment was not going to be exercised. So they may not have hired her again, even though she had a contract for it. There was some question as to whether she was going to be hired again on Aquaman 2.
All right. And did ultimately then she still get hired for Aquaman 2?
She did. Her management team fought very hard, and they ultimately ended up hiring her, but also not only because of what her management team did, but Jason Momoa, the star, and James Wan, the director, committed to her in an email saying, if we are involved in this movie, you will
Objection, no foundation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Don't
objection.
say what the email said, just summarize it or describe it,
Oh, okay.
please.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand this world. So her management team worked hard, and Jason Momoa and the director were adamant that she was in the film.
Objection, hearsay.
Worked hard
I think
to
that's,
be in the
Your Honor, she has to be able to say that.
Well, sustain as to hearsay. Next question.
So what, if any, assurances did Mr. Momoa and Mr. Wan give Amber that she would be in Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
What, if any, are you aware of any chemistry issues between Amber and Jason Momoa from Aquaman?
According to the fact that they did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Jason Momoa in order for her to be hired, that is a good indication that they thought the two of them had good chemistry. Obviously, when you look at the movie, they have good chemistry, and the poster, they have good chemistry. So I think it's general awareness that they had great chemistry.
And what, if anything, would also suggest, with respect to Aquaman 2, that Jason Momoa believed they had good chemistry?
He wanted her in the movie.
Okay.
Hearsay.
I think she has to be able to rely on.
Sustained. I'll strike it from the record.
In your review of all of the record evidence, what, if anything, did you see in writing anywhere that there was ever any chemistry or creative issue with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa from Aquaman 1?
There were no communications whatsoever that there was no chemistry between the two.
And what, if anything, did you, in all the record evidence, did you see that the producer or Jason Momoa did not want Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
I did not see any evidence of that.
Okay. In fact, the opposite, correct?
Correct, again.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what, if any, leverage did Amber Heard have to renegotiate her salary under the circumstances of the discussions you were talking about with not exercising her option?
She had zero leverage. She was fighting for her life to stay in the film.
Okay. Now, is it typical for an actor to be able to negotiate an increase in their salary after a successful franchise?
So you may know this already, and so I apologize if you've heard it before. I don't know what's been brought to your attention, but in a franchise such as studio will make an agreement with the actor that incorporates potential future films. So if Justice League does well, they want to know what they're going to pay the actor for the next one and the next one and the next one. And in those successive terms in the contract, the fee for that actor customarily goes up. It can go up by 10%, 20%, 100%. It could double, what have you. And in the case, as Ms. Kovacevic stated in her testimony, that in a successful franchise, that a movie that's made $1 billion, the actors' agents will go back and try to renegotiate that upcoming price tag. So if it was going to be X, they might want it to be 2X or 3X. And that's very standard in the industry to renegotiate your contracts when there's many films in one single contract that each have their own price points.
What, if any, other actors in Aquaman 1 were able to renegotiate their contracts?
Jason Momoa renegotiated his contract very significantly from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2.
Do you know roughly how much more?
It went up from the, somewhere between $3 and $4 million to $15 million.
Okay. Did Amber have a contract for Aquaman 1?
Yes.
How much was she paid for Aquaman 1?
Aquaman 1, she was paid $2 million.
Okay. And did that same contract provide for if she was in Aquaman 2?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Aquaman 1, I believe she got $1 million. Aquaman 2, she was supposed to get $2 million. I apologize. The numbers, there were a lot of numbers in that one contract. So Aquaman 1, it was $1 million. Aquaman 2, it was going to be $2 million.
Now, based on your experience and knowledge in the industry, how much would Amber Heard have been able to negotiate her contract but for the Depp-Waldman statements? For Aquaman 2, I'm asking.
Right. Well, as you can see from Mr. Momoa's contract, that went up exponentially, up to $15 million. Ms. Heard, I don't know if she would have gotten $15 million for the movie, but she certainly could have increased it by $1 or $2 million or even doubled it. So if it was 2, it could have been 4 or even 5 or 6, depending on the enthusiasm if it had just rolled from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2 without any of this negativity that was created by the Depp-Waldman statements.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's role in Aquaman 2 after the Depp-Waldman statements?
It was diminished.
Now, why would Amber have been featured more prominently in Aquaman 2?
Objection, no foundation.
If only a foundation.
Okay. What usually determines, are you able to speak to whether Amber should have been or would have been more prominently featured in Aquaman 2?
Well, a couple things.
I'm trying to get your foundation. Are you able to speak to that?
Yes.
Okay. And please tell the basis of that and then your opinion.
So there's two things. When two actors do well in a romantic relationship and, they get married or they're going to have a baby, you want to follow that through, because part of what did well in Aquaman was not only the action sequences, but to have a strong female character having a relationship with a strong male character, it's very empowering, right? So that was working for them in the first place. The poster of Aquaman that went around the world was, one of the main posters was of the two of them together standing proud and strong. Right, being that couple. And so naturally, as you go and develop scripts in the industry, you want to follow on the things that are working. And according to Ms. Heard, when she read the first script for Aquaman 2, she had a strong romantic arc for the entire film. And then she also got to do some great action sequences at the end of that storyline in that script. So she was featured predominantly throughout the script of Aquaman 2 when she first read it.
All right, and then what happened?
Well, she didn't hear anything, so she wasn't getting the scripts when her colleagues were getting the scripts. She heard that through her agents. And then when she got the script, it was pared down from the first script dramatically. They had her in the hospital very shortly in the first part of the movie called Act 1. They had her in the hospital, and they pretty much had her in the hospital, and then she was going to do this action sequence in the end. She trained 5 hours a day for several months with a trainer to do this big action sequence. And then when she got to set, two things happened. One, the costume designer said, I don't know what happened to your role. It got diminished. And
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
All right. Go ahead with the second one. That's
and
right.
more importantly, though, this big action sequence that she was going to do at the end of the movie in the third act was cut out, and they took it away from her. So it was radically reduced from what it was in the script and what she even trained for while she was preparing for the movie.
And what, if any, changes were made to the storyline?
I haven't seen the movie yet specifically, so I can't really speak to that yet.
All right. And when you say she was in the hospital, what do you mean by, was she injured in the first scene?
I believe that in the first act of the movie, she was injured somehow or has something to do with the baby. I don't know exactly. I'm just going with what Ms. Heard told me about, was that she ends up in the hospital early in this new Aquaman 2 movie and doesn't really come out till the end to kind of wrap things up. But all of the interactions with Momoa's character and certainly the action scenes were taken out.
Okay. How has Amber typically been involved in promotions for her films?
As we talked about earlier, actively involved in the press and the promotion, whether that was on the press junkets, what we call when they tour the world and the actors tour together and answer questions from the press at various screenings and film festivals. And then also she was on the cover of magazines, usually after her movies, especially after Justice League.
And how was the promotion of Aquaman 2 affected by the Depp-Waldman statements?
Amber has not been involved in any of the promotion that's been done to date, or very little, particularly in a teasers that I've seen, we call short little films about the making of and so forth. She's not featured in them. And also, very specifically, there was a big event that Warner Brothers put on during the fandom. I think it's a DC fandom event, which is a big kind of like Comic-Con style event. And they invited all of the actors, or the majority of the actors that had strong roles in film, to participate both in the posters and the artwork, and also participate at DC fandom. And Ms. Heard was not invited to either be in the poster or be at the event. And in fact, they told her she cannot come.
Now, can this hurt Amber's career, not being allowed to be in any of the promotional materials?
Absolutely. It means that nobody knows about her. She doesn't have the same part in the film. It's not going to take her on to her next movie. She's not being associated with the tremendous amount of promotion that's going to be made for this, movie that everybody's looking forward to see. So she's not a part of it because of this negative campaign.
How have the Depp-Waldman statements affected any other films or TV project promotions for Amber?
So prior to the defamatory statements, but either around after or around the time that Aquaman 1 came out, she was in the TV show called The Stand. It was based on a Stephen King novel. So big book, going to be a big TV show. And again, Ms. Heard didn't do any press or promotion for that for the same reasons.
And what, if any, plans were there to have Amber Heard on the cover of LA Style relating to Stand before the Depp-Waldman statements?
Right. So Ms. Heard was in, and they had done an article about her participation in this TV show, The Stand, the Stephen King novel related TV show, and they were going to give her the cover picture and cover story, and they took that away. I don't know if the article existed, but they certainly took away the cover picture and the cover story.
Okay. How have the Depp-Waldman statements affected press requests for Amber?
There aren't any. So yes, they affected it because there used to be a lot of press requests, and now there aren't any.
Has Amber Heard obtained any roles since the Depp-Waldman statement?
Again, for many years, no, for a good period of time, or a year and a half, 2 years, until she got this small movie called Into the Fire.
Okay. Has Amber obtained any studio movie roles since the Depp-Waldman statements?
No.
How, if at all, have Amber's philanthropic opportunities been affected by Depp-Waldman statements?
Again, she had some passion projects. She was invited to do some charity work, and she also had her own passion projects that she, loved and wanted to be involved with and even travel for. But they decided it wasn't going to be a good idea because every time she appears anywhere, the social media negativity campaign starts up again. So she hasn't been able to do any of her charity work.
What is an endorsement?
So an endorsement is when an actor associates themselves with a product, either for print promotion or commercials, like Jennifer Aniston doing the water, or Matthew McConaughey doing the car commercial. That's a product endorsement. He's paid to say that the product is good and be associated with the product.
How important are those endorsements to the actors in the entertainment industry?
Well, very, very important on two levels. One, they bring a good amount of income to them when they're not shooting a movie, so it's a good way to make money in between film roles. And then also, it shows the studios and the production executives and the financiers that the actor is relevant in the community because they're being associated with a product. So if it's a well-known product, that's really great. If it's a medium product, that's great, and so forth and so on. So you want to be, if you can, and if that's something that you like to do, not everybody does, but if they like to do that, then they can get a lot of value out of those product endorsements because then the studios see that there's a connection with the consumer, not just on the film, but also with product.
Did Amber have any endorsement activities prior to the publication of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Yes.
Please explain.
So Amber was hired by L'Oreal to be a product and endorse their product, the makeup line. And she had a $1.5 million contract for 2 years. And they were able to work. They had 20 days of her work. They had the right to work with her for 20 days. And she started the work. And then when the defamatory statements came out, they essentially put a pause on working with her. So they no longer brought her to photo shoots. They no longer had her do public events for the product. And it basically said, we love you, but we can't work with you right now because it's just too much.
Objection, hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
Have the Depp Waldman statements affected that deal in any way with L'Oreal?
Well, they put it on pause and haven't done any of the work, so she's not out there in the public eye related to the product. And they have decided to continue working with her at some point once, as I said, this all quiets down, this trial is over, and hopefully the negative campaigns will stop. So they extended her contract, but they did not pay her for that extension.
And has Amber been hired for any other endorsement deals since the Depp Waldman statements?
No.
Now, did you assess Amber's losses as a result of the Depp Waldman statements?
Yes.
What did you do to assess those?
Well, first of all, I looked at Amber's career directly, so I wanted to see, as I said earlier, she worked consistently, and then she was on this kind of very large upswing with the big movies, Justice League and Aquaman and all of that, and The Stand with the Stephen King project. And then it stopped, right? So her work stopped. And then I looked at other actors that kind of grew up at the same time frame, grew up meaning they started their career and had the same time frame to start going from the smaller projects to the well-known director projects to the big movie projects. And I looked at those actors, and I then saw, after they had their Stars Born moment, if you will, I wanted to see where their careers went. So I looked at several actors to see, including Jason Momoa, her co-star, to see what happened in their careers after such a successful film as Aquaman came out.
And why did you use that method of analysis?
It's a very common methodology in the entertainment industry to work with what we call comps. I think Ms. Kovacevic even used that word, comp. So with films, you try to find comparable films. With actors, you look to see comparable actors. So you can it's not a distinct actual, this is going to happen, but this is the probability with a reasonable certainty that with the right management team that she had and her acting ability and her looks and the press that she was getting and should have continued to get, that her career would have been similar to these other actors.
Have you used that method in other cases in which you've been an expert on damages?
Yes, I have.
Who did you select as comparable actors for your comparison?
Well, I wanted to look at actors that were in superhero films that had done really well at the box office. So I looked at Jason Momoa, her co-star. I looked at Gal Gadot, who is in Wonder Woman. I looked at Ana de Armas, who was in
Blade Runner?
Thank you, Blade Runner. I looked at Zendaya, who was in Spider-Man, and I looked at Chris Pine, who was in Star Trek and also Wonder Woman. About the similar age range, all attractive actors, all with good acting skills, all able to do stunts. So there are not that many actors to look at who do superhero characters. So it was a small pool to work from, but I took a wide range from those actors, both men and women, to see what could potentially happen to Ms. Heard's career.
Do you consider all of them to be identical for purposes of measurement?
Well, absolutely not. I mean, no two actors are identical. You can only look at that within a range of characteristics and work history, management team, and so forth.
And we've heard from Mr. Banya. Did you review Mr. Banya's Q-score analysis regarding the comparables you used?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, opinions have you formed in reviewing Mr. Banya's analysis regarding the comparables you selected?
So Mr. Banya looked at calendar years to assess, so what happened in December of, 2017 or 18 or 19, what happened in June, what happened in a very specific time frame, which works on some statistical analysis, but when you're talking about actors and their relationships to Q-scores are related to the actor's viability in the consumer's mind, if you will, how well known or how much they're coming up in conversation. And so Mr. Banya did not look at time periods of the actors that I compared them with to the film when it came out, so like right after the success of their big film, what was their Q-score, but moreover, he just looked at them in a year range. So it doesn't coincide from actor to actor just because you look at it over time. You have to look at it specifically after each of those individuals' box office success with a particular film. You look at the Q-score high or low during that, and then you look at how low it drops say, a couple months afterwards, and then if it comes back up, if they have another film or another event that brings them into the limelight again. So it's not about time, it's related to a specific activity or event, and he did not do that.
Okay. What did your comparisons show in terms of films that those actors had been in since their breakout roles? I'm talking about the comparables.
In terms of their, I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Well, what happened with these other actors after they had their stars
unrelated
born
to Q-scores.
Right.
Oh, okay, sorry. So all those actors' careers, the ones I mentioned, they all either were a steady rise or even a meteoric rise in terms of where their career went after their Stars Born moment. Then they got some other good films, and maybe they got another film that performed extremely well. So it was a range, but they all were on an upward trajectory without a doubt.
And what does this mean for Amber?
With a reason, I mean, the way that the kind of industry works is usually, unless there is a force majeure or some really negative event, her career should have followed that same upward swing in about the same time frame, give or take 6 months to a year. But it would be very reasonable to believe that her career would have been on an upward trajectory within the range of those other actors.
What, if any, comparisons did you make respecting endorsement deals of these actors with Amber?
You know, again, all those actors that we've talked about all did multiple endorsement deals after their big movies or after their big series of movies. You know, Jason Momoa is on, Rocket Mortgage and Harley Davidson, as well as, 5 or 6 other companies. Zendaya is Lancome and fashion and water and jewelry, and Gal Gadot and Chris Pine and Ana de Armas. They've all done either a couple or many, and all of them have associated with a large brand. Unlike Amber, who hasn't even been able to work on the one contract that she had. She certainly didn't get any others.
So what did your analysis show with respect to Amber Heard's losses, but for the Depp Waldman statements?
They were significant, if we follow the trajectory of her, colleagues.
Well, let's start with at Aquaman 2. What would she have realized there?
Well, as I stated earlier, so from Aquaman 1 to 2, it went from $1 million to $2 million, right? So that was a pre-written contract. It doubled. So the agents were very excited after the success of Aquaman to go and negotiate a much higher fee like they did for Jason Momoa. They weren't able to do that. So in that instance alone, it was more than likely a $2 million loss just from that movie alone.
So 2 to 4, you had said before?
It could have been 4, it could have been 6.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. What about other films?
So once, as Amber's agent, Ms. Kovacevic, I was doing okay. Ms. Kovacevic said that once you get that quote of the $2 million from Aquaman 2, that kind of was like the baseline for any other movie she would have done. So any other studio movie would have started from there, and depending on the success of Aquaman and how much press she did, maybe she worked on another great director, independent film, whatever, that $2 million for a studio film, and had it jumped to $4 million with the renegotiation, that then would have been the basis. So any future studio film that she would have done, any big budget film, would have been the basis at $4 million, and then most likely have gone up from there if she was able to get others, which she should have, just like the other actors.
Let's talk about TV for a minute. What would those losses have included?
Well, On the Stand, which was, about the same time as Aquaman, but got the press and the promotion got cut off because of the defamatory statements and the negative campaign, she got paid $200,000 an episode on The Stand. So on a TV series of 9 episodes, it's $1.8 million. So if she had, again, done other TV shows, it's very likely that whether she worked with a streamer or with one of the networks, that fee would have gone up from there. Her agents would have been able to use the leverage of the success of Aquaman 2 to put her, if she had done another television show, given rise to even a higher episodic fee. Some actors go up to $1 million an episode. Jason Momoa's in his TV show got $1 million. So there's an exponential range of where she could have gone.
All right. What about endorsements?
Same thing. All the other actors were doing over the course of a couple years period, you know, anywhere from 5, 6, 7 other endorsement deals, and Ms. Heard realistically should have gotten endorsement deals in other categories. L'Oreal is makeup, so probably not in makeup, but maybe water or clothing or jewelry or wellness, or it could have been anything else. And so she too should have, with a reasonable degree of certainty, gotten other contract deals based on the success of the films that she's been associated with and the TV shows she's been associated with.
And what would that have translated into in terms of dollars?
So in terms of dollars, okay, so if it was $1.5 million for L'Oreal for a 2-year contract, and let's give her 4 other $1.5 or $2 million deals, which all those other actors, you know, especially the ladies, have gotten, then you're looking at an additional $8 million of income over time. I'm not saying this is in one period. We're looking at as far back as the defamatory statements of 2020 to now, which is almost 2 years. And again, as I said earlier, even when this is quiet, it will take 3 to 5 years for her to rehabilitate her career if she can. So we have to look at it as a period of a minimum of 5 years. So when I say $8 million for endorsement contracts, it would have been over time.
What, if any, losses relating to production or film activities?
Well, again, these other actors that we looked at, and there's a wide range of them. Some of them did bigger films and some of them did gigantic films, but it is very reasonable to assume that once you are in an Aquaman-style film, you'll either continue to do those, right? Some of these franchises, as we know, go 4, 5, 6 films, or she would probably have been in another studio film that had nothing to do with Aquaman. But again, so over the course of 5 years, it's very reasonable to consider that she would have been in at least 1 film a year at a minimum of $4 million, because that's what her precedent would have been had she renegotiated. And it's important to note that in her Justice League contract, if there is a Aquaman 3, her price is set at $4 million. So it's very reasonable to assume and to believe that if she did a film a year for 5 years at a minimum of $4 million a year without any negotiation, which probably would have happened, but let's just say that baseline, that would be another $20 million over that time frame.
What, if any, opinions do you have about Amber Heard's earning power over time?
That it would continue to rise. It's customary in the industry, as I've talked about earlier, that the negotiations, especially with her agents at William Morris, her fees would have gone higher. So I'm just using the baseline without any ability to foresee in the future that I already know she got negotiated for $4 million from Aquaman 3. So if we use that as a baseline minimum, but it very well would have gone up had her agents done the work that they wanted to do.
So combining all of these opinions and calculations that you've had, what, if any, range are the losses you are estimating for Amber Heard but for the Depp Waldman statements?
Right, so again, it's really important that I looked at, and hopefully you understand this, that it's over time, right? So let's just say a minimum of 5 years that we're going to talk about these losses, and it could be more, but at minimum, if you look at the film, the television, and the endorsement contracts, it's very likely that Ms. Heard should have earned between $45 and $50 million over that time period.
Are all your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Do not do any outside research and do not discuss this case with anybody.
May I sit down?
Yeah, you can step down. That's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Watching live now from Fox there, and they are taking their afternoon break, just like you heard there. Well, the big news there, though, coming earlier today, there was some speculation that Johnny Depp would be back on the stand, that the defense would be bringing Johnny Depp back on the stand, but that is not the case anymore. We will not see him anymore on the stand. Wednesday will be a big day, though. Kate Moss expected to testify about the relationship with Johnny Depp in the past, and also that staircase rumor there. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us as we show you the Dow shaping up for the last 15 minutes of trading here. And you can see it is well past 500 in the green right there. We'll be keeping an eye on it as it gets closer to the close. When we come back, we'll have the very latest from Chicago police on an update to a shooting that happened last week at a McDonald's and other area crime. Over the weekend, they did have 28 shootings in the city. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking out to Chicago, where police giving an update on the mass shooting that happened last week at a McDonald's in the overnight hours that killed 2 people, injured 7, as well as other related area crime.
Increases in shootings, shooting victims, and homicides compared to the same week in 2021. Compared to that same week, shootings were down 44%, shooting victims were down 39%, and homicides were down 89%. That's this same week compared to the previous week in 2021. There was 1 homicide and officers took over the weekend. It was 1 homicide over the weekend, 1. And officers took 98 firearms off the streets this weekend, 98. Just the weekend, gun recoveries. When we think about gun violence and the fact that 19 Chicago police officers have been shot at or shot so far this year, our work remains crucial. Overall, since the beginning of the year, shootings, shooting victims, and homicides are all down. That's since the beginning of the year. Previous data stat I mentioned was just for the week compared to the previous week in 2021. Year to date compared to 2021, the shootings are down 15%. The number of shooting victims is down 14%, and homicides are down 9%. That's January to date compared to the same period in 2021. Last year, the city had experienced 240 murders at this point. So far this year, there's been 219 murders. In addition, officers have recovered more than 4,200 illegally possessed guns. That's since January. That's 4,200 guns. Chicago police officer knows there is very difficult and very dangerous work ahead. So it's a call for all of us to do more and to keep doing more. Citywide so far this year, one of the challenges are vehicular hijackings. Carjackings are up from last year 5%. Carjacking related arrests is at 545 offenders arrested and in custody. That's just this year. 545 offenders for carjacking related offenses have been arrested just this year. More than half of those offenders are juveniles. 55% are juveniles of that number. And we have to invest in our youth, of course, and keep them active, making better decisions and involved in the community. But we will also hold them accountable when they break the law. Aside from the department-led youth programming and community initiatives, Chicago Police Department also works with the Chicago Park District. The Park District is a key resource for all of our residents and offers programs and activities across the city. Keeping youth, keeping our young people safe means getting our young people more involved in positive behaviors. With that, I would like to bring up Rosa Escarino to talk about some of the Park District's programming. Once she's completed, I'll come back and go through some notable arrests for the past week, and then I'll answer a few questions. Rosa?
Good morning. Thank you, Superintendent. My name is Rosa Escarino, and I'm the General Superintendent and CEO of the Chicago Park District. And I am pleased to be here with Police Superintendent Brown and his rank here to talk about the vital resources available to support families and keep our youngest residents, particularly our teens, active and engaged. And when I hear the superintendent talk about the percentages of young people involved in activity that is outside of the positive activity, it really brings to light the importance of everything we're doing at the Park District. You know, parks are where entire community comes together, from our youngest to our elders. Parks are offering safe and engaging, life-changing opportunities. At the Park District, we have 600 parks and green spaces and 250 field houses that are offering thousands of programs throughout the year. And as the school, as the end of the school year approaches, and now we're entering the summer months, we know that our kids need to be fully engaged. And it's often a handoff from schools into the parks. And so we are getting ready to offer a full array of programs and events to keep our young people engaged. But it's not just the summer, we actually keep them engaged all year long. But this summer, we have literally 242 teen-specific opportunities. We have teen camps, we also have girl-specific camps. We have team sports leagues. We have around 10, teen spaces activated throughout parks where teens can actually hang out and access gaming, access positive opportunities within those field houses. We also have 30 teen clubs that are scattered throughout the entire city, involved in a variety of positive opportunities and programming. We also have a lot of partnerships. One of our closest partners is our After School Matters to provide additional opportunities in our parks, including running our special recreation programs for teens with disabilities. We also host sports and recreational leadership, lifeguard apprenticeship opportunities, and many of these programs during the summer offer a stipend for some of our younger teens, so those that are 13, 14, and 15 that are not yet able to get employment with the Park District. Registration for all these programs are underway, and so we currently are fully engaging on summer camps as well as our hiring for all of our programs. And we encourage teens and parents to download the My Shine, My Future app, designed specifically to connect all of our teens with a variety of programming and many opportunities. And as I've said before, we are hiring. We have jobs for teens and really for anyone that is 16 and over or older. We are actively filling 2,100 summer positions, including recreational leaders, attendants, junior laborers, and lifeguards. While the Chicago Park District is perfect for that first job, We are also hiring individuals that are looking to have a future with the Park District. And many of our summer jobs actually translate to permanent jobs with the Park District. So I encourage you to apply. So 16 or older, please come. I recently announced specifically for our lifeguards a bonus for our lifeguards who require additional training and skills required to ensure life safety on all our beaches and pools. We introduced a $500 bonus for lifeguards and then a $200 bonus for recreational leaders and attendants. And just as a reminder, the beaches do open this Friday, so we are ready to cover all the beaches, but certainly for the pools, which open on June 24th, we are still looking for lifeguards, so don't forget about that $500 bonus. That's on top of your minimum wage salary. Also, I just want to say that you know, when we activate parks and bring community together, it really enhances the vibrancy and the safety of those communities. And for many of our residents and our young people that really don't have amenities or places to enjoy in the neighborhood, our night out in the parks, we are celebrating our 10th year anniversary. But the Night Out in the Parks brings 700 cultural events, including movies, concerts, and theatrical performances throughout the many neighborhoods. And this year, we're popping up in different neighborhoods to ensure that as many neighborhoods throughout the city are activated. And I will tell you, when I've gone into some of our neighborhoods, people are anxiously waiting for these positive opportunities, specifically the neighbors that, you know, often are the only places where the entire family comes out, brings out a picnic basket, brings out the entire family to enjoy. When you have a park that is fully activated like that, we see the numbers of crime actually reducing. So this is a really good thing for our neighborhoods. But we also want to make sure that our young people are more aware of all the goodness that is happening in the parks. We often hear, you know, some of the sad stories around youth, but at the parks, we have nothing but great stories to share. We have the largest swim program in the U.S., for example, and most of those are young people. We also have programs like inner city basketball, baseball, softball, that's sponsored by many of our partners, the Bulls, the Sox, the Cubs. These are all programs that are fully activated during the summer, ensuring that our young people have so much positive activity. We are also want to make sure that our parents are registering their kids for our camps. We have 14,000 kids in our camps. We at the parks are probably the largest provider of meals during the summer camps, and we know that many young people during the school season, school is the only place for them to get a meal. And so we certainly encourage the parents to also sign up the kids for those camps. I also want to just talk again about the positiveness of the many young people throughout our city. One great example is that we have our Junior Citizen Awards. It's the 69th anniversary, and these do not get enough attention, but these are your juniors and seniors throughout our city who are competing for awards through this program. And they are not only great sportsmen, but they're also very active in their community, doing a lot of great things for the community. So again, I'm shedding light on the good of our young people, on the good of our communities, and much of that, if not most of that, is happening at the park. So I encourage parents and kids to ensure that they are signing up for our programs. Please download the My Shine, My Future app. Visit your local park district. Find out all that is happening throughout the summer months. Our goal is to keep kids engaged throughout the summer. We have jobs. We also have camps for kids if parents are looking for a place to ensure their kids' safety. So we are safe, wonderful places, and we're registering now, and we're preparing for the summer. And so now, if you'll allow me, I just want to say a couple of comments in Spanish. Mi nombre es Rosa Escareño, soy la superintendente de parques en la ciudad de Chicago, Estamos unidos aquí con el departamento.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here, as always, bringing you top stories and headlines from all over the country there. Just getting a little update there as Chicago knows that the summer months will be coming, and officials there want to try to get as many programs that they can for at-risk teenagers and young adults so that crime does not happen on the city streets in the summer. So we'll be giving you full updates as it gets closer right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, here is how the market ended for the day. Dow Jones up big, more than 600 points there in the green to start the week. And this all coming after a tumultuous 8 weeks where the Dow suffered the biggest losses consecutively since 1923. And now we are seeing a rise in that right there. So we'll keep an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Want to go out right now, back out to the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. On the stand right now for the defense is an entertainment consultant, and looks like they will have redirect here in just a moment. Jury is coming in. That is why they are standing while we wait for the jury to get in there. Let's take that 2-minute break so you won't miss anything. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out live to the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial as it continues. On the stand right now is an entertainment consultant, and we are going to listen in right here to Live Now from Fox.
Mr. Depp's damages and about Ms. Heard's purported damages. Let's talk about Ms. Heard's damages first. You understand that you have to testify as to damages that resulted from the Waldman statements, correct?
That was my analysis.
Most of your testimony, however, was just simply testimony about things that occurred after the Waldman statements.
That's what I was tasked with, yes.
Right. The mere fact that there were activities after the Waldman statements doesn't establish that the Waldman statements caused any damages, does it?
When you look at the time frame of when the Waldman statements came out, and you look at what was going on with Ms. Heard's career prior to the statements and what happened after the statements, it's very clear to make that correlation that they were caused by those statements and the campaign that followed afterwards in terms of the negative social media.
All right, that's an interesting thing because the witness this morning actually described the notion of what's correlation and what's causation. And correlation does not imply causation, does it, ma'am?
I'm not an expert in semantics.
Okay. But you're an expert who is purporting to say that Ms. Heard lost between $45 and $50 million. And I'm trying to understand where you put the link between the Waldman statements and all the other activity that occurred since then.
As I stated and very clearly wanted to make sure that everybody understood was that it was a time frame between which the Waldman statements were made and the negative decline in her career started happening, and in discussions with her agents and her publicist, there was a very tight timeline and a very close link to when those statements came out and when everything started pulling away from Ms. Heard.
Right, but what you're talking about is just a link in time. You do not put any causal connection between what Mr. Waldman purportedly said and the damages that Ms. Heard purportedly suffered. You have no idea whether Mr. Waldman's statements caused any damage to Ms. Heard, do you?
Well, actually, both the words in the statements were used as hashtags in the campaign, as well as when the statistical and the investigative analysis was done on the social media campaign. It turned out that 1 in 4 of the statements had Waldman or Waldminian in them. So that was another connection that I was able to make between the defamatory statements and the negativity that the studios and the product endorsements and the television and the press connected as well.
All right, let's start with first principles. If they're true, they're not defamatory, correct?
Again, that's outside of the scope of my expertise.
All right, let's then go back to what you just testified to, and I think you said the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
I said words from the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
Right, and the hashtags that were analyzed, however, don't have the Waldman statements in the hashtag.
I've also seen them online myself.
Well, but the analysis that Mr. Schnell did, he looked at 4 of them, right?
That was Schnell's analysis, and I do believe I remember reading that, yes.
All right. And the 25% that you just raised, that's Mr. Schnell's analysis. You didn't do that. He did it.
Correct.
All right. So you know what Mr. Schnell did. And he didn't look at hashtags that contained the Waldman statement words. He looked at Justice for Johnny Depp, right?
That's one of them, yes?
One of them, of the 1.2 million hits that you talked about, that was 900,000, 984,000?
Well, also in my conversations with Mr. Schnell, we talked about all the words that were in the statement that also appeared. So what he wrote in his report and what I had in my conversation may not have been the same thing.
Ma'am, I don't want to hear about your conversation with Mr. Schnell.
It's part of what I relied on, and I'm allowed to talk about that.
All right. So your conversation with Mr. Schnell, let's move beyond that and let's talk about what the other hashtags were. Amber Heard is an abuser. That's not in the Waldman statement, is it?
The fact that she was called a hoax can be related to Amber Heard as the abuser, but no, those words were not used, correct?
Right. And we just don't like Amber. That's not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
All right. And Amber Turd is not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
Right. None of those things are. And in terms of the use of the words fraud and hoax, that appeared in only 6.5% of the millions of tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed, right?
I don't have his definition or his report in front of me, but we can look at it together if you'd like to.
Right. And you said Waldman appears in 25%. Waldman or Waldminian.
According to Mr. Schnell, yes.
No, all right. But if that's your only evidence, however, that any of this activity has any link to Mr. Waldman. Is that correct?
Well, no, we also look at the timeline because those campaigns were not active prior to the Waldman statements, and then they started appearing, so there's some connectivity there as well.
Mr. Depp bears no responsibility for the social media campaigns. He doesn't. If the social media campaigns caused Ms. Heard to lose her ability to generate income, that's not the Waldman statements. That's a social media campaign.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay.
All right, as they go to a sidebar here, perfect opportunity for us to go to a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us.
All right, so I'm just looking for all evidence of the causal connection that you claim exists between the $45 million in damages that you assert and the 3 statements made by Mr. Waldman.
Well, I also looked at Ms. Heard's career after the divorce proceedings and other lawsuits that she was either involved with or was discussed. And her career might have had a pause, but she was able to overcome that when she did Aquaman and she did The Stand, both very prominent productions. And there was no dramatic downturn in her career after any publicity.
Ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt you, but do you have notes with you?
No, there's dust.
Oh, okay.
It's just dust, and I'm just distracting myself. I guess,
I'm sorry.
It's just nerves. It's really just that. There's just
that's okay.
Dust. Sorry.
So you looked at her career, and you looked at the way her career was moving.
Right. So as I was saying, her career was moving forward, and even she had been able to overcome the negative publicity surrounding the divorce or the initial filing of the UK lawsuit and the other lawsuits, anything that she was associated. She overcame that. She did Justice League, and she did Aquaman, and she did The Stand, and she got the L'Oreal contract all after that. The only time her career slowed down and stopped was at the same time that those defamatory statements came out.
But there was a lot of other activity that happened following the defamatory statements. You said every time Mr. Depp files a lawsuit, it ignites the fire around the both of them. Right?
No, I actually said it ignites the fire mostly around Mr. Depp. That was excuse me, please.
I'm sorry.
That was in context of when I was asked about Mr. Depp's career. That was not in context of when I was asked about Ms. Heard's career.
It's not the same fire?
It is and isn't. Who's the protagonist in the case in the UK was Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard was a witness to that case. She was not a part of the case. So most of the negative press went.
There was enormous amounts of negative activity around Ms. Heard as a result of the UK case. Isn't that true?
There was negativity, yes, about both of them in the case, yes.
Right. Substantial amounts of negativity.
Right.
Right? And so you can't tell me that that negativity isn't the thing that keeps your or Ms. Heard from working.
Well, again, it was a close time frame. The negative statements were a much closer time frame to the press and publicity around Aquaman and The Stand than the UK case, which was months later. So again, I will look at the defamatory statements as kind of the igniting force, and it was promoted, and kind of more oxygen was put on the fire when the UK came out. So it kind of became a snowball effect of you know, the match was lit and it kept getting stronger and stronger.
Right, but Ms. Heard isn't claiming a causal connection between the UK case and her damages, right?
No.
All right. And you can't distinguish between the UK bad publicity and the bad publicity that derived after the Waldman statements.
What time frame are you talking about with the bad publicity from the UK case, so we can at least be specific on time frames?
Well, you talked about a 5-year time window.
A 5-year time window from 2020 to the 2 years that we're at now, plus the 3 years moving forward, is what I talked about in terms of the time frame that it would take someone who's been under this much duress to kind of rehabilitate their career. That's when we talked about the 5 years.
Right, that's when you talked about the 5 years. So you look over this 5-year window, and during the period that precedes this window, there's lots and lots of negative press about Ms. Heard, irrespective of the Waldman statements, correct?
Before the Waldman statements, as I said, she was able to overcome that, and she got great jobs and was getting endorsement contracts.
Right, but after the Waldman statements, there is more activity in the press, there's more social media activity, and you cannot put a causal connection between that activity and what Mr. Waldman said.
It can be the instigating event, if you want me to call it that. We'll call the Waldman statements the instigating event of a torrential rain of social media tactics that has gone on for years, yeah.
The instigating event, and therefore your damage analysis with a degree, some degree, I guess, of reasonable certainty is that once there's an instigating event, everything that happens thereafter is fair game for damages?
Well, it's like a fire. If one tree burns and then more air or wind is added to it, then the next tree burns and the whole forest burns. But if that first fire hadn't started with the one tree, there would have been no loss of acreage. So you can look at it with that same analogy.
Trees burn one at a time, don't they, ma'am?
You know, I'm not a firefighter. I'm not going to go there with you. But obviously we
know.
know that a single match can cause thousands of acres to burn. So we can leave it at that.
I think I went there with you. All right, let's do this. You decided that there were a number of persons that you described as comparable in order to determine what Ms. Heard was likely to make over time, correct?
Yes.
All right. Of those comparable actors and actresses, is there a single one who has had any press suggesting that they defecated in the marital bed?
I don't know. I have no idea.
You would agree with me that that is a negative influence with respect to Hollywood.
If one believed it, yes.
Yeah, if one believed it, you know, it was reported. Yes.
Yeah, it certainly has been discussed. We don't have any proof or video of anybody defecating on the bed.
I certainly do not have proof or, video of anybody defecating in a bed. I'll give you that.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. But what you know is that Mr. Waldman didn't say anything about defecating in a bed.
Correct.
Right. So all of the bad publicity around that activity has nothing to do with Waldman, right?
Waldman, as you said, didn't talk about defecation.
Okay. And you haven't considered how that story has adversely impacted Ms. Heard's career.
That story, you're going to ask me for a causational link between that poop story and her demise of her career? I can't. No, I'm not going to do that, nor can I.
You couldn't do it?
Can I make it? No, I can't.
Right. And you can't do it with Waldman's statements either, can you?
Well, again, I did, and I have, and I stand by them. So
you did by just pointing out that time frames are relatively close.
The time frame and the instigation and if you will, the rallying of the forces, again, it's like a lit tree. It's going to ignite everything. It's like free game afterwards. So it was the instigating event, if you will, and that's what I looked at, yes.
All right. So from your perspective, anything that happened after Waldman that was negative to your client is attributable to Waldman and therefore attributable to the damage analysis that you made.
I was tasked with looking at that specifically, and that's what I was asked to limit it to. I was not asked to look at anything else.
All right. Jason Momoa, that's one of your comparables, right?
Yes.
He's been prominent since 1999. He was in Baywatch in 99. 44 episodes on Baywatch. Do you know that?
You can look it up if you did. I'll go with that.
Right. But you remember him on Baywatch.
Actually, I didn't watch Baywatch, but
right.
He certainly had the physique for it. So,
Stargate, Atlantis, he was on that. Many episodes.
Right.
Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. He played Conan the Barbarian.
In TV or film?
Film.
Okay. I don't have Mr. Momoa's resume memorized, so.
No, I'm just trying to understand how you came to the conclusion they're comparable, because I just want to spend a few minutes talking about Mr. Momoa's career. Game of Thrones was one of the most popular things on TV for a period of 3 years, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he was in Game of Thrones.
Yes, he was.
Yep. And he's Aquaman, right?
Yes, he is.
Right. He's the title character in Aquaman.
Yes.
Yeah. And he was actually Aquaman in a movie before the Aquaman movie started.
You mean Justice League and other things like that, yeah.
Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice. Wasn't he in that as Aquaman?
I didn't see that one.
Didn't see it.
No.
Miss Heard wasn't in that movie, was she?
Not that I know of, no.
No. And he was in both Justice League movies.
Correct.
Yeah. And he's in Aquaman 2.
Yes.
They used him in the second Lego movie. Right?
Yes.
He's one of the most heroic characters in the recent Dune blockbuster.
Which happened post-Aquaman.
Right. In fact, likely his character...
He's not the lead, though.
No.
In Dune, no, he's not the lead.
Did you ever read Dune?
Pardon?
Did you ever read Dune?
No, but I've seen the movie.
No. Do you understand whether his character will come back from the dead in the third movie?
As again, I didn't read the book, so he might. I don't know.
We're
We're just talking about that one movie.
That might be a bit of a spoiler.
Oh, man. Dude.
He's one of the principal leads in the new Fast and Furious franchise movie Fast X, right?
I don't know that for sure, no.
Okay. But that's not the career path that Ms. Heard has had. She's never been the title character in a movie. She hasn't spent years on television. She did, 8 TV shows? 8 single episodes of TV?
Again, I don't have her resume. If you want to show it to me, we can count them together.
All right. Mr. Momoa remains well-liked, even though he's engaged in a recent divorce from another actor. That's correct, right?
I don't know. I don't follow his fan base.
You don't follow Jason Momoa, but you use him as a comparable to come up with a $45 million
I said I don't follow
deal?
his fan base. I understand him as a prominent actor in the business, but I don't follow his fan base.
Isn't fan base one of the things that you analyze?
Of course, you can look at numbers, but I don't keep a watch on his social media feeds.
All right. All right. You indicated that Gal Gadot is in Wonder Woman.
Yes, she's a star.
She's in fact Wonder Woman.
Yeah, no, she's good too.
Yep. All right. She's the title character, and there's been now multiple Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And even before that, she was in franchise films.
Which one are you referring to?
Fast and Furious.
Excuse me, I honestly don't remember her being that as one of the main characters. I know it's The Rock and that
You
whole crew.
didn't even know she was in the Fast and Furious franchise.
I've seen it on her resume, but I didn't. Again, I'm not a fan of the Fast and Furious.
All right. You'll agree with me that Wonder Woman is a more prominent role than Mira?
If you're going to talk about apples to apples in that exact movie, yes.
All right. What about, does Mira have any, self-titled franchise films?
Not yet.
No. And Ms. Gadot played a much bigger role in the movie they were in together, the Justice League movie.
In what movie they were in together? Oh, in Justice League?
Yeah.
I haven't counted the screen time, so I can't really say.
Okay. You indicated that another person that you compared Ms. Heard with is Zendaya.
Zendaya, yeah.
Person so famous she goes by one name.
I guess when you have a name that's a Z, it works, I guess.
All right. She's been on the Disney Channel since she's 13 years old.
Right.
Right? She's won an Emmy.
Yes, she did.
Right. She was singing and dancing and swimming from trapezes in The Greatest Showman, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's now been in multiple Spider-Man movies.
Yes.
She's 10 years younger than your client.
Right.
Yeah. But this is a person that you deemed comparable.
Well, as I was explaining to you how I chose them, when you look at superhero characters, there's not that many to pull from. So I worked on pulling characters that were in superhero movies that were about the same age range within 10 years, as you've noted to me, thank you. And also just where her career would have gone. I said that they were comparable, they're not identical. So you can just look at what their career has done either before that superhero movie, then in others, or the one they were in, and then you look at where her career should have gone. Even though she may not have been at the stature of a Zendaya at that time, you can still look at it as a comparable trajectory of what happens when you're in a blockbuster movie. It's just a reference point. It's not meant to be identical. They're not meant to be the same people, or not even have the exact same career. It's meant to be a reference point. Simple as that.
So far, everybody we've looked at have been in more blockbuster movies than Ms. Heard.
But Ms. Heard was also in the biggest blockbuster movie, and the light that shines on Jason Momoa will also shine on her. So you have to look at it in context of the biggest movie that DC
in the
Comics
DC
is,
universe.
and also one of the biggest box office films ever, probably within the top 10, because I've looked at it, right? So that light was going to shine brighter on her than someone who wasn't in that movie. And again, it would have just helped her in her career move forward, not stalled it and be in her world be silent afterwards.
For the jury to accept your damage analysis, they would have to agree with you that Ms. Heard was on the precipice of a meteoric rise. That's the word you used, right?
Actually, no, I didn't. I did use meteoric with someone like, let's say, Gal Gadot or Zendaya, but I actually gave you a range and gave the jury a range that they weren't all going to have a meteoric rise. Some of them would be smaller, right? And so what the numbers that I gave you do not represent a meteoric rise. A meteoric rise is when Jason Momoa goes from I don't know, $4 million, $5 million to a $50 million payday. That's a meteoric shift in our business. But when someone has contracts that actually go from $1 million to the first one, $2 million, and then $4 million, that is standard for a franchise that is perceived to do well. And so I based those calculations on very specific numbers that were already contracted. I wanted to stay within reality and look at the numbers that were already contracted for Ms. Heard and just move out forward on one film a year, maybe a TV show here or there, and some endorsement contracts, which is very typical for an actor in our business to make that kind of money. It just is what happens.
So the example you just used is somebody went from $1 million to $2 million to $4 million. Your client has never had a contract that exceeds $2 million, correct?
Incorrect.
All right.
In the Aquaman it's actually the Justice League contract because they're associated. So Justice League, Aquaman, she was paid $1 million. Then in Aquaman 2, it was written that she was going to earn $2 million. And if there's another one, it was written in the terms that she would get $4 million. So it actually was a contract that Ms. Heard signed with the studio.
Right, but the movie hasn't been made.
Aquaman 2 hasn't even come out yet, so the
Right.
third one is still on deck, as they say.
Yeah. Okay, let's put it differently. Your client's never been paid $2 million for a movie she appeared in.
She was paid $2 million for Aquaman.
Right.
Aquaman 2.
And she's never been paid $4 million.
She was contracted to be paid, and when the movie goes, that's what she will be paid. So that's what I said. She was
If
on
she's in the movie.
Right, but if Aquaman 2 does even nearly as well as Aquaman 1, there's going to most likely be a third one. So we can look at that as a precedent that was set in writing, actually.
If a movie makes $795 million, you think there's likely to be a next one?
If it was the first or the second one, but if it's the fifth in the series, I assume that you're referring to Pirates 5. It performed well at the box office, yes, but certainly not in comparison to some of the other ones. And that's what a studio like Disney will look at to say, has that franchise had its run? Or do we need to change it?
A studio
or stop
like
it?
Disney wants to walk away from an $800 million payday?
Well, an $800 million payday has to be put into context to the budget that it costs to get that movie and then the marketing thereafter. And with the increasing costs in not only Mr. Depp's fee or any of the, and plus the other actors' fees, plus general production costs that are getting more expensive, then you put in the marketing costs, which are sometimes 1, 2, or 3 times the budget of the film. A film like that, a studio can spend $600-800 million just making and marketing the film. So $795 million is a lot of money, and it seems like a really good box office, but you have to put into perspective of what's spent on production, marketing, and the overhead costs that the studio takes. So you have, again, it's all in context of what the budget of the film and the marketing of the film is.
All right, let's put some more things in context. Ana de Armas, that's another one you used.
Yes.
All right. She, most recently, I guess, in Deep Water with Ben Affleck.
I don't, again, I know some of the movies that she's been in. I don't remember about Deep Water. I don't even know if that's out yet,
Okay.
to be honest.
She was in the last James Bond movie.
Yes, she was.
Yeah. They were talking about making her the next female Bond, right?
Right, after her big Stars Born moment, yeah, she's gotten a lot more big roles, which is what we had hoped for Ms. Heard.
Yeah. And you said that her breakout role was Blade Runner?
It was like the first big, studio movie that got a lot of attention. I believe that was the one that we can look at as a marker for her, sure.
Did you watch Blade Runner 2049?
I did.
Do you know what she did in the movie?
It was years ago. I don't remember exactly what she was in, what role she played, but she was in that movie, and from that, her agents used that as leverage to get her more movies.
You have no knowledge that her principal role in that movie was as a gigantic naked billboard?
Are you saying that's the only thing she was? She was a gigantic naked billboard. She wasn't in the movie.
That's the principal role in that movie.
I don't remember the movie well enough to know.
Okay. And did you know that she was? I talked a little bit about Ben Affleck, right?
Right.
He's an interesting example because he's been in a role that's been recast multiple times. You know that role?
Are we talking about Batman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Batman.
Sure.
All right. So the title character in that DC series has seen how many actors?
Several.
Right. Michael Keaton.
He was Batman.
Val Kilmer.
You're a movie buff, yeah.
Yeah. Christian Bale was Batman.
I think he was, you're right.
George Clooney was Batman.
Definitely.
Yeah. I guess Robert Pattinson is now Batman.
Don't know.
Okay. But you're taking an absolutely iconic role that the DC universe has recast 4, 5, 6 times, correct?
Correct.
So that just because you have the role in the first movie or the second movie doesn't mean you get it in the third movie or the fourth movie.
Unless it's contractual.
Right. Unless it's contractual. So, now, let's look. Oh, Ana de Armas, she's like the new Marilyn Monroe on Netflix, too, right?
I believe so. She was also in Knives Out, which is probably even a bigger breakout role for her. But again, I chose Blade Runner because it's a similar thing. You have to start somewhere. But Knives Out probably was her big moment in time.
Yeah. All right. The other person you picked was Chris Pine. Chris Pine is in a superhero movie, Wonder Woman.
He is in Wonder Woman. He's also, well, Star Trek being a blockbuster, but not necessarily a superhero, right?
Yeah. He was in both Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes, he plays the love interest to Gal Gadot, yeah.
Yeah. On Star Trek, in the Star Trek franchise, he plays Captain Kirk, right?
I don't remember exact role that he played. I didn't see it in the movie. I just know it from his resume, to be honest.
Do you know who Captain Kirk is?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Well,
but you didn't know that Chris Pine is Captain Kirk in Star Trek?
I hate to say I'm not a Star Trek fan.
Okay. But you used Mr. Pine as an example, irrespective of the fact you didn't even know he starred in this franchise film?
I did know that he starred. That's why I used it. Again,
in fact, he was the most prominent person in the movie.
We can go over this a couple more times, and I'm happy to do so. All I wanted to do was look at, from a small pool of people that have been in huge franchise movies or superhero movies, and give you a sense of what the range is or what someone's trajectory can be. Again, they are not apples.
Watching live now from Fox as we were taking a listen into the Amber Heard Johnny Depp defamation trial as it continues. This entertainment industry consultant just really talking about how stars are booked for movies and so forth there, and talking about the relationship there with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, as well as possible sales coming from Pirates of the Caribbean as well. You're watching live now from Fox. We want to go into a weather alert right here. Severe weather is pushing through right now off of Raleigh, North Carolina. You can see it just left Charlotte and continues to track there. A severe line of thunderstorms continues to push there on its way to the Atlantic Ocean. We do have this one shot. This is from Charlotte, North Carolina, after the damage was left behind there. And you see some trees down and some roadway that is impacted as well. You're watching live now from Fox, everybody. We got you covered right here. When we come back, we're going to push you out to Detroit, get an update from police on a very scary situation for officers as they were ambushed and shot at while they were inside their own patrol vehicle. We'll have the very latest plus video from that incident coming up next here on Live Now from Fox.